¿Cuál es el camino que nos lleva a la felicidad? ¿Por dónde transitan los senderos del reencuentro? ¿Hay mayor viaje que el que nos conduce hacia nuestra propia esencia vital? Me llamo Victorio Pérez, soy periodista y vecino de Gáldar. Déjenme que les acompañe por nuestro camino de Santiago de Gran Canaria. En 2021 celebramos el Año Santo Jacobeo en Gáldar, un acontecimiento religioso, cultural e histórico con su punto final en el templo arciprestal de Santiago de los Caballeros de Gáldar, donde los peregrinos ganan el jubileo. Pero todo camino tiene un inicio y nuestra peregrinación arranca en el sur de la isla de Gran Canaria, junto a las dunas de Maspalomas, aunque en realidad todo comienza mucho antes en el tiempo. La prehispánica Gáldar, corte de los Guanartemes, antiguos reyes canarios, se convierte con la conquista de Canarias en el siglo XV en uno de los principales focos para la evangelización del archipiélago. La antigua capital canaria acoge desde entonces la devoción al apóstol Santiago, patrón de las Españas. Tal es así que ya en 1482 se consagra en una antigua casa canaria el primer templo jacobeo fuera de la península ibérica. Allí, aseguran los textos históricos, el obispo Fray Juan de Frías, protector de los indígenas, celebró por primera vez misa en honor al santo patrón. Ese lugar prehispánico convertido en templo jacobeo daría nombre a la parroquia y a la incipiente nueva villa castellana sobre los restos de la antigua Gáldar, Santiago de los Caballeros de Gáldar. Desde entonces, todos los caminos llevan a Gáldar. Nuestros pasos como peregrinos siguen hoy las huellas de un antiguo camino real aborigen, rebautizado tras la conquista como el Camino de Santiago de Gran Canaria, la primera ruta jacobea fuera del territorio continental europeo. 48 horas de ruta, 78 kilómetros, más de 1.500 metros de desnivel y 3 etapas que nos llevan por los áridos barrancos del sur, subiendo por las cumbres de la isla, para conducirnos finalmente a través del tesoro paisajístico y etnográfico del municipio norteño de Gáldar hasta la puerta santa del templo jacobeo de Santiago de los Caballeros de la Real Ciudad de Gáldar. Y es que, ¿cómo separar lo natural de lo espiritual? El paisaje, la tradición, la naturaleza, la gastronomía, la tierra, la cultura, nuestro cielo y nuestro mar forjan el carácter del camino. Un camino de ida y vuelta. De ida, claro, hacia el jubileo, pero también de vuelta. De vuelta al origen volcánico de las Islas Canarias, en parajes como el Montañón Negro, donde la oscuridad del picón y la lava volcánica se funden con el esplendor verde de los pinos de Gáldar. De vuelta a los sabores auténticos, como el de los espectaculares quesos de oveja cuajados con la flor del cardo y hechos artesanalmente en las queserías de los Altos de Gáldar. De vuelta al respeto por el sudor del campo, por las manos curtidas, por los frutos del trabajo y la cosecha. ¿No es esta otra forma de redención? Pero de vuelta a nuestro viaje por la historia jubilar hay un hito clave, otro punto de partida, 1965, fecha de celebración del primer Año Santo Jacobeo en Gáldar, merced a la bula papal de Pablo VI, en la que se le reconocen las mismas gracias jubilares que el camino compostelano. Desde entonces se viene celebrando gracias a una concesión pontificia que ya desde 1993 fue otorgada a perpetuidad por el Papa Juan Pablo II. En la Gáldar de nuestros días son muchas las referencias a la veneración jacobea. En el Museo de Arte Sacro, situado en la cabecera del templo neoclásico, se exponen importantes obras artísticas religiosas que datan desde el siglo XV. Es la Plaza de Santiago, que ya se llamaba así en el siglo XVI, corazón de la actual ciudad y lugar privilegiado de la antigua villa, donde hoy se ubica este emblemático hotel en un edificio histórico donde se han encontrado los restos arqueológicos de los cimientos de un primigenio lugar de culto dedicado a Santiago. De hecho, la pila verde del último tercio del siglo XV atestigua la antigüedad de ese anterior templo, que contaba en 1697 con su propia Puerta del Perdón. Pero parte sin duda del centro de la devoción jacobea y culmen del camino es el templo arciprestal y matriz de Santiago de los Caballeros de Gáldar. El 23 de mayo de 1778, día en el que se celebra la aparición del apóstol Santiago, se colocó la primera piedra de este templo neoclásico. Elegante, sobrio y austero, su construcción refleja los gustos de los círculos ilustrados galdenses, liderados por el capitán de milicias Esteban Ruiz de Quesada, a quien se atribuye la mítica frase «Hagamos el templo aunque tengamos que mendigar el pan», que da a entender la enorme dificultad de la magna construcción del que es considerado uno de los primeros y más magistrales templos neoclásicos de Canarias, obra de los hermanos arquitectos tinerfeños Antonio José y Diego Nicolás Eduardo. Dentro son muchas las piezas de enorme valor artístico, religioso e histórico, pero la obra de mayor importancia jacobea es, lógicamente, la propia imagen del apóstol. La actual, que muestra a Santiago a caballo con su espada, se ha documentado desde 1629 y se cree que es de origen mexicano. Junto con la talla, en la iglesia se encuentran numerosas obras de arte con símbolos jacobeos, como el cáliz, la cruz procesional y el portapaz de Santiago. Tras la capilla del apóstol, con su retablo neoclásico, se ubica el camarín del santo patrono. A sus pies, la puerta santa o del perdón. Una puerta que tras 11 años se vuelve a abrir de nuevo en 2021 para recibir a los peregrinos y concederles la indulgencia del jubileo. Hemos llegado al final del recorrido, pero no del camino, porque ahora más que nunca el espíritu del peregrino nos acompañará siempre allá donde vayamos. Seremos nosotros los encargados de trazar una senda hacia el mundo que queremos habitar, la sociedad en la que convivir y la persona que aspiramos a ser a partir de este 2021. ¡Feliz Año Santo Jacobeo 2021! Gáldar.
Buenos días todo el mundo, bienvenidos por fin al inicio de este streaming en el Gran Canaria Frontón King 2021 presentado por Cerveza Corona y NMD Bodyboarders. Bego Martínez por acá y a mi lado uno de los organizadores, una de las grandes estrellas de este evento, Maxi, ¿cómo estás?
Hola, buenos días a todos, pues muy contento, muy feliz por haber llegado otra vez a celebrar lo que es el Gran Canaria Frontón King. Y aquí estamos pues para dar espectáculo del bodyboard a nivel mundial.
Así es, y ya hemos tenido 2 días de competencia. Recuerden que tenemos un formato bastante innovador este año, el formato de no eliminación. La primera ronda fue no eliminatoria, lo cual es muy cómodo para los competidores que vienen especialmente de afuera, para no estar eliminados de una vez. Y bueno, vimos la ronda número 1 y la ronda número 2 en la categoría Junior Pro. Y también terminamos ayer la ronda número 1 no eliminatoria de la categoría Open y ahora estamos en la ronda número 2.
Sí, ahora continuaremos con la ronda número 2 de Open. Hay olas increíbles, las condiciones la verdad que son bastante favorables para celebrar un campeonato de esta magnitud y esperemos que lleguemos a todos los hogares y a todas esas personas que no se puedan acercar aquí con el mayor bodyboard posible.
Eso es así, Maxi, muy difícil este año también, ¿no?
Sí, este año, pues bueno, sabemos que todo sigue la pandemia ahí en nuestra vida. El año pasado fuimos capaces de lograr celebrar el evento y este año, pues con el acercamiento del público, pues la verdad que estamos bastante contentos de que estén aquí con nosotros y poder darle pues lo que se merecen y lo que se merece este deporte, que es nuestro deporte.
Así. Well, for everyone that is tuning in that are English speakers, this is the 3rd day of competition. We already saw the first round of junior and men. Those were non-elimination rounds, and That's why they weren't broadcast. But right now we are in round number 2 of the Open Division and in round number 3 for Junior Division. And one very important thing in this year is that we're going to be crowning the world champion, the Junior World Champion. So one single event that it's going to be crowning the Junior World Champion. ¿No es así, Maxi?
Yes.
Estamos coronando aquí en el Gran Canaria Frontón King 2021 el campeón mundial junior.
Sí, este año hemos logrado traer ese campeonato y coronarlo aquí, como bien dice Begoña, al campeón del mundo junior. Ya esta categoría la tuvimos en el 2017, hemos querido repetirla y cómo mejor que traer y coronar aquí al campeón. Aparte de eso, claro, tenemos también a la categoría Open, donde saldrá el campeón del frontón del 2021. Y darles a ustedes las gracias por estar siempre ahí apoyando y a todos esos patrocinadores y colaboradores que gracias a ustedes, gracias a ellos, pues podemos lograr celebrar un evento de esta magnitud.
Claro que sí, de verdad muy contentos de estar de vuelta. Las olas el día de hoy prometen. The waves today are amazing. There's a little bit of wind, but you know what? It's not really affecting the conditions. The waves are really good. The riders are really motivated, and I know this is going to be a great day. So you gotta follow the IBC World Tour. Everything is in the website. There's 2 YouTube channels that are going to be broadcasting this event. It's the IBC World Tour YouTube channel and the Frontón King YouTube channel. You can you just make sure to share that and tell all your friends and family that this event is on, and this is one of the best bodyboarding events of the year.
También querer también informarles y recordarles que volvemos a repetir lo que es el premio del Banana Challenge. Este año volvemos a entregar ese premio a la mejor maniobra del evento. Entran todos los competidores, todas las categorías, y a esa maniobra que sea la mayor o la más espectacular del frontón, pues le daremos el premio del Banana Challenge.
Well, this is a very important thing. We're going to be repeating the Banana Challenge, the Red Bull Banana Challenge. This is a mini competition within the competition. So the best maneuver of the whole competition, not division, the most radical maneuver will get a prize of $1,000, and that's going to be granted on the award ceremony at the end of the event. Así que muchísimas gracias a todos ustedes por su apoyo. Hemos recibido muchísimo cariño a través de las redes sociales y les repetimos que los 2 primeros días, como fueron de rondas no eliminatorias, no se transmitieron. Ahora vamos a ir ya con todo, de ahora sí ya no paramos, ¿ah, Maxi?
Y ahora sí. Además, las condiciones son perfectas en el día de hoy para celebrar un campeonato de esta categoría. Ya tenemos a la primera manga en el agua, estamos a punto de empezar y espero que lo disfruten como realmente se merece.
Bueno, mientras tanto que ya se están preparando, los riders están llegando de afuera, vamos a ver los highlights de los días que han pasado y ya regresamos directo a la acción.
One of the local athletes in this beautiful place on the cliffs at El Frontón. Up and riding, looking at the section. There it goes, hits a good clean invert right in the flats. Exactly what the judges want. Rider in white, Showman Lopez going on smooth with your right hander, bangs out a beautiful backflip, and he will be happy with that one. Tristan Roberts upper riding on the left-hander, look at that section, massive backflip all the way to the flats. Oh my goodness, those ribs will be hurting. There you go, nice looking wave, hits a section, big projection. Oh, what a landing into the flats. showcasing his local knowledge. A nice smooth barrel in the section. Oh, comes out with the spit. What a ride.
Y bienvenidos de vuelta, estamos aquí de regreso y a mi lado, por supuesto, mi compañero, mi gran amigo Dion Mayer, también conocido como Mumbles. Mumbles, good morning.
Good morning to everybody, all our international viewers. Welcome to the 2021 Gran Canaria Frontón Pro, and oh my goodness, Fronton is doing Fronton things, and I think we should not delay. How about we shoot back to the action? But first and foremost, thank you for holding the fort. It's been incredible, great journey to be here with everybody, and we're really looking forward to bringing you guys all the action in the water.
How were those 2 days, Dion? It was amazing, huh? How packed of action.
Yeah, it was incredible. It was so good to see all these juniors and the Groms just stepping up and surfing all these waves, every single one. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen, round number 2, heat number 3. This is elimination rounds. Biggo, who do we have in this heat?
Okay, tenemos in white we have Ocio Rodriguez, in red we have Cristian Antunes, in yellow we have Rumen Adrián González, and in blue we have Carlos Suárez. Round 2, heat number 3, esto es, ayer avanzamos 2 hits de esta ronda número 3. Esta ronda es eliminatoria. Después de esta ronda se despiden 2 competidores.
Yes, exactly what she said. Well, there's 18 minutes in this heat, 20-minute heats, ladies and gentlemen. The waves are absolutely pumping. We're going to see a lot more waves ridden, given the fact that yesterday and the day before was a little bit on the small side, but definitely building since we started. We had Blue up and riding, nice little barrel. What's happening here? Good little section, a lot of speed, and he manages to get just in front of the section, ending it off with a double spinner, maybe 3. That's a 2 for the win. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally live, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here with you guys. Myself, Biggo, and Manny will be bringing you all the actions throughout the day here at the 2021 Gran Canaria Frontón Pro. And man, it is amazing to be here. What can we say? Well, Carlos Suárez opened up his account with a quick little right there, Biggo, and didn't get too much, but he got that 2.3, just dusting off the cobwebs and just settling the nerves. The waves are peaking, some of the set waves, Biggo, are peaking around about the 6 to 8 foot on that reef, you know, so they're going to be very selective, and they have to make sure that they sit in the right position. And with these elimination rounds, Biggo, I reckon the priority system comes into play, and you got to understand it and use it at the right time.
Oh, definitely. Priority system is the best thing that you can get to compete. I think it's the most fair way to compete, and it's I think it's really, really useful that you have this kind of system. Otherwise, it will be a mess, you know, and people marking each other. So that's a nice looking one, but not really happening there for any of the riders. And whoever is just tuning in, remember this is the 3rd day of competition. We already seen 2 days of non-elimination rounds, and actually in junior division we are on the 3rd round, and this year we're gonna be crowning the world champion, the junior world champion, one single event, and you're gonna get your world champion right here at the El Frontón. Is packed with Canary Islanders.
Yeah, Español locals.
I know.
And what better place to crown a junior world champ? It's a high performance wave. It really showcases the best of their abilities in high performance, high rewarding, high risk waves. And you know what, for these young guns to come and step up on this type of platform, I can't think of a better place for this to be at.
And like I love to say, young in age, not in level. You know, these kids are amazing. They are just they're only under 18, but it doesn't mean that they don't know how to surf. Actually, some of them surf actually better than most of the people I know.
Why are you looking at me? Yeah,
I'm
definitely.
joking.
It's so good. Here we have Blue up and riding again. What can he do with this nice good little ramp? Bust a nice little innie, and just getting pushed with the white water. Good way to open his account and continuing his charge into the next round.
Así es, Carlillo Suárez ahí rápidamente marcando. Él ya tiene un puntaje de 2.33. Vamos a ver qué hace este niño que es bastante joven, Carlillos, y ya está demostrándole al mundo Lo que un canario puede hacer aquí en el frontón, por supuesto, es su ola y se la conoce súper bien. Y ahí está, cae rápidamente el score de la segunda ola de Carlillo Suárez y es un 5.33, en este momento sólido en la primera posición. No se ha visto mucho, los otros riders están tranquilos. Estos son hits de 20 minutos. Para quienes están sintonizando que tal vez no conocen el formato de competencia, hits de 20 minutos vamos a tener en estas rondas, en estas primeras rondas. Ahí vamos viendo un poquito lo que es nuestra área de competencia, varios riders preparándose. Pues estas primeras rondas son de 20 minutos, por supuesto las dos mejores olas cuentan y hay un límite de 12 olas.
As you guys can see, we are strictly adhering to the local COVID-19 protocols. Mandatory masks. Event carries a limit capacity of 1,000 people. Hand sanitizers are provided for all competitors and fans. Gran Canaria, a safe place with almost zero COVID-19 infection levels. And currently, as of last night, the current tourism rate is sitting at 89%. So once again, one of the better places and the safest places to come and enjoy yourself for a nice family holiday and some high flying. Here we go. The Chilean getting focused, Matias Diaz. Man, this guy is an incredible athlete, and it's just love watching him surf. So not much happening further in this heat. A little bit quiet with Carlos Suarez leading the charge with a 5.33 for his invert. Judges clearly liking that one, and he's sitting comfortably in the lead with a 7.66.
Así es, y bueno, para quienes están aquí recién sintonizando, tercer día de competencia, pero primer día de streaming. En el agua tenemos a Carlillo Suárez en azul, a Ucio Rodríguez desde Galicia en blanco, Cristian Antunes, el único argentino que está en competencia, y Rumen Adrián González en amarillo. En este momento es Carlillo en la primera posición. Y aprovechamos para decirles que Gran Canaria es un destino seguro para el turismo, para la práctica de deportes activos. Y atención que se viene Rumen.
All right, Yellow getting in and out. Maybe he lost a little bit of grip on his board there. He just also, Rumen wants to just settle those nerves bigger. It's quite intimidating in there. The swell is really big. It's coming from a bunch of random angles, so you really have to pick the wave that's going to offer and line up the best on the reef. So right now they're coming from the west, they're coming a little bit from the north, so it's really almost forming two peaks, and you want that one that really connects with the reef and gives you that opportunity for both the left and the right scoring waves. But right now Carlos Suarez sitting pretty in that lead, and Ucio Rodriguez still needs to open his account. He's got a 1 point ride, and Rumen sitting with a 1.67. But it's Christian Antunes Bego that is trailing without a decent score yet.
So yeah, Cristian Antunes is the only rider from Argentina that we have in this event. And he's actually living here in Gran Canaria, so I think he has been practicing a lot and loving this wave. So kudos for the sole Argentinian.
That's it. You know what I love about here right now is the amount of South Americans making the pilgrimage and all the effort to get you. Here we go. There's the Italian stallion, the man that cooks up a storm in the Just Your Accommodation guest house where we all are staying at. What an amazing place, owned by Ale Barbosa and his family. But you can just see the focus on this man's face. He had a pretty shocking heat yesterday, and he feels he needs to redeem it for himself and his country. Very patriotic. But we'll see if he gets through this one. I reckon he's going to cook up a storm this evening.
Yes. Y podríamos aprovechar esta pequeña receso para darle muchísimas gracias a todos nuestros patrocinadores, por supuesto, Cerveza Corona, el Cabildo de Gran Canaria, el Instituto Insular de Deportes, el Patronato de Turismo de Gran Canaria, el Ayuntamiento de Gáldar y NMD Bodyboard Company. Muchísimas gracias. También tenemos muchos colaboradores: Hasio House, Hydroflask, Camper Canarias, Agua Bruma, nuestros media partners, Birds Magazine, Medusa. Gracias, chicos, de verdad, por estar acá, por apoyar el bodyboard, por apoyar estos eventos. Créannos que para el mundo es Muy, muy importante tener el Frontón King, es uno de los eventos más esperados, uno de los eventos más queridos del bodyboard mundial y estamos felices de estar aquí con ustedes.
Thank you very much. There's a whole long list of amazing sponsors here for the 2021 Gran Canaria Frontón Pro, presented by Cerveja, Corona and NMD Bodyboards. A little frame before this, we saw the stairs going down to the rocks. And being on top of the cliff face here, it is actually, we actually have the better view. Once you go down there, then you start actually getting the magnitude and you feel the power of Frontón as it offloads onto these reefs. And you know, these guys are about to get some serious, got action in the water. Red finally getting a little bit of wave, a little bit of cutback reverse vibe, and looking for that second six, just got absolutely catapulted into the flats with that one. Crowd loving it. Love to see a little bit of a high flying action. This is just a small taste of what we are going to be expecting today. And tomorrow, Begonia, the swell looks even bigger.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, man, what a great, well, wait a minute. You know what I love to watch? That little offshore wind and with the, you know, with the reflection of the sun. It's got like a little pinky color. Look at that.
Yeah,
oh my God, that's
rainbow.
so beautiful. Little rainbow there, huh?
Yeah, and the water's so clear here. It's incredibly clear, incredibly warm as well. Well, as a Cape Townian, anything is warm. But it hovers around about the 20 to 23 degrees centigrade Celsius. I mean, and it makes it for real comfortable surfing. You're not very restricted by a thick wetsuit. You just kind of go in with a short arm, short leg, 2 mil, and you know, just protect yourself from the reef. Here's a little bit of replay. Let's have a look. See at Christian's wave. Goes for a little reverse, manages to get over the ramp and then connects with the reef form. And there he goes again, hits a roll and just get absolutely shot into oblivion with that one. He's going to be stoked with that. Let's see what the judges think. All right, judges giving a 3.5 for that. And it puts him into second position, where yellow and white both need a 1.85 for that second position and a 2.5 for that second position. Now white's holding on to the priority, so Usho, he's going to be very selective, knowing that he's got 7 minutes and 23 seconds in the bank, and he's looking furiously paddling around, and the guys are just hovering around him. Because if you paddle and you let go of the wave, you make a mistake, you lose that priority. It opens up the door for the rest of your competitors, especially the person sitting with a P2 next to his name, which is Carlos Suarez.
Así es, el localazo Carlos Suárez. Y Ucho, que viene desde Galicia, tiene 30 años, es local de la Machacona, me estaba contando un poco de su ola, y además es parte de la selección gallega de bodyboard, y una cosa súper importante, que tiene 8 años con su escuela, Viveiro Surfing Family, así que un gran saludo a Galicia, cuando vemos ahí preparándose al increíble Matías Díaz desde Iquique, Chile. Se vienen unos hits de infarto, gente, no se pueden despegar de la pantalla porque la acción está asegurada, el bodyboard radical está asegurado y finalmente llegó nuestro momento. Hemos estado esperando por este día todo el año. Realmente el Frontón King es un evento que todos esperamos y estamos felices de estar de vuelta aquí en esta preciosísima isla de Gran Canaria para el Gran Canaria Frontón King, un evento presentado por Cerveza Corona y por NMD Bodyboards. Muchísimas gracias también a todos quienes lo hacen posible, los patrocinadores, los colaboradores. Estamos súper felices de estar de vuelta. We're so happy to be back.
Yeah, it's a really good shot of the reef, and the drone getting that proper angles of how it forms and how it sits and how the wave will be approaching that reef. If you just joined us, we're approaching the 5-minute mark here at the 2021 Gran Canaria Frontón King. Make sure you guys like and share and tell the world that we are live and bodyboarding is back. It's so good to be back, to see the family, to see everybody again, and you know, to be working alongside all the athletes. It's just phenomenal. It's been a tough year for all of us, year and a half I would say, for all of us, and it's just great to be back in this beautiful place. Look at that shot, offloading on the reef, left and right. The tide is beginning to get a lot more better, so with the incoming heats we'll be seeing the reef and the wave itself form and produce a lot more rideable waves. Well, let me tell you what, we have seen some 8 to 10 footers offloading on this reef, so they will be sneaking in, and these athletes need to be wide awake to make sure they don't get caught offside, as we still have not many waves ridden in this heat. Begonia with Carlos Suarez holding that first place steady with a 7.66, and Ucho Rodriguez currently in 4th place, needing a 2.51 to get to that 2nd position. He is holding that first priority. All right, rather than blue, he was looking and he let that one go. Right, it's a little insider, probably won't offer much scoring opportunity. The swell is a little bit of a mixy-matchy on the reef. Here's a nice little pullback shot. You guys can see how it's just, some of them are missing the reef and some of them are just coming from a different angle, and then every now and then that perfect one pulls in. We do have a lot of wind at the moment. Today is quite windy, so we're sitting behind a nice little windscreen, but in the water it is definitely challenging, and we'll see what the athletes can come up with. It's all about being in the right place at the right time.
Definitely, but you know what, Dion, this is what really amazed me about this place is that no matter there's winds, wait a minute, here comes Ucho desde Galicia, vamos a ver qué puede hacer, un rolo cayendo, a ver, vamos a ver, porque cuando el frontón te presenta este tipo de rampas que no continúan adelante en la ola, a veces, o sea, la mayoría de las veces los jueces no lo consideran completado. Vamos a ver qué piensan los jueces. Yo no soy jueza, solo soy comentarista y no sé si lo van a tomar como completado. Vamos a ver qué ofrecen los jueces para el gallego Ucho Rodriguez.
All right, there we go, a little bit of a score update, and Ucho Rodriguez using that priority and jumping up into 1st place, getting in 2nd place, just getting exactly what he needs to get into that non-elimination spot. Top 2 riders will advance into the next round, and the bottom 2 will be, unfortunately, be sent packing, and that will be the end of their campaign here at the 2021 Frontón King. Wow, look at that. It is heavy, it is shifty, it is moody. I would say Frontón is very moody this morning. Here we go. Bigger. You guys are looking, and we have blue up and riding.
Carlillo Suárez, una bonita derecha. Vamos a ver si nos puede ofrecer otro inver. Oh, no lo cae. Guau. Bueno, así es la cosa. Eso suele pasar. Sin embargo, es nada todavía que algo de tiempo. Un hit, una manga con unos scores bastante pequeños hasta ahora. Vamos a ver qué puede pasar. Recuerden, ya hay más tamaño. Hay un poco de viento, pero mira, el frontón allá abajo es otra cosa. Todo lo demás alrededor se ve con muchísimo viento. Sin embargo, para la ola como tal, el viento es favorable, es un viento de offshore y se ve bastante bien lo que vamos a ver el día de hoy. Vamos a ver, en este momento está entrando la última nota de Carlos, no entra en sumatoria. Es Carlos Suárez en la primera posición y Ucho Rodríguez en la segunda posición, pero atención que Cristian Antunes, que ya está en ola. Vamos a ver el argentino que solo necesita un 0.10. 0.1.
0.1.
So
he was dragging his legs, looking for a little cover up, just looking for something. Unfortunately, the wave is running away from him, but just off screen, the athletes are getting absolutely cleaned up by a massive set that just rolled through. You can see all that wide water, The water patrol is on standby. Here we go. Who's this? This is Red. Looking again at this one. Which way is he going to? Nice right-hander. Can he come out with a cover-up? Unfortunately, the white water getting the best of him. Yep. That is what Frontón does to you. He's now getting washed in a very peculiar spot where you do not want to be. And if the set wave would have to break and come wash through now, Bigger, he will be in trouble. 1 minute left of heat number 3 of round number 2, as we'll be changing commentary quite often during the day. And coming up next is the one and only Manny Vargas here with Bigger, and it's going to be a whole day of fun and a lot of ways to be ridden. So we're looking forward to it. And man, so good to be here. 40 seconds to go. And in the lead, Carlos Suárez, second place, Cristian Antunes.
Sí, tuvimos cambio de situación. Por supuesto, Cristian, solo necesitaba un 0,10. Atención, Ucho, solamente te quedan 30 segundos. Estuviste segundo casi todo el hit. Bueno, en el medio del hit lograste la segunda posición, pero fue Cristian Antunes, el argentino que está viviendo acá en Gran Canaria hace un tiempo, quien está en la segunda posición y está logrando avanzar un hit con scores bastante bajos, pero así es, se hace el trabajo. Y atención, que vamos con la cuenta regresiva. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Se acaba el hit. Resultados oficiales. En primer lugar, Carlillo Suárez en azul. En segundo lugar, Cristian Antunes desde Argentina en rojo. Se despiden Ucho Rodríguez y Rubén Adrián.
All right, well, that's the end of heat number 3, round number 2. And your athletes advancing to the next round, Carlos Suárez and Cristian Antunes.
Ok, no se muevan, vamos a ir un pequeñísimo corte comercial y ya regresamos. El tercer día de competencia en el Gran Canaria Frontón King 2021 presentado por Cerveza Corona y NMD Bodyboards. Tercer día de competencia, los 2 primeros días no fueron transmitidos porque teníamos rondas de no eliminación y en el agua, quienes tenemos en este ronda número 2, hit número 4, en rojo está Simone Machera desde Italia, Mohamed El-Hamsou, oh my God. En blanco, Matías Díaz en amarillo desde Chile y Ernesto Evana en azul. Y a mi lado, mi super gran amigo, Manny Vargas. Welcome to the booth.
Yeah, oh my goodness. It's been a very long time since we got to hang out together. And I'm stoked to be back with you and Dion. But back to the live action. We have a solid run. We're actually staying in the same place as Simone. And the Italians have taken over the Hasio house, and it's been pretty fun to hang out with these guys. So, yeah, a full day of action today. Bego, where are we as far as in the scheduling today?
Well, so far we're going to be seeing the whole round, the second round for the men division, and we have a check-in for juniors at 12. And there we're going to decide if we're going to continue with the open or get back with the juniors who are in the third round. Remember, we're crowning the Junior World Champion 2021 right here at Gran Canaria Frontón King 2021.
That is pretty much the pinnacle of what's going to happen for this event. It's going to be pretty exciting. Pretty solid entry forms were sent in from the Groms, from the juniors, so we have a ton of them. But we're going to get to them maybe later today, for sure, probably on the next day. But today it's all about the open men's division. We got 20-minute heats in round number 2. This is an elimination round. Oh my goodness. So 2 riders advance on. 2 riders will get to chill out in the Cerveza Corona zone if they're 18 and older, of course. But yeah, I mean, this is it. 2 riders are not going to make it through. Welcome once again to the Frontón King, the Gran Canaria Frontón King, presented by Cerveza Corona and NMD Bodyboards. Bego, it is massive out there.
It is massive, but you know what? I believe it actually is not that big as we are going to see in the following days. There's going to be there is a good swell hitting. It might be a little windy, but you know, there is another swell for next week and we might have a break. We might be on hold. I don't know. I'm not a professional in that area. So it depends on what the professionals request, but I think we might see a break to wait for a very good swell that it's showing for next week. But you know how Mother Nature is. These things change every single minute, so it's up to the professionals who knows the conditions.
I mean, we've said it pretty much at every event. The promoters, the people that make the decisions behind the back doors on when to run the event, they always have their back against the wall because they are sometimes short on time. Look at this, coming off the bottom in white. Simone. No, sorry, that was Mohammed.
Yeah, Mohammed.
Nice, clean in and out. But there are waves to be had out there. It looks big and sloppy because of the winds, but once that water hits, that wave hits the inside reef, it just cleans up and you can have clean barrels left and right. But back to making the decisions. You have a certain amount of days of competition and the contest window is limited. So if you don't get those early rounds, underway, you're going to end up, having to put 20 guys in one heat. Okay, maybe not that extreme, but you know what I mean? There's just so many variables that are in play when you're making those choices, whether to run or not. I'm saying it's massive because I haven't seen El Frontón in like 3 years.
You're right.
Tomorrow is going to be giant. So, yeah, compare today to tomorrow and let me know what you think. All right, where are we right now in this heat? Begoña.
Bueno, voy a decir un poco lo que decía Manny, que realmente me gusta mucho que lo haya mencionado. Es un poco difícil el tema de y mucha responsabilidad que tienen los promotores como cuándo hacer el evento. Es bastante complicado porque tú solamente tienes una cierta cantidad de días y cuando tienes muchos hits, cuando tienes mucha gente inscrita y una cantidad limitada de días, a veces la ventana se va cerrando, se va reduciendo, esperas un día no lo haces porque estás esperando mejores condiciones y el día siguiente lo mismo y no puedes arriesgar llegar a un punto en el que vayas a tener que hacer las cosas apretadas o de una forma que no es, digamos, deportivamente la mejor. Atención que se viene rojo, el Simone se mete en el tubo.
The Italian stallion coming out of that with a nice roll on the inside, but does not pull it off. He's going to talk about that one later tonight at dinner for sure.
I'm so happy for him because he was so nervous, Manny. This is a very good guy. He's like a very sensitive person, and for all the Italians that I know that are tuning in, Simone is doing amazing. And Simone, when you see this heat, I told you shouldn't be nervous, and you are doing a great job. And let's see what the judges think about that one. But definitely it's a nice wave to get that backup score. Let's see what the judges think. He's actually holding a 3 and only needing 1 point to advance to the first position. But attention, Mohammed just got a 4. So let's see what's going on. But he has to be really careful because Matias Diaz is an amazing rider and also Ernesto Evana. So, 12 minutes, 13 minutes. That's a lot of time.
Yeah, there's, plenty of time that can go down, and it could be down to the last few seconds. We've seen it all the time. Wow, 6 points for that last barrel ride from the Italian rider, Simone Marcera. I believe he runs a pretty cool company called Radical, so we'll give you more information about that as soon as we sit down and chat with him, but Simone is going to be very stoked. Buongiorno from the inside of the barrel here from El Frontón.
And you know what? It looks like we are ready with an interview with Carlillo Suárez and Dion Meyer. Estamos listos con la entrevista con Carlillo Suárez y mi compañero Dion Meyer. Vamos.
Okay, talking. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome, Mr. Suarez. That was a tough heat. First heat of the day is never easy. Get the cobwebs off. How did it go out there for you?
Ese fue un hit difícil. ¿Cómo fueron las olas para ti en el hit?
Pues las olas estaban bastante difíciles, estaba muy descolocado y la marea bastante vacía, pero bueno, me pude hacer un invertido y esa fue la mejor ola que pude hacer para pasar primero.
All right, fantastic. Well, we're wishing you all the best luck moving forward in the event, and I hope the waves continue to swing in your favor.
Te deseamos lo mejor en el resto de la competición y si quisieras darle saludos a alguien ahí.
Pues muchas gracias y quiero darle saludos a todos mis amigos, mis padres y ya está. Eso. Gracias.
Gracias. Manny, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Dion. Thank you very much, Dion. Muchísimas gracias, Dion. Y atención, mucha acción. Casi cae ese backflip. Matías Díaz, pero no lo lograba entrar. Y súper contento, Carlillos. Dijo que realmente estaba difícil, un poco difícil la situación allá, pero lograba pasar. Y atención.
Oh my, get out of there, get out of there. The Italian is finding all the barrels on the right-hander this morning. Heat number 2, the second heat of the day. It is Simone, the Italian. I can hear everybody from Milan to Sardinia Island yelling and cheering for their very own Italian rider, Simone Macera.
Macera, Simone.
Italiano.
Bambini.
That
Está
is
siendo increíble. Miren qué tubazo, señores. Casi no sale.
So there is a lot of chop, a lot of bump going on in the water because of the wind, and that was what kind of disengaged his rail, and he wasn't able to, look at him, he's frustrated as he hits the water because he did not make it out of that barrel, but that was pretty sick for the Italian Simone Macera.
Simone Macera, I'm so happy for you, but you know what? Be careful because Matias Diaz, the Chilean, attention, Matias Diaz, the Chilean, only needing a 5.48 to get that first position.
Ernesto Ivana, he had priority, number one priority, and going for that wave, turning around, I'm guessing he may have lost that priority. And in these situations where there's one peak, having priority is critical. It's one of those variables that you got to keep in your pocket, and Ernesto may have messed up there.
Matías,
up and riding.
Vamos a ver qué nos puede ofrecer el chileno, el iquiqueño Matías Díaz.
Oh
Benito. Claro que sí.
So Matias Diaz, I mean, you guys are living in the same country. This guy is one of my favorite riders to probably pull off a win here.
No, definitely, man. Matias, consistent rider. He serves equally as good to left or to right. And I really admire his level. Also, the way he is. So, I don't know, Manny. I'm thinking he's going to get that 5.48. He needs to knock Simone from the first position. But there's still a lot of time to go. And this is a very good hit. I'm thinking in here the conditions change real fast. So comparing from the previous heat, these guys right here are actually showing some skill. I mean, they're just showing they can find the proper way, and it looks like something's going on there.
Oh,
this is Ernesto.
Nice.
Oh my God.
Negotiates under the lip, able to get a quick pocket ride, coming in that inside section. Can he get another barrel? Yes, he does. Ernesto losing priority, but somehow with third priority grabs a solid double barrel on that right-hander. The crowd here is going absolutely bonkers on that wave for Ernesto Ivana. You talked about the conditions. Yes, we had a low tide earlier today. Now we're going to see a high tide around 2:30, and which means that the reef is going to fill up with water, but because there's some swell in the water, we will be able to run through the entire day with some action. So it's going to be pretty fun to see what is going to happen as far as more water on the reef. I think that right-hander is going to be forming up a little bit better, and we're going to see a lot more barrel riding just like that from Ernesto, as we get closer to high tide and as we start dropping off to that 8:30 low tide.
Matías Díaz en la primera posición, por supuesto, pero atención que estamos esperando una nota tan importante. Se viene el italiano. Whoa, bonito.
Italian? Are you kidding me right now? And another roll. Whoa, I did not expect that at all. He was so humble, did not really talk much about the event, and here he is clocking in some big scores. Simone.
I'm so happy for all of them. They're showing some skills. What hit, Manny. It's been amazing, and look at that, Ernesto. He's getting a 7.5. Ernesto for that double barrel. I mean, the first one was a little bit not so deep, but then the way he managed to connect with the inside section and ride that second barrel, I really enjoyed that one, and the crowd was crazy about it.
You know what's happened before at some of the events, because we have two camera people on the bottom, down by the water, and one up top, and sometimes the cameraman looking into the barrel doesn't make it look like he's barreled, but look at this one coming off the bottom. Matias with a big invert, lands on top of the wave, not as projected as he wanted, but still, whew, got me excited, that's for sure.
Would it be a 5:37 he needs? Oh my God, this is crazy. Simone is back in the first position now, Manny. He's oh my God, this heat is really good. I have to say, I just take my hat off for these guys. They're doing amazing in this heat, and big scores are throwing. Let's see.
Oh,
unfortunately, Mohammed hasn't had the chance so far, but I mean, it's doable. There's 5 minutes and a half to go, and he's needing a 7.33 to advance to the second position. I mean, if he can build that score, it's doable. But we're looking for the last wave of Matias. Let's see what the judges think.
Again, this is an elimination round. 2 riders advance on. 2 riders get. Oh my! Look at this set out the back. We're taking the drone to the skies for this event, and round number 2 out in the water. You can see the riders kicking out to see if they can get in position for a bomb. Matias taking a look on the right, but oh, look at that thing just unloading on the shallow reef. That wave probably about 8 to 10 foot face, but it's dropping and unloading in about 3 to 4 feet of water. That is what is happening out here, and that's why my heart is beating, not only because of the coffee. Here we go. Let's take another look.
Aquí viene entonces el tubo. Este tubo increíble, doble tubo que nos ofrecía Ernesto Vana. Cómo me gustó esa ola.
He was stoked.
Muy bien corrida entonces para Ernesto. Esta fue la ola de 7.50 y este es el replay del rolo, el último rolo, combinado con un segundo rolo aquí para el italiano Simone Machera. Very well executed 2 maneuvers on that ride. He loves rights. Where he comes from, it's mainly all rights.
Obviously, he knows how to ride them pretty well. I'm really impressed. I mean, they don't get much swell in Italy, and when the swells do come in, the riders are on it because they only last maybe 3 days max. But yeah, obviously he knows what he's doing in these conditions on these types of waves. But Simone, I got to buy him a bottle of wine for sure.
Definitely.
I'm so impressed. He's so well-mannered, cool, calm, and collected out of the water, and here he is showing the same thing in the water in these conditions.
We're gonna have him here for sure. We need those representatives. Only 2 Italians competing in this event is here, and Genesio Ludovici, who is also a very good rider. So let's see what the Italians. I'm so happy to see new countries jumping in this contest, in this world contest, because they might do the European tours and the local tours, but we want to see more of you. We want to see more nationalities, and I know for a fact there's bodyboarders in every single country. I will say not every single country in the world, but probably yes.
Yeah, no, we have a pretty insane international stage here at the Frontón King, the Gran Canaria Frontón King. But the Italians, I was very fortunate enough to meet some Italian bodyboarders. Davide. We had Andre and Simone, a couple other riders from Italy. Actually, Andre and Simone, they both came and visited me in San Diego. Not this Simone, but another one. And we had a really good time, and it was pretty cool to know that the Italian riders have skills. To see these guys in my home break riding the way they rode them was pretty impressive, and I'm not super duper shocked to see Simone do what he's doing out here. Thank you guys for tuning in from all over the world. Dion is standing behind the rafters right here. Dion, we lost our heat sheets with all our notes. I don't know where they went. The wind took it. We're looking at about 11 miles per hour side shore winds. Oh, Dion took it. There it is.
Atención que se viene Simone Machera, demostrándole que también sabe correr izquierdas. Here he comes and goes. No, not much there for Simone. That's not going to be affecting his total score. I don't think so.
That left is very, very tricky for 2 reasons. One, you have this side wedge coming at you, and it's making the most incredible ramp that you can imagine as a bodyboarder for a left-hand wedge. But the judges have to figure out how to score that when they land. If they land in front of the whitewash, they're just going to get annihilated and end up on the dry reef. Or if they do land it, they're going to land behind the actual wave that they started on and continue on with that wedge that came across. So they won't get top scores if they catch and land behind the waves. But here we go.
Ernesto, ¿cómo se nota que Ernesto sabe correr muy bien? Tubos, ahí un cutback y va a conectar, Manny, va a conectar, claro que sí.
Wow.
Un 360 forward, bastante bonito. Entonces una ola de 3 maniobras. Vamos a ver si Ernesto consigue el 383 que necesita Manny, último minuto. ¿Podrá Ernesto con esa ola quitarle la segunda posición a Matías Díaz y eliminarlo de competencia?
I know. I mean, we still have 50 seconds. Matias Diaz does have priority, so any wave that comes in, Matias Diaz still can pull it off. You can see him being a little anxious right now. He's turning around, 30 seconds. He has priority. Here he is on the left. He needs a big score right here for Matias Diaz. Look at this ramp coming up. Big backflip. Can he pull it off? Perfectly executed. The Chilean may have pulled it off in the last few seconds. That is what he needed. Wow, Ernesto almost pulled off an upset for the Chilean, but Matias, wow. That was solid wave riding, solid contest riding, and again, the Chileans. I'm going to put some money down that we're going to see a Chilean world champion within the next 5 years, guaranteed.
Y atención, gente, estamos esperando que entren unas notas súper importantes. No nos vamos a ir todavía a cortes. Atención, que estamos esperando la nota de este backflip de Matías Díaz que necesitaba mejorar su score. This is the replay. Let's see if Matias can improve his total score because Ernesto is stepping on him to get that second position. So the important seconds, important minutes we're leaving right here. We're waiting for some scores. And I don't know. Oh my God, Manny. Oh my God.
We're waiting for the scores to come in. Waiting for the scores to come in all the way. We don't know just yet. Ernesto got a 7.5 and a 5.23. Simone a 6 and a 5.87. Matias Diaz, I think we're still waiting for the scores to drop, or was that it?
Let me check.
That might have been it, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to come back with the official scores and then jump into heat number 5, but holy macaroli. Macaroli? Is that a word? No. We'll be back right after this.
De las mejores cosas que me ha dado, yo creo que viajar, es darme cuenta de la suerte que tenemos de vivir aquí. Volver a querer estar en casa es ese momento, después de estar un día entero surfeando con mis amigos, relajado en la playa, simplemente disfrutando del día que hemos tenido y estar ahí echándonos una cerveza y disfrutar del momento y estar juntos.
Oh, welcome
back. Oh, yeah, go take it, Dion, take
sorry,
it.
man, that's what you were looking at. Welcome back. Fancy seeing you here.
I know, right?
Yeah, let's see. Oh, your heat number 5, round number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Samuel Fuentes, Jan Sulain, Ivan Castello, and Bruno Martin. Another cracker heat here, Manny. And, man, so good to be here with you. Thank you for the good time so far. And the previous heat was an absolute banger. Unfortunately, Matias Diaz getting knocked out, and what was a very competitive heat.
I know, man. I really wanted to see him advance on, but you know what? We had the Italian proving himself here in these conditions. Here we go, the start of round number 2, heat number 5, elimination round. These are 20-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored. And again, welcome to the 2021 Gran Canaria Frontón King, presented by Cerveza Corona and NMD Bodyboards. It's been a while, Mumbles, but I am enjoying every single minute.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's just so good that we're all together again as a family and everybody working together, just being able to travel and see the world and just be a part of something like this. Something that we love, our passion, which is bodyboarding. And to be able to talk about it, you know what, a little cherry on top of the cake.
Yeah, I mean, it was, 10 years ago, maybe 11 years ago. Yeah, the 2010 Wild Wave event that was held here. That was the first world tour, not world tour, but a big international event. That was the first event here back in 2010. We had, you know, the Dave Winchesters, the Ben Players, the Jason Finlays. We had that generation. Now we're looking at the new generation of riders that are starting to show face here at these types of waves and here at this event as well. I'm pretty stoked to see everybody not holding back.
Yeah, absolutely. And a wave like this, you know what, you cannot hold back. It's full on, one mistake and you can pay a dear price for it. But, you know, your generation with the guys that you guys like Wingy and all the names that you just mentioned, you know, they paved the way. They paved the way for this contest, and to see this amount of junior competitors coming and competing for the Pro Junior title, it's incredible. And it just shows that the grassroots is working. The whole development system within IBC is working, and you've got, I mean, what's it, about 10 Peruvian riders here. You've got a bunch from Chile, you've got an Argentinians, we just saw Simone from Italy, so multinational. All right, rider in red, looking at this one.
Yeah, this heat right here is full of the Spaniards. A lot of the local riders from this island and the other islands around Gran Canaria are here to compete, and these guys are all well aware of what El Frontón can throw down. Again, this wave it's gnarly. Yeah. I mean, I try to explain it to my friends back home, but to explain it and to actually see it with your own 2 eyes are 2 different things. I mean, I went out there with my GoPro when it was like 1 to 2 foot, and I was still scared because the power from the ocean hitting this super shallow reef that looks like a table, it's just incredible. Now to see that at like 3 to 4, 5 and bigger, it's just like I'm just in awe of what these guys are doing out there when it gets over, you know, 4 feet. So it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. And like you said, standing down on ground level, feeling the power, watching it unfold is truly something you just cannot compare to watching it live on TV or any form of movie or video replay. But let's throw our attention back into this heat. It's been a bit of a quiet heat, a bit of a lull. The previous heat saw many waves being ridden, and we've got only four waves ridden in this heat so far, with Samuel Fuentes in first place with a 3.5 and Bruno Martin Manny right behind him in that second place with a 3.4, and Priority sitting with Jan Solein.
What's that?
I say Priority is sitting with Jan Solein.
Yes. I mean, the priority system, we mentioned it before, pretty crucial when you have everybody sitting on one peak.
Yeah.
I mean, we just saw it in the last heat. Matias Diaz had priority. He took advantage of it in the last second, but it wasn't enough. It was a smaller weight, but he did have that opportunity. Big invert right there from Ivan Costello in the red jersey. And he's doing everything he can to come out in front, and he does pull it off. He will get a solid score for that to start off his campaign, even though that .83 is his first wave. That's going to definitely help him. We do have 20-minute heats. Again, that feels like a long time to us, but, man, it zips by out in the water. Here's another look.
If you look at this one, there's that section. Hits it. Nice projection on the invert. Lands perfectly. Gets pushed by the white water. Now he's holding on, and there he pops out. I think he's going to be very stoked that he managed to squeeze through that one, man. All right, blue, little insider, and just a little bit of a roller. But you can see the white water just pushing into the oncoming wave and making it really difficult for him to push through and to become, well, to get in front of the white water. And that's what the judges want to see. You know, once you've executed your maneuver, you need to show control and that you've landed it and you're in front of the white water. The longer you stay in the white water, that that can definitely impact the score.
Yeah, I mean, the guys upstairs, the judges, the international panel are doing a pretty great job so far. Head judge, Mark Rossi.
So, yeah, Rossi all the way from Durban, South Africa. And you know what, he's relishing in this opportunity to be head judge again for the second time at the 2021 Gran Canaria Frontón King. So Rossi was the head judge in 2019 and again now for 2021. So Manny, while there's a little bit of a lull in the action, well, I'll take that back. That's yellow up and gliding. What's going to happen on this one?
Jan coming around the section. Nice backflip. Can he pull that around? No, see that wedge just got a hold of him. Exactly. And he pushed him back behind that whitewash. And that's going to be the tricky part on these lefts. When you're doing the big maneuvers, your timing has to be on point. If you land, it may push you, the wedge may push you off to the side, or it may push you behind the wave where you're not going to get the total scores that any other wave would offer up. But, the judges know that, the riders know that. They're still going to try to pull off the maneuvers, but if you land in the wrong position, something like that's going to happen.
Yeah, and I guess the wind is also having a big factor because we have quite a strong cross-shore. It blows into the left-hand barrel, which also brings some wind swell into it, so it kind of like messes up that whole end section, and it just makes it really tricky for the guys.
Yeah, I mean, this is one spectacular area on the planet. We're on the northwest side of Gran Canaria Island, and this place is phenomenal. I still got to take you up into the mountains. It's just another piece of this magical island. We're about, maybe 90 or so miles away from the west coast of Africa, so we're really close. But to compare both locations, it's night and day. I mean, this place is super tropical, very dry.
Yeah, a little bit of
but,
everything.
I mean, the water is warm in low 70s. The wind does get a little fierce coming out of the northeast, but still not too bad to rain down here on El Frontón. Here's a quick look at what's happening in the water.
All right, well, just past the 10-minute mark, and Ivan Costello smashing a 7-point ride. Oh, we got White up a lot of speed, just kicks out in the back like a little frog off a branch. But Ivan Costello with a 7-point ride now, currently in first place and with first priority. And Samuel Fuentes with a total wave score of 4.57, Manny. Those are the two riders currently not in danger. But as we saw in the previous heat, it's not over until that hooter honks.
Yeah, so check this out. Dion, we do have the interview ready, standing by right after this wave. We'll send it over to Begonia, but first, Samuel Fuentes gets unglued. So, yes, Begonia is downstairs with the winner of that last heat, Ernesto. When he was catching these waves, the whole crowd was cheering. Bego, let's hear from you and Ernesto.
Muchísimas gracias, chicos. Thank you, guys. And we're here with one of the legends, one of the big names of the Canarian bodyboard, Ernesto Habana. Ernesto, ¿cómo se siente estar aquí en tu casa y dar esa cátedra de bodyboard que nos acabas de mostrar?
Pues estoy encantado de volver a competir. Pude competir en el 2019 otra vez, pero muchos años sin competir. Y competir aquí en casa y en el Frontón King es lo mejor que se puede hacer. Nada, y hay buenas condiciones, ya empieza a subir la fuerza y a ver qué se puede hacer.
Well, he's saying he's very happy to be back. He was away for 11 years. He went away. Estuviste por 11 años. And he's back. He's from here. He has been transferred to different places for work. And he's saying actually the conditions are really good. And for him, he's so happy to be back. ¿Cómo estuvo ese hit? Esto que hiciste, estuviste igual cuarto bastante tiempo durante el hit y de repente te consigues esta ola de doble tubo y después otro tubo. Sí. Pues cuéntanos un poco.
Bueno, empecé la manga, quise esperar a que viniera una buena serie y como no venía dije, bueno, voy a coger lo primero que entre y bajé una izquierda muy mala y cuando voy remontando veo al francés bajarse un olón de derecha, digo, no puede ser, esto ya no me cuadra. Dije, nada, voy para adentro y a esperar buenas y a ver qué se puede hacer. Y nada, y me cuadraron los dos tubos, ya con esa ya me puse más tranquilo y a esperar otra buena y al final sonó la flauta y pasé.
Well, he's saying he was waiting. He took a very bad left, and then he found this. He actually saw Simone, Italian, to come to take this huge ride, and he said like, "Oh my God, I won't have a chance." But Simone didn't make it on that one, and he was just thinking, "I have to take whatever I can." So, congratulations. You want to say something to someone back home?
Gracias, un saludo a todos. Gracias.
Back to you guys.
Awesome. So Ernesto is super pumped. Thank you for the interview, Begonia. But man, it's going to be another full day of action here, and I can't wait until it gets into that zone where the right actually stays open longer. It's going to be pretty fun to watch as the tide keeps rolling in.
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. And we saw yesterday, as this tide gets a little bit higher, it just gets a lot more gnarly. All right, that's White up and riding. What's he got? A little bit of speed. Nice little ARS, man. He hits it landing. Can he squeeze around? There he is.
Nice.
All right, that's exactly what he wanted, and that's exactly what the judges wanted to see. So Bruno Martin backing up his 3.4 with a nice ARS.
I mean, we got some of the top riders on hand. We do have Brahim Idosh from Morocco. PLC is here as well. Maxime Castillo from France is on hand too. I mean, we got a pretty strong contingent of riders from all over the world, but these guys are definitely the ones to keep your eyes on because they've been here before. They've been on the podium before or close to it, and so they know what it takes to get into those later rounds. But there's a lot of hungry riders out there, as we saw in the last heat, the last few heats of the day. So it's going to be pretty good because nobody's holding back.
Yeah, nobody's holding back, and that's the joy of this wave. So, you've got all these big names. You got Mars, you got Tristan, you got PLC, you get all the big guns, but the young guns are smelling blood, Manny, and you know what? They want a chance at these podiums, and we've got a couple of juniors doubling in the pro division as well with yellows, nice little insider, looking for speed, looking for that section, and fortunately that second priority was quite key to the dying minutes of this heat. So Jan Selene, unfortunately not getting a good scoring right on that one, but Ivan Castello with a 8.93 and Bruno Martin sitting pretty in that second place. Talk about Bruno Martin, there he goes. Slow-mo, how good is the slow-mo?
Wow.
So look at that line that he's drawing. A little bit of speed bump, but he sees a section. How he sees a section just past the white water. Right, there it is. Throws his head back. Now he looks at the landing zone, knows exactly where he's going, turns it around, lands facing the wave. In that bounce, he manages to squeeze around, almost going over there, Manny. So quite lucky to hold on to that one, and well-deserved to get that through that little washy, meaty section.
That was an amazing textbook ARS maneuver right there. So great job to the cameraman, and that looked like 240 frames a second going down right there.
Yeah.
Big shout out to the Gran Canaria Frontón King sponsors and those in collaboration as well. So yeah, our presenting sponsors, Cerveza Corona, NMD Bodyboards. Cut me off if there's any action. And yeah, I mean, we'll go down the list once we get some, some spare moments. Here we go right now. Cerveza Corona. Do we have VIP access to that the Corona VIP area yet? If not, we got to work on that, Dion.
We're working on it. Okay, well, we got White up and riding. Bruno Martin. Can he back up that nice ARS? A lot of speed, man. Where's that section? Just losing out on it. Unfortunately, now for this one, the wave just not horseshoeing. But hold your horses. That's Red parking in a nice little barrel. Is he going to come out? What happened there? He just got blasted. He got hit so hard, man. Google can't find him.
Well, they better find him off the reef because that is a dangerous part. He does not want to be there. That's the inside section. But, man, he just got lit on that second section. And the lip alone could knock him, water in the ears, water up the nasal passages. But it's the reef, too, that he's got to be aware of. He looks okay. Ivan Castello paddling back out. Again, big shout out to the sponsors. Gabildo de Gran Canaria. Here we go. Another replay. Sorry.
Look at that replay. Now it gets in the barrel, but right there he just gets absolutely smashed. And a free underwater tour courtesy of Fronton.
Instituto Insular de Deportes, Patronato de Turismo de Gran Canaria, Ayuntamiento de Gáldar. Man, I need it. I know, right? Oh man, that's a tough. These are tough ones. I'm I'm going to work on it. Trust me. NMD Bodyboard Company. In collaboration with Hasio House. That's the place we're staying.
So rad.
Ali Barbosa and the family doing a great job of putting together an amazing place to stay. Now with a restaurant and a cool little pool bar, which is awesome. Hydro Flask, Camper Canarias, Agua Bruma, Vert Magazine, and Medusa. Stoked to have you guys all on board, and we will get the pronunciation for those top sponsors, which we should have down by now. So, Dion, you and I, we're going to have our Spanish lesson tonight. I love this view. This wide-angle view is absolutely amazing. You get to see the competitors area. We're over to the left-hand side of your screen in that black tent, and you get a shot of, in the bottom right, we do have the priority system manually. So the riders, they look back and they see panels of colors, and they're in order of first, second, third, and fourth priority. Here we go, taking a look at this.
All right, White keeping busy. Bruno keeping really busy, just looking to keep his score ticking. Nice little loopy roll into the face. Now, can he get that second one? Nope, not this time. Well, Manny, with 1 minute to go in this heat, Ivan Costello scoring that 7-point ride for that beautiful invert, I think he did. And then, Bruno Martin with a nice ARS. So it's been quiet between Jan and Samuel. I mean, Jan's been holding on to that priority for a good 10 minutes now.
Well, we're coming down to the last 40 seconds. Something's got to change here for Jan and Samuel if they want to move on. But quick note, really quick. Gran Canaria, a super safe place to come if you want to go on a vacation. They're at around 89% of the tourism that they've had before back on track. So if you're thinking about a vacation destination, think about Gran Canaria. This place is pretty legit, and they've been on top of it as far as COVID is concerned. 12 seconds remaining.
All right, well, who's it going to be? Ivan Costello and Bruno Martin will be going through to the next round. And unfortunately, not progressing is Jan Solein and Samuel Fuentes. Well, that's the end of that heat, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, Dion, take her out to the next heat. As I step down, I'm going to do some interviews.
All right, we'll be back with some more high-flying action from the 2021 Gran Canaria Frontón King right after this ad break.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first tones. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
A mí me encanta despertarme con el sol. Cuando me abro los ojos y veo la luz y ves colores tan bonitos, agradezco vivir. Cuanto más estoy con la naturaleza, mejor me siento. Y decir, qué belleza, el mundo.
¿Cómo separar lo natural de lo espiritual? El paisaje, la tradición, la gastronomía, la cultura, nuestro cielo y nuestro mar forjan el carácter del camino. Un camino de ida y vuelta. De ida, claro, hacia el jubileo, pero también de vuelta. De vuelta al respeto por el sudor del campo, por los frutos del trabajo y la cosecha. ¿No es esta otra forma de redención? Feliz Año Santo Jacobeo 2021. Santiago de los Caballeros de Gáldar. ¿Cómo separar lo natural de lo espiritual? El paisaje, la tradición, la gastronomía, la cultura, nuestro cielo y nuestro mar forjan el carácter del camino. Un camino de ida y vuelta. De ida, claro, hacia el jubileo, pero también de vuelta. De vuelta al respeto por el sudor del campo, por los frutos del trabajo y la cosecha. ¿No es esta otra forma de redención? Feliz Año Santo Jacobeo 2021. Santiago de los Caballeros de Gáldar.
Thank you very much, Dion. And in the water, you have your heat number 6 is Samad Lambarki in blue. We have Ramon Perez in red, Julian Unanue in white, and Rodrigo Silva in yellow.
Well,
okay,
my
that
bad.
was off.
My bad, I've been talking the whole time with my mic off. Thank you, guys. Well, welcome back to the action here at the 2021 Gran Canaria Frontón Pro. It's been an absolute pleasure to be with you guys. Last 2 heats were very competitive, and the waves are starting to get better and better and better, and it's as the tide is pushing in that mid-tide vibe, it's really going to be showing its teeth. This Frontón is wild, she's moody, she's a little bit angry. And here we have the situation in the water, ladies and gentlemen. It's 16.5 minutes. Round number 2, hit number 6, Julian Anuane. And he's scoring with a 1.5 in the lead right now. So not many waves being ridden. We did see off-screen the rider in blue getting absolutely hammered, unfortunately. Taken off in a really precarious spot and making contact with the reef. But he is okay. He's back. He's making his way back slowly to the back. The water patrol is keeping a keen eye on the athlete.
Yeah, what a great day, man. Dion, I don't know about you, but I've been so excited just to see these guys killing that wave. I think it's a perfect size, you know. I mean, I don't know. This is probably from my point of view, but I really would enjoy to surf these conditions. Just mid-size, and look at that. Here he comes, Ramón Pérez. Vamos a ver, ¿qué puede hacer Ramón Pérez? Claro que sí está empezando. Ahí viene. Vamos a ver si conecta. Bonito rolo redondito para Ramón. Y se viene rápidamente Samad Lambarki. Un invert. Okay, well, let's see what the judges think about that one. He actually hold on to his board as a cat. So let's see what the judges think.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think he got much projection on landing on top of the white water, and was kicking a little bit out of desperation to try and make it in front of the white water. But the judges looking for execution, style, and air in the most critical section of the wave, and I don't think this invert will be ticking many of those boxes. All right, rider in yellow, Rodrigo, nice looking one, and unfortunately, just getting away from him.
Nada ahí para el chileno, el ariqueño Rodrigo Silva. ¿Dónde está Chile? ¿Dónde están los ariqueños? Apoyando aquí a su gran Rodrigo Silva, el Bartorro. ¿Dónde está la gente de Chile? Ya saben, gente, en su casa, quienes están sintonizando, recuerden compartir. Esto está siendo transmitido por 2 canales de YouTube, por el canal de Frontón King y por el canal de la IBC World Tour. Y si quieren saber más acerca de la IBC World Tour, es la nueva organización que se está llevando a cabo un tour privado profesional. Así que asegúrense de revisar la página ibcworldtour.com.
Look at that wave, Bigger.
Increíbles momentos, increíbles. Hola.
It just shows it's very shifty. It's like it's moving. The wind is playing a bit of a factor. The tide is still pushing. We got fairly big tides. It's on the back of the spring tide right now. You know, so you got heavy tidal movements, and it's just about being in the right place at the right time. I mean, you know where to sit. These guys are very familiar with the wave right now. But with these type of windy conditions, you got a little bit of wind chop coming through, kind of throwing the wave off of the peak. And you know what? You kind of sometimes miss these epic potential 10-pointers.
No, definitely. I think I'm pretty sure we might see a 10-point today.
Oh, we sure. I mean, these guys are hungry. They want it.
Look at that. That will be Rodrigo. Vamos a ver qué puede hacer el Bartorro. Vamos a ver. He's got a twin. He's a twin of Moises Silva. They're the Wonder twins from Arica. from El Flopos.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, from El Flopos, coming out the ranks there. And man, these guys love surfing big floppers, and do we love watching them surf big floppers? Heck yeah, we do. I just love watching these kids going absolutely insane. Even the Diaz brothers, man, what a combination of kids.
The Matias, yeah. And you know what, Dion, it looks like Manny is ready with the winner of the last heat. Manny, take it away.
Are we good? All right, we are good. All right, what's up, everybody? So I got the winner of that last heat, Ivan Castelo from the north of Spain, Galicia. All right, and he's been to Gran Canaria twice. This is his first event at El Frontón for the Frontón King. Congratulations. He doesn't know English, so I'll translate right after he answers the question. I'm gonna ask him, how difficult is it? From where we're standing, it looks very difficult. How difficult are the waves? Que es muy difícil allá en la ola, pero tan difícil como es.
Sí, es muy difícil porque es, y más condiciones como hoy, si no la conoces, encontrar la ola buena, muy seca, muy rápida, muy fuerte. No estamos acostumbrados nosotros a surfear este tipo de olas y es aprender cada minuto que estás en el agua estás mejorando.
I don't think it's that.
Yeah, he was just saying, yeah, it's very difficult for people that don't surf here all the time to get in there and learn where to sit, because it's a dry reef and it's very difficult. For each session, you're learning. So now, what are you going to do different for your next heat, or if you're going to do anything different? ¿Vas a hacer algo diferente por el siguiente manga o vas a hacer el igual?
Sí, yo igual. Yo vine sin presión a disfrutar y es un sueño hecho realidad para mí, venir aquí a competir al frontón, y más con las condiciones que va a haber, quizás intentes coger mejor las olas, porque sube la fuerza, va a estar más grande y hay que ya ir más tranquilo y escogiendo las buenas olas, aprendiendo, ya te digo, cada ola para intentar encontrar esas buenas, conocerla como los locales.
All right, there you go. This guy is dangerous because he's here to have fun and he's taking advantage of every heat, and there's no pressure. He's here to have a good time, but he's going to go out there and learn where to sit, learn this wave on each session. So congratulations once again.
Okay.
Congratulations. How do you say congratulations? Damn it. Felicidades.
Muchas gracias, Manny. Gracias.
Man, I need to work on my Spanish. Back to you guys.
Thank you very
Classic
much.
Manny. Classic Manny. Right, some hot action in the water, some good waves pulling through as we wait for this good little replay for you guys. See what we have missed. This is Ryder in white and in red. Red locking into this one. This little replay. Let's see what's happening. A lot of speed. Good lines. There's that section. Oh, look at that backflip. Just tweaks it, but man, can he get around it? Unfortunately, the white water just getting the better of him on that. But Roman Perez in first position with a 4.77. And right behind him, holding that first priority, is a rider in yellow, Rodrigo Silva, with a 3.6. Hitting a 2.45 for that first position. Bego, 9 minutes, 32 seconds to go. It's all systems go here at the 2021 Gran Canaria Frontón King, presented by Cerveja, Corona, and NMD Bodyboards. If you've just joined us, where have you been? And welcome.
Sí, muchísimas gracias Cerveza Corona por presentar este evento, y por supuesto NMD Bodyboards. Qué lindo tener el apoyo de una marca de bodyboard en este evento por tantos años, y por supuesto Cerveza Corona, que ha apostado por el deporte, por los deportes acuáticos por bastante tiempo. Muchísimas gracias también a Hydroflask por tener estas botellas increíbles. Cada uno de nosotros recibimos una botella y está buenísimo porque es completamente saludable y además bueno para el medio ambiente, no estar usando tanto plástico. Así que mil gracias por estas súper bonitas botellas y por su apoyo. Aquí están, estas son las Hydroflask, me encantan. What do you think about this one?
Man, that's so rad, so cool. Great to be part of this brand. It's amazing. I love it. I love mine, and thank you. It's so cool. Well, guys, myself and Bego just bringing you all the action. Manny, he's on the he was on the last post-heat interview, so we will be turning and you know, just keeping it real and having everybody
to keep it fluent.
To get a little bit of
yeah, we're gonna see Dave Hoover also. Dave Hoover also is gonna be joining us and some guests. Today we're gonna be focusing on doing the whole streaming in between the team, which is mainly Dion, Manny, and myself. But we will, and also Dave. But Dave is competing and he's very focused on competition, of course. He's no stranger to this wave and to actually do well in contests. So, but we're gonna join his company for in a few heats.
Yeah, that sounds good. I mean, Dub always so informative, so relaxed. I mean, geez, that guy's so relaxed. I forget sometimes he's breathing. All right, so here we go. Blue, a little bit of a Rolo. Unfortunately, not getting that one. In heat number 9, Bigger, I just want to quickly point out while we have nobody riding right now, we've got Mark Watts, who's also formerly from South Africa, who is putting a rash vest on again for the first time in 6 years.
Oh.
And I think the guys back home would be frothing to see the boy champ back on it. Oh my goodness, here we go. This is White on an absolute screamer. There's that section and it's going to close out all over him. Oh my goodness, he is getting absolutely drilled and washed off the reef. Man, luckily he's wearing that Gath helmet. Even the Groms understand. Oh, right above him, a Rolo went when happening from, I think it was right in red. So let's just see. We'll get a replay on that.
Yeah, let's wait for the replay. Thank you very much to Jimmy, Marta, who are holding up the, oh, look at that beautiful shot. This is where we are. Look at that amazing setup for Frontón King. We have public this year. And this is another amazing thing going on here. Rodrigo Silva, el Bartorro, saliendo de un tubo, conectando con un giro. Vamos a ver qué piensan los jueces de eso. Rodrigo Silva solamente está necesitando un 2.45 para ir a la primera posición. Completamente posible y creo que me atrevo a decir que seguramente lo va a tener.
Right, just look at those banana plantations. So if you're wondering what all these white things are, that is the banana plantations in Gran Canaria, known for its good quality export bananas, and we've been eating quite a few of those, which has been quite delicious. But man, Rodrigo Silva coming out with a screamer on that last barrel of his, just showing that he's no stranger and no stranger with heavy waves. Surfing Arica in floppers, you know, coming to a wave like this, you're already put in a groove when it comes to heavy stuff. Naturally, Fronton being a beast of her own, but he does have the confidence to showcase his skill in heavy surf.
No, definitely. Rodrigo El Bartorro can surf this place with his eyes closed. He's very young. He's actually 19 years old. And, you know, yeah, as you say, coming from Arica, such a playground El Flopos is, but also is a very dangerous place. So I think he's very comfortable here in el Frontón. Un gran saludo entonces a todas las personas que están sintonizando. Estamos esperando y ahí, señoras y señores, claro que sí, cae el puntaje de la última ola de Bartorro, de Rodrigo Silva, y en este momento está en primera posición el chico, el flopiano, el gemelo Rodrigo Silva, el hermano de Moisés Silva, unos gemelos explosivos desde el flopo, dejando entonces a Ramón Pérez en la segunda posición. Pero atención que Ramón solo necesita un 5, es fácil. Julen también necesita solamente un 3.30 para la segunda posición y Sama un 3.20 para la segunda posición. Hay scores muy justos y cualquier cosa puede pasar. Todavía quedan 4 minutos de competencia. And anything can happen. You know, the scores are not so far away from each other, so any of these kids or guys can change the situation if they get the proper wave.
That is bang on, Big O.
So yes, that's definitely what could happen.
Excuse me. Right in red, up and riding. Roman, what's he gonna get? Nice section. No, not much. You can see the frustration. He just wants that ramp with all that speed. He's like in his head, he was like, I'm going to send this, and unfortunately, nothing for him there.
Definitely. I'm pretty sure you can, you guys at home can feel that. You can sense it. He was trying to do something for himself, but you know, that's what the left sometimes do. it sometimes just offer you this amazing big ramp or beautiful barrel, but sometimes it just fades away and leaves you with no chance to show the world what you're capable to do.
Yeah, the left-hander just running away from him a little bit there. Frustration stations as he is amped to progress into the next round, which will be around number 3. Top 2 riders from round number 2 make it to the next round. This is heat number 6. We'll be heading into heat number 7. We're just under the 3-minute mark. It's a little split peak action on the left and the right. The blue getting a little cover up and still going. And we'll try and bring you how things unfolded for the other rider on the split peak. But here we go, red up and riding, looking at this one, Roman Perez. Now there's a little section, tries to go for the barrel, does, and just hits the eject. You can see they are having fun, and that's what it's all about. So I heard and I saw that the youngest competitor here is 13 years old.
Yep.
What were you doing when you were 13?
Oh
Not
my God,
charging
I was
mega
playing
frontal.
with Barbie.
Exactly.
Dice, el más joven de la competencia tiene 13 años y me pregunta, ¿qué estabas haciendo tú cuando tenías 13 años? Yo todavía jugaba con Barbie, gente, yo no sé usted, pero yo todavía jugaba con Barbie. Así que estamos al últimos 2 minutos de competencia y todo parece indicar hasta ahora que es Rodrigo Silva y Ramón Pérez quienes están avanzando. Puede pasar, puede cambiar, los scores están bastante cerca. Ya subió a la tercera posición Samat, así que vamos a ver si logra conseguir ese 3.54 que necesita para avanzar a la segunda posición. Pero Ramón Pérez, que le está pisando los talones a Rodrigo Silva, solo necesitando un 4.77, podría cambiar la situación. Gracias a todos ustedes quienes están sintonizando. No se olviden de compartir. Esto está siendo transmitido a través de 2 canales de YouTube. Estamos a través del canal de la IBC World Tour y a través del frontón. Who's there? That's Rodrigo.
Keeping very busy. Trying to improve it. Oof. Eject butt on that one. Probably hit his face on his board.
No.
And there he goes. Swims immediately to the channel, which is the safest place just to get out of harm's way and just to recollect yourself. You can see a little bit frustrated there and just recollecting himself. Seeing how much time is left in this heat. Rodrigo Silva, not any priority assigned to these riders right now, so they're all paddling back. Here's a little replay of a race ride. Tries to hook the little handbrake, gets a slide cover up, a little bit too high, loses his rail and slides down the face of the wave. And there he is in full control again, but unfortunately a little bit too low and too late for that section.
Mombo's first time for you here. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's incredible. It's humbling to be here. This place is absolutely amazing. It's beautiful. It's just beautiful. And this wave, it's a whole different animal compared to watching it live. And being here to see this wave unfold on this reef yesterday and today, I mean, it's when you go down there, it's a different animal. Watching it from up top, it's just beautiful. Watching it from down below, it's gnarly.
Ok, así que se acaba, señoras y señores, este primer hit. Resultados no oficiales es Rodrigo Silva, el chileno, avanzando en la primera posición y Ramón Pérez en la segunda posición. Vámonos a unos cortes comerciales. No, un segundo. Aquí viene el replay de la última ola de Bartorro, pero no lo lograba completar. Muchas gracias. Y con ese replay nos vamos a ir a unos pequeños cortes comerciales, pero no se muevan porque ya volvemos con mucha acción en el Gran Canaria Frontón King 2021.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first tones. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
A mí me encanta despertarme con el sol. Cuando me abro los ojos y veo la luz y ves colores tan bonitos, agradezco vivir.
Cuanto más estoy con la naturaleza, mejor me siento. Y decir, qué belleza, el mundo.
cómo separar lo natural de lo espiritual. El paisaje, la tradición, la gastronomía, la cultura, nuestro cielo y nuestro mar forjan el carácter del camino. Un camino de ida y vuelta. De ida, claro, hacia el jubileo, pero también de vuelta. De vuelta al respeto por el sudor del campo, por los frutos del trabajo y la cosecha. ¿No es esta otra forma de redención? Feliz Año Santo Jacobeo 2021. Santiago de los Caballeros de Gáldar.
The Google Chrome.
And welcome back, everybody. We are here, Manny Vargas and Bengo Martinez, bringing you the live feed. And we have seen crazy action in the water, Manny. Who do we have?
Well, we've been seeing the action while you guys were at commercial, but Dylos Rodriguez in yellow, showing everybody how it's done out there. In red, we're going to see Victor Amador. In white, Tabaut Magyarotti. And I think, is Dan here or not? The blue rider?
No, I think unfortunately, Dan, he had to leave and he couldn't make it. So this is a 3-man heat.
Okay.
It's only Dylos, Victor, and Thibaut. And Dylos with an 8.83.
Yeah, I mean, when you if they bring it back for the replay, you'll see what I'm talking about. Dylos, he is a veteran here at this wave. Here we go. Nice, nice conditions so far in these, high tide. But we're going to see a little bit more action from these riders as that right continues to get better and better.
Sí, así que para quienes están recién sintonizando, este es el tercer día de competencia. Recuerden que los 2 primeros días no fueron sintonizados no fueron transmitidos porque eran rondas no eliminatorias y avanzamos. Entonces estamos en la ronda número 2 de la categoría Open masculino, Open Men, y esta ronda sí es eliminatoria. Y quienes están en el agua, Dylos Rodríguez, un localazo, un canario que sabe perfectamente cómo correr. Y atención, que se viene rojo. Victor Amador.
Will he come out of that? That's the question. Slides in, but just gets annihilated. Look at his board, tombstoning in the whitewash. Comes up for a breath of air, then gets side slapped from that wedge, and finally regains a little bit of control. There he is, now paddling for the channel. Big shout out to everybody for tuning in. I know Ian Campbell's watching right now. Anthony Robson. I got to interview this bodyboard collector from the UK, the East Coast, last night. So, Anthony, thanks for taking the time out of your vacation to sit down. And if you want to listen to his audio interview, it will be posted on Boog Life tonight, booglife.com. But check this out, sponsors. We want a big shout out to our sponsors for the 2021 Gran Canaria Frontón King, presented by Cerveza Corona and NMD Bodyboards. Who else do we got?
Claro que sí, and we have, of course, el Cabildo de Gran Canarias. Muchísimas gracias al Instituto Insular de Deportes, el Patronato de Turismo de Gran Canaria, el Ayuntamiento de Gáldar, por supuesto, y nuestros colaboradores que son Jacío House, Hydroflask, Camper Canarias, Agua Bruma y los media partners Bird Magazine y Medusa.
Nice.
Gracias a todos. Sonocombi Audiovisuales también está presente. Gracias por todo el apoyo y por supuesto Link, que está todos los años. Link Bodyboard Shop, best shop in Canary Islands. So if you guys are here, you might decide not to travel without your board. So if you decide that because you don't want to travel heavy and you want to be comfortable, you can travel to Gran Canarias without a board and find a great variety of boards and goods for bodyboarding right there at Link. So make sure you check it out. It's in Las Palmas.
Check this out, 20-minute heats in round number 2. We're at heat number 7 of 11 heats in this round. This is elimination round, so two riders advance on. The other riders are knocked out of the event, and that is where the pressure is right now because you have to be on your game to get through these tough conditions. There's a strong 11 to 15 mile per hour gust winds from the left. So it's going into the left waves, but it's not bad. It's actually opening up the lefts a little bit, but the rights are still able to get into the inside and start barreling, and we've been seeing that all morning long.
Are you planning to surf, Manny?
Yeah, I got my drop knee board ready to go, and I'm waiting for it to get a little bigger before I head out.
I don't believe you.
Oh, heck no, man. I've been out here like 3-4 foot, and I was like, okay, this is probably, I don't need to be out here, but that was pretty much my limit in this type of wave. But anything above 10-foot faces, it's like I don't need this because it is breaking in super shallow water, 3 foot, maybe 4 feet deep on the sets. And I know you went out there earlier this week, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, I mean it was really tiny, and actually you also went out, but with your camera, so that day was tiny.
No.
That tiny that we didn't really get many waves. So, but yeah, it felt so good to be out there. For all of you that do not know Frontón, I tell you the water is so beautiful. It's clean, and the temperature is so comfortable. You go with your you actually can go with shorts, man. It depends on your level. Here, wait a minute. Here comes Tivo.
All right.
Tivo.
Nice clean cut on the takeoff, but that's about it. T-Boat is also staying with us in the Hasio house, I believe.
Yes.
And yeah, I mean the Italians and our French friends that are staying in the Hasio house with us, they're all super cool and collected, and to see them, throw down in the competition is actually kind of cool. I like that.
Pero para todas las personas que están sintonizando, apoyando al gran Dailos Rodríguez, está haciendo un trabajo increíble, típico de Dailos. Coge una ola, consigue un súper buen score y se espera. Se espera tranquilito arriba con su prioridad número 1 para buscar otra ola muy buena y lograr completar el score y quedarse en la primera posición. Ya lo vi hacer eso el año pasado, ya muchos lo hemos visto en otros momentos de su historia competitiva, que es bastante vasta. Manny, vamos a ver, hablando justamente de Dailos.
Dailos dropping in, nice clean turn, beautiful scoop into the barrel, behind the section, comes out clean, forces that roll, lands back into the barrel, but that first section was all about skills and knowledge, and he knows this wave pretty much better than everybody out in the water. That's what I'm going to say right now, because what he just did on that first part of the wave was incredible.
Goosebumps, Manny, because I was talking about that. I was just talking that he was waiting patiently. And here's the replay. Aquí viene el replay de la última ola de Dailos. ¡Qué buen performance! Cómo se mete perfectamente en esta primera sección y segunda sección del tubo. Completa con este rolo que tal vez le costó un poquito, pero lo completó y cayó dentro del tubo, Manny. ¡Qué manera!
Was sick. That was pretty awesome. Dailos Rodriguez. If you see that little pug on the TV, that's his dog, and he brings his dog to the beach with him all the time. Dog's probably on the reef waiting for him to come out, but that was a solid wave from Dylos Rodriguez. We always say his name in this event because he's one of the standouts. Off the bottom, rolling, but wow, gets hopped on that wedge coming across. Victor Amador. It's a maneuver. It's a wave. He's going to get scored, and, you know, it's pretty much going to be a battle right now for second place because Dylos' wave just came in at an 8.83.
Victor was, you can see the gesture of Victor. He was saying this classic word, agüita, agüita. He was, you know, just, he almost do not land that one, and here it comes, say, Thibaut.
Ooh. That's what you do not want to do, but he still holds on. I thought he just got annihilated on that inside, but look at all the turbulence of the whitewash coming back and forth. He's okay. He was able to hold on to his board and make it out to the shoulder, out to the channel now, but he's got to be a little bit more patient. He's got 9 minutes left in this 20-minute heat. If he can relax and wait for a good wave to come in, he's going to be able to get that high-scoring wave. I mean, just outside of the commentator's booth, we have last year's winner, Lionel Medina. He is looking fresh and ready. He is an Instagram master. Look for him online, Lionel Medina. Lionel, what's your Instagram? Lionel Medina. All right, check him out on Instagram. He's always posting these live videos. He's got some pretty cool things that he posts up. So check him out on Instagram. But it's going to be fun to watch him in the event this year.
Así es, y bueno, señoras y señores, ya cae la nota, 8 puntos, man, y quién es Dylos, que está dando una cátedra total de bodyboard aquí, como todos los años, como siempre. 16,83 es lo que el total el puntaje total que tiene Dylos, dejando al resto de los competidores en combo, man, y qué manera de surfear. Atención entonces, Víctor y Thibaut tienen que cambiar sus olas, tienen que cambiar las dos olas que tienen, porque en este momento están en situación de combinación por el localazo. Uno de los canarios que más fuerte se ha mantenido a lo largo de los años en este evento Frontón King, el Gran Canaria Frontón King.
You can see Dylos hanging on the top of the wave right there, and then a big air forward, but lands back behind the wave. That looked pretty awesome. It's definitely going to make for some good photos. But Dylos, Bagel was saying, has everybody else in combination, which means they need 2 new waves if they want to get into that first place position. But again, it's all about top 2, and I think Victor and Thibaut are the ones battling it out for that last spot to advance on. Yesterday, I saw a heat where the rider had his competitors in combination. It was the young Peruvian, Cristiano Bayona.
Cristian Bayona,
yes,
from Peru. That was amazing.
Yeah,
huh?
The young gun put his competitors in combination yesterday in the early rounds. But to see Dylos do it right here is, you know, a sight to see. He's got the skills. He's been out here. He's got the most experience out in the water right now, and it's showing with his scores.
Nice set, Manny. Nice set rolling in there. Let's see who's going to get that one.
Woo, Victor.
Nobody.
Look at that thing just ready to dump. There's just so much power unloading on this inside shallow reef. It's just, I always just super stoked at the end of the day where nobody gets seriously hurt, because it's like people can. That's what's crazy.
Yeah. Y un gran saludo. I just want to say hi to our head of judges, Francisco Garritano. Look at this. Is the replay of that crazy roll.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
This is the backwash. Look at the backwash going up the face of the wave. Knocks him up another 3 feet. And then he's got an elevator drop of about 8 feet. And then lands back on the face of the wave. But there's so much water moving out there. He almost loses his board, but is able to regain. That took some skills right there for the young gun to hold on.
No, Víctor, muy buen trabajo ahí, porque de verdad súper difícil mantener ese aterrizaje con ese backwash que le estaba pegando a la ola, y realmente lo hizo súper bien Víctor Amador.
Did you say Chico was watching?
Yeah, Chico. Chico Garritano, our head of judges for the IBC World Tour. Gracias, Chico, for your support.
We do have Mark.
Oh, no, but in here, Mark Russo.
Yes.
but Chico is the head of judges of the whole IBC, so he's controlling and monitoring everything, and he's been there for more than 30 years. So thank you, Chico, for your commitment and your good work. We miss you.
Yeah, Chico. All right, check this out. We do have the winner of the last heat with Dion. Yeah, Mumbles. Mumbles, where you at, brother?
All right, I'm with 19-year-old Chilean Rodrigo Silva, all the way from Arica, representing Union Floppers. Mate, that was a good heat, a lot of pressure off your back. How are you feeling?
Fue un muy buen hit, mucha presión en tu espalda. ¿Cómo te sientes acerca de tu...?
Bueno, sí, fue un hit difícil. Estaba un poco complicado encontrar bien cuál era la ola buena, donde hay mucho viento y como que vienen olas de todas las direcciones. Pero por suerte pude hacerme con 2 olas buenas y logré pasar mi hit con un tubito en la derecha y un rolo en la izquierda.
Coming from a wave like Floppers, you used to heavy waves. Do you think this is to your advantage over here?
Ya que tú estabas acostumbrado a correr el flopo en Arica, ¿piensas que te dio algún tipo de ventaja en adaptarte a esta ola o es muy diferente?
La ola sí es muy diferente en verdad. El flopo suele ser así, algo que viene de frente, y esta ola como viene de muchas direcciones y es un poco difícil ubicarte. A veces vienen 2 olas juntas y no sabéis si se van a conectar bien o si se van a cerrar. Pero ahora, antes de venir, igual tuvimos una competencia en el flopo con condiciones difíciles, parecido a esto, con harta ola y mucho viento, y creo que sirvió mucho la experiencia.
All right, well, that's fantastic. It's good to know. Well, we're looking forward to seeing you in the next round. Good luck. And is anyone else you want to say hi to back home?
¿Te gustaría darle saludos, agradecer a alguien en Chile o a la gente?
Sí, obvio, agradecer a mis auspiciadores que me ayudaron a venir acá, Unión Flopo, Tina Tipax, Mercato Cocina, y siempre a mi familia, a mi abuela, a mi tía Eli, a mi mamá, a mi novia que me ayudó harto igual, a toda mi familia que siempre me apoya para que yo cumpla mis sueños y esté aquí hoy en día. Espero que estén felices también y les mando un saludo a todos y que estén bien, los quiero mucho.
Gracias, Manny Bego. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Dion. Amazing interview there for Rodrigo Silva. Congratulations, felicitaciones a Rodrigo y a toda su familia y amigos en Arica. Y sigue Dailos durísimo en la primera posición.
Yeah, Silva, he has a twin brother who's not here, but both of them. Oh, he is here.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought
both of them.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so you guys are in for a treat because both of these young guns are going to be throwing down because they do come from a wave that is, I don't want to say it's really similar, but they're completely different. But these 2 young kids coming to us from Arica are ready to throw down here. Okay, here we go. Last 2 minutes left in this 20-minute heat. Of course, Dailos Rodriguez holding it down, showing that his local skills are pretty prominent here at this wave. And the Victor and Thibaut are the ones battling it out. Still, low scores are to be had between these two to keep advancing on. One of them is going to get knocked out. Big shout out to Stevie Mayer and the crew in Australia. Stevie runs some boat trips, bodyboarding boat trips to the Mentawais and other islands. If you guys are interested in taking a pretty epic bodyboarding trip, get a hold of the Australian Stevie Mayer. Here we go, up and riding. Dailos comes around the section and a big invert lands perfectly, and he comes around the section and another roll. Ladies and gentlemen, that's how it's done right here at El Frontón for the Gran Canaria Frontón King, presented by Cerveza Corona and NMD Bodyboards. That was amazing. Get that golden boom fist ready. Get that golden boom fist ready. It will be thrown out for 10-point rides only, but a nice invert. Clean landing, able to regain his rail, and then this inside roll, kind of rolled it over, but still a pretty solid wave. That first move got projected, landed on top of the face. We're going to see bigger moves for sure, but that was pretty awesome.
That was gentleman style there for Dailos. Oh my God, could it get any better than this? Dailos está haciendo un excelente trabajo. Atención, Thibaut, el francés, no ha logrado conectar nada. Thibaut en este hit, y todo parece indicar que Por supuesto no va a cambiar nada, Dailos va a seguir en la primera posición, súper sólido, realmente qué buen performance para Dailos Rodríguez, localazo de acá, quien acaba de salir de un extend, Manny, he had a little surgery, hard one, and but he's doing great, so congratulations, Dailos.
Wait,
amazing.
hold on. Did you just say he came out of the hospital from a heart surgery?
Yes.
And here he is.
Not open heart. He had an extend to his heart. You know, it's like it's an extend. It's like
a stent. Okay.
Yeah, extent.
Okay. Well, he's got to hold off on eating all those pork sandwiches or whatever they have here, because I just had one this morning, and those things are heavy. Either way, Dailos Rodriguez dominating everybody. Victor is the one that beat out the Frenchman to advance on. That is the end of heat number 7, round number 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first tones. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
A mí me encanta despertarme con el sol. Cuando me abro los ojos y veo la luz y ves colores tan bonitos, agradezco vivir.
Cuanto más estoy con la naturaleza, mejor me siento. Y decir, qué belleza, el mundo.
¿Cómo separar lo natural de lo espiritual? El paisaje, la tradición, la gastronomía, la cultura, nuestro cielo y nuestro mar forjan el carácter del camino. Un camino de ida y vuelta. De ida, claro, hacia el jubileo, pero también de vuelta. De vuelta al respeto por el sudor del campo, por los frutos del trabajo y la cosecha. ¿No es esta otra forma de redención? Feliz Año Santo Jacobeo 2021. Santiago de los Caballeros de Gáldar.
All right, welcome back to the action. It's been a very, very entertaining day with you. With me is Manny Vargas. Woo, woo, woo! We're bringing the heat. Time for some. All right, well, let's just go through this heat. This is a 3-man heat, ladies and gentlemen. Dan Skarowski unfortunately needed to head back to Ireland due to.
Hold on. We just had heat number 7. Dailos dominated that heat. We saw him with 2 big scores. We're actually going to head into heat number 8, I believe. So hold on to your seats, ladies and gentlemen. The action is not going to stop, that's for sure. But we are going to have heat number 8 out in the water. And yeah, this is the 2021 Gran Canaria Frontón King presented by Cerveza Corona and NMD Bodyboards.
That's the one.
Dion,
that's the one.
The conditions. Bring everybody up to speed.
All right, well, if you only joining us now, welcome to the 2021 Gran Canaria Frontón King. Manny and Mumbles holding it steady down here in the booth. All right, so the conditions have been extremely competitive. There's been a couple of bombs rolling through, some of them touching that 6-foot mark, I would say. And the tide is pushing. We'll be on the high tide within probably the next hour and a half or 2 hours. And we can see that Fronton is now starting to shift more towards the right, where Dilos in the previous heat absolutely killed it, sending everybody to the shops in combination land. And we're just waiting for a new heat update there, but we'll just keep bringing you the action. Manny,
So,
it's been a good couple of days. It's been a good time off as we've been waiting for the waves to come through, but now it's showtime. Who's been your standout so far?
I mean, we've seen a lot of big scores dropping from a lot of the international riders, but it is the locals that are holding it down. They know this wave better than most, so they know where to sit, they know where to get those perfect waves, and they know how to scoop into these heaving barrels. So Dilo's showing everybody how it's done. So we're going to see a lot more of that from the local riders. Guillermo Cobo, Kevin Orihuela, Carlos Sanz. I mean, the list goes on of the guys who've been riding here pretty often. But again, you're going to see guys like the Italian, Simone, who earlier today was just driving into the barrels perfectly. And then, you know, a lot of the young guns, like we just saw the young Silva from Arica, Chile, putting in a good show too. So it's going to be pretty much going to the person who can understand where to sit in the given conditions.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yesterday when you and I were down by the water's edge, we watched a heat, and one of the locals, you know, he was surfing really well. He knew exactly what to do. The conditions were very tricky, very shifty. It was not actually like one peak, it was 2 or 3 peaks. And he got out, took his fins off, and ran up the stairs, and he had to go to work. That was a bit crazy. So it just comes down to that knowledge. But these groms are coming through thick and fast.
Yeah, so we're going to dial in the heat graphics, so stay with us on that. We do have heat number, I believe that is heat number, you know what, stay tuned. We'll come back. We're just going to give you the live action to make sure that we don't lose any of that, which is going down, because it is freaking going off right now. If you can get one of those rare waves that sweeps across the reef, you are stoked. You just saw it on your screen.
Wow, that thing spat so hard. Incredible. And that's a right-hander just showing face, having to be in the right place at the right time and just get yourself into one of those spits. And you know what, that's all she wrote. That's all you need. One big front-on pit and you can go home. Mission accomplished.
That's it. All right, so out in the water, we're still trying to make sure, I believe your man, Mark Watts, is out there, so we want to make sure the graphic is correct out there.
Well, yeah, if Watts is in there, there's a nice little roller by Red, loving that one. And he's just definitely pretty keen to put himself in the lead, and that is Ricardo Martel. We're going to just go for that right now. Let's go what's on the screen, and the priority will start being announced between all the riders. All right, well, welcome back. If you just joined us, where have you been? Thank you for tuning in. Let everyone else know that Fronton is on and it is heaving. Yes, right in yellow, looking for that ramp. Fortunately, still going, a lot of speed. Who needs a little handbrake, and just again, just running away from him, Manny. And definitely looking for a higher scoring potential on that left. The left right now with the higher tide is kind of the safe bet. You hit the section, you kind of almost off the reef, and you're very close to the channel, so you can get into the safe space very quickly. As with the right-handers, it is extremely shallow, and it runs and wraps around the reef, giving the riders 2 opportunities to put scores on the board and you know, maybe a big gunning maneuver as we saw in the previous heat with a nice invert, and backing that up with a roll or a second scoring wave or scoring ride, and get that combo nice and flowy. Well, the wind is definitely picking up. It's going to be a bit of a windy day, so you got to hold down those umbrellas and the caps. But tomorrow, my goodness, it's looking even more gnarlier. Bigger waves, and the wind will still be sticking around.
That's what I mean. We're looking at waves coming in, you know, 10-foot faces, and then it's scheduled to be bigger than today. So I'm going to put it in the bags of the promoters. Number one is making sure everybody's safe.
Safety
if it's
first.
massive out there, if it's going to, you know, potentially hurt somebody, especially the juniors who are going for a world title, they will not hold anything back. They're going to make sure that everybody is safe first and foremost. Look at that bomb coming in.
Yeah, that's the right-handers just pinching it a little bit. But it's just that direction. We'll probably see the next one wrapping a little bit better around the reef. But that's just the high tide starting to show face. Here we go, Manny Ryder in yellow. Nice little boosty roll by Michael. And there you go, he is one happy chappy. But if you pan back and you see what is approaching, you'll see the guy scratching really hard. There it is. The scratch game has begun. Now, if anybody turns and burn, I'll give them $100. That is a huge wave offloading. Oh, look at that thing. And he's almost getting sucked over.
Scary.
But here we go. This wave is lining up. Do we have a junior or someone that can turn and burn this? And is it going to give it? Yes, sir.
Ooh.
No, ma'am. That was very close.
You know what? I'm not going to take anything away from our rider in red out there for wearing a helmet.
Yep.
I mean, I would be wearing a helmet. I just got to make sure
spray our heads and it looks like a helmet.
We could totally do that, but there would be no protection. White coming around that section right there.
That's getting stuck in the white water, Manny. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, safety first. And you're not old enough or young enough. Oh, wait, hold the horses.
Nice.
Ooh, takes off under the lip, loses his rail a bit, and just, yeah, he's about to get a nice little barnacle treatment down, courtesy of El Fronton. But yes, helmets. You know, the game has changed. The game has changed. You kind of want to make sure that you look after yourself, you look after your competitors. And a wave like this, at this size, ladies and gentlemen, it is high risk, high reward, and very shallow. So you can easily hit the reef, and it's game over.
All right, check this out. We do have the winner of that last heat with Begonia. That's Dylos Rodriguez. So, Begonia, where are you at, sister?
Ya, dentro.
Thank you very much, guys. We're here obviously with Dylos Rodriguez. Oh my God, Dylos, you know you're one of the favorites every year, but this year you are showing some connection with your wave. Dylos, uno de los favoritos, está súper conectado con tu ola. Cuéntanos qué pasó allá afuera.
Bueno, he tenido bastante suerte en la manga, las olas se me han dado muy bien. He elegido la primera que me ha dado una puntuación muy alta y ya estaba surfeando muy tranquilo. Las siguientes olas también fueron altas, pude conectar unos tubos ahí muy sólidos y las puntuaciones muy bien. Muy contento y motivado para el round 3, que ayer me quedé bastante rascado con las condiciones, yo soy un poquito más pesado y tal, y estas condiciones se me dan un poquito mejor.
Well, he's saying he's very humble. He's saying he actually managed to connect a few waves, but actually he destroyed it. And he came from a little bit of he was a little bit frustrated from yesterday because he didn't feel he did his best, but now he feels way more comfortable in these conditions. Dylos, it's coming out of some type of a heart surgery. It's not an open heart surgery, but you did have a stent put in place in your heart. Estás saliendo de una operación, te pusieron un stent. Cuéntanos un poco esa experiencia y ahora reinsertarte al deporte. Debe ser muy emotivo y debió haber sido duro.
Sí, la verdad que bueno, fue aquí surfeando también, a los 5 minutos de entrar al agua me dio un dolor muy fuerte en el pecho y tuve que salir corriendo para el hospital y me había dado un infarto. Por el camino al hospital, sudores muy fríos, sudores y había sufrido un infarto. Me hicieron cateterismo, me pusieron un stent, 4 días en el hospital, en UCI. Y bueno, ya recuperado después de pruebas de fuerza, exámenes y tal. Y ya muy motivado y con muchas ganas de coger otra vez la forma. Fue hace muy poquito, la verdad, pero bueno, ya estoy bien, me encuentro muy bien.
Well, he was actually surfing and he felt a really strong pain in his heart, and he had to like leave the wave, leave here really fast. He was about to get a heart attack. But fortunately, they got in time. He got the surgery, and he's doing great. And he's more motivated than ever. Dailos, algo que decir. La gente está loca con tu performance, así que si quieres saludar a alguien.
Bueno, un saludo a todos los riders, a los que están viendo en casa en directo, de todos los países del mundo, y que apoyen mucho el evento, porque esto es increíble, la infraestructura, la organización, toda la gente que viene de fuera, lo dan todo para el evento este que se ve a nivel mundial y que crezca el bodyboard.
Eso es. Muchísimas gracias, Dailos. Felicitaciones. Y back to you guys in the booth.
Right, welcome back. Welcome back. Thanks, Bigger, for that good interview. And with a lot of action unfolding in the 2021 Gran Canaria Frontón King. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mumbles. With me is Manny Vargas. 11 minutes to go in the seat with Ricardo Mattel sitting pretty with a 7.87. Michiel Ibrahim Jansi with a total weight score of 5.67, and Adele and Menzi both unfortunately trailing at the bottom spectrum with a 1.5 and a 1 point. Right, so right now yellow and red commanding this heat, and Ricardo with a higher score of a solid 6 point right. All right, well, that's his yellow also looking, guys, trying to get into position. A couple of big waves that swung past on this one, so they're all scattered, and they're trying to get back into the takeoff zone, looking for those right-handers and a potential high-scoring left-hander, Manny Vargas.
All right, so yeah, we're still dialing in the graphic for the scores. Hang tight, but we are not in round 3 just yet. We do still have a couple more heats to run through, but the riders are not holding back, whether or not the graphic is right or not. Blue coming around that section. You can tell, a little frustration right there. You're going to see a lot of that from the Groms, especially because they want to prove to the world that they belong out here. There's a young Peruvian right there coming around the section. Clean spin. It's pretty awesome to see how many young competitors are doing the open men's division.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they also want to slice of the pie, Manny. I just feel like, why are we the only ones? They don't want to feel left out. They want to show their skills, and rightfully so. They deserve to be here. And we've seen already a couple of upsets and a couple of the younger guys advancing through into round number 3. Just to point out, you guys, we are still in round number 2. The heat that is coming up next, or that's currently in the water, is well, let's just look at this replay, and then we'll get back to you. This rider in red cruising down the line. There's a section, goes, wow, that's a solid roll, but unfortunately, Manny, that is the danger zone, and that's yellow, just waiting for something, unfortunately, just running away from the wave, and that seems like one of the young Peruvian riders, and on the back of that, the little frustration, and just trying to get into the barrel. The young guy, you can see there, he slaps his board. He knew that he was supposed to hook the rail and make his way through that, but all good. That's how you learn, that's how you advance, and that's how you get better at this. All right, just to make sure you guys understand this, we are still in round number 2, and a lot of action to come.
Wow,
we
look
might see the juniors still
shirts.
going. Here we go. How cool are those shirts?
I think they do have some pretty incredible merch here.
Oh,
so
man, top of the class.
Yeah, if any of my Boog Life patrons, the Pipeline patrons, if you guys are Boog Life subscribers and you guys want something similar to these, hit me up on my Patreon page. You know how to get a hold of me.
That's it. I mean, talk about that, man. Yesterday we had quite a random but incredible encounter with a bodyboarding fan.
Yes.
And it turned out just to be such a great experience for us all.
Yeah, it was Anthony Robson was hanging out here. He actually came on vacation with his family, his 3 kids, and his lady. But they were staying on the opposite side of the island. And what was awesome, it coincided with the Frontón King event. And he came down. His family stayed on the other side of the island. He came down for the day. Next thing you know, we're having dinner and interviewing him at the same time. So if you guys want to hear pretty cool stories about a bodyboard collector from the UK, the East Coast, check out patreon.com/booglife. You'll hear what we had to say. It was actually pretty awesome.
Yeah, guy owns over 125 different bodyboards, preserving the history of our sport. And I think these private bodyboard collectors, you know, they are really doing a good service to the sport, where they are preserving the older models, you know, the heritage and the history of our sport. But let's throw our action back into this heat with the rider in red currently holding that first position with a 7.87, and yellow in second position with a 6.4. All right, Manny, do you want to bring us up to speed as to actually what's been going on?
We found out what was going on. Gosh, I'm looking at the screen, you guys, and I'm sorry. I seen a couple a couple juniors riding. I'm like, what is going on here? They finally handed us the papers. We are in the juniors division, Dion.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened, how we just let that slide through our fingers, but we are in round 3. What you're seeing on the screen is correct. I was still following round number 2 of the men's. Absolutely. So pretty interesting. I'm guessing what's happening is they're trying to run as many heats as possible with the higher tide, more water on the reef, a little bit more cushion for the juniors to be able to pull off the bigger maneuvers and have more water underneath them. That's what I'm guessing. But we are on schedule. Round number 3, heat number 1 of the Pro Juniors is correct. So that's what you're seeing on your screen, and I apologies. Maybe we need a little bit more Red Bull and coffee to get the brains going.
I can do with some coffee. That's for sure. That's for sure. So we have 16 heats in round number 3 for the junior division that needs to be a run. So that's a lot of surfing, and then from there on, you know. So let's see what the guys do. Let's see how they're going to be shuffling the schedule. We are now approaching the high tide, and as Manny mentioned, it is a bit of a safer zone, and with the increasing swell, you know what? Not the worst call you can make to put the riders' safety first.
So why isn't your personal assistant on tour with you? Maybe they could have helped us a little bit.
You know what? They're busy assisting with some other more important. Well, I would say, yeah, this is a bit busy.
So if you don't know, Dion does have a personal assistant, and he travels with him all the time, and unfortunately could not make it on this trip.
Unfortunately, stuck in, couldn't get a visa in time. So still at the airport waiting for me to get back.
Exactly. What's cool about the juniors division, you're going to see a lot of coaching going on. And you can see on the railing right there, holding up the blackboard. I don't know what signals they would be giving to their rider out in the water. But sometimes it says, hey, move to the left, move to the right, or go outside. There's a set coming. But it's kind of cool to see that. We even see the Peruvians, they have their flag to let them know a set could be coming in.
Yeah, that's the thing. And that's a good thing about this. And that's the one thing that I love about the younger generation, or the junior division, shall I say, is that they come here from Chile, or they come here from Peru as a whole group, including a coach, including a manager. And they are looked after and they are coached into the right ways of a competition. And as we know, there's no better substitute for competition itself. You know, so now the kids are in the water, the waves are solid. They might be a little bit nervous, Manny. So it's always nice to have the knowing that there's someone out there looking out for you, showing you paddle left, paddle right, and then afterwards, you know, they're all filming and they will sit at dinner time and they'll be looking at it.
Here we go, the young Peruvian, nice roll right there, beautifully executed. He is stoked. He is very pumped on that wave right there. That's going to solidify that second place, maybe even go into the first place. But Michael Brayama Yancy, young Peruvian. The Peruvians have a pretty solid squad here. Their crew's about 20 deep. But, man, this guy is he almost didn't make it. He actually showed up to his passport meeting 5 hours late. They were able to reschedule. They got him back on board, and Jose Luis made sure he got that passport. As soon as he got the passport, the notice went out. They got enough money, got him on board, and here he is putting together a nice Heat 1, Round 3 heat, moving into first place on that last wave.
Yeah, exactly. It comes down to these kids being coached, being looked after, and here they are, showing that they deserve to be on the world stage, competing for the World Championship, the Junior World Championship here at Fronton. How much more of an honor, or how much more gnarly can they get? Fronton, out of all the waves in the world, you're getting crowned. Yeah, my boy, this is your time. The Prince of Fronton, let's call it that.
Exactly. And to be a world champion in the juniors division here at Fronton, yes, nailed it right there, Dion.
That's worth the weight in salt right there.
And I think all the juniors know too that to win here for the first time, having a world title here for the juniors division is going to be something that's going to be hard to beat, because you can't take first of anything away from that person.
And it's great for your CV as well. You know, where did you win your world title? No, I won it at Fronton. So it's insane. It's insane. And 1 minute 25 to go. Let's just shift our focus into what's happening in this heat, Manny. We got Michael. He's holding the fort down in first place for quite a while now with a 5.4 and a 4.67, bringing a wave total of 10.07. Right in red, Ricardo Martel in second place with a 7.87. But Adele and Amensi still struggling, only posting really low scoring rides, unfortunately not linking up with the good scores. 1 minute to go, it's coming down. So as you would always say, it's coming down to the wire for these kids. So let's hope you know, Adele and Amensi can put something out the bag in the last minute, as Red and Yellow took off on that one.
All right, looks like camera 2 must have dropped his coffee.
Or his iPhone.
Or his iPhone. All good. The live stream crew have been doing a great job year after year. So, yeah, I mean, a big shout out to those guys for holding it down. But here we are in the round number 3, heat number 1. Less than 20 seconds remaining. Wow, the young Peruvian is going to be stoked.
Oh, so stoked. They're making all the ceviche tonight if he continues this charge.
Actually, I think one of the team managers is going to be throwing a ceviche this weekend.
Oh, yeah. Man, that was so good.
That's not supposed to be public news, so don't tell anybody.
Don't tell anyone. So it's there at house number 75. All right, that's the end of the heat, Manny. That's the end of round number heat number 1, round number 3, and coming up with more high-flying junior action here from the 2021 Gran Canaria Frontón King. We'll be right back after these ads.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first times. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria, so much to live for. Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without the alarm. More first times. More leaps into the unknown. More breakfasts in bed. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More heartbeats per minute. More enjoying the journey. More dreams almost fulfilled. More unexpected friends. More races to anywhere. More flavors to discover. More being at a loss for words. More time. Time to lose yourself and find yourself again. In short, more moments like this. And this. And this. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria, so much to live for.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, with some solid high-flying action here at the 2021 Gran Canaria Frontón King. This is junior round 3, heat number 2. Big another jam-packed junior heat, 16 of them to come in round number 3. Who do we got?
Bienvenidos a todos, entonces, quienes están recién sintonizando, empezamos con la ronda número 3 de la categoría Junior Pro, la categoría que se corona campeón mundial en este único evento en el agua. Tenemos el round número 3, el hit número 2. En blanco está Mahue Estupiñán, en amarillo está Andrés González, en rojo está Omar Marrero y en azul está Joel Jeremai Melian. Ay, disculpen. Así que para quienes están sintonizando que no entendieron el cambio, les explicamos. Nunca se hace esto, nunca se para una ronda. Normalmente las rondas cuando se comienzan se terminan, pero en esta oportunidad se le está dando prioridad a los juniors para su seguridad, para darles mejores condiciones de competencia. El staff técnico decidió que era mejor cambiarle de atención. Miren ese pequeñín. What's that little kid? He's so beautiful.
I think that's a 12-year-old kid from...
I think so.
He's from yeah.
Andrés González.
12 or 13 years old.
Andrés González, entonces, les estábamos, aquí viene un replay. Esta es una ola de blanco.
All right, sorry, Bigger. Just a little bit of replay action here for everybody who has, if you have missed anything, just a couple of ways going ridden. And wow, that rider in white just getting absolutely smashed by that lip. Luckily, he's wearing his safety helmet. Let's look at this one again. Right there, he got sent to the bottom and had a cup of tea with SpongeBob SquarePants. Live action. This is rider in red. All right, Omar, a good looking line. Nice roll through the lip. There he is. Power surfing by the young man, Omar Marrero. Bigger, I think this kid has got a bright future for him.
Sí, Omar Marrero es increíble. La verdad, él surfea súper bien y creo que nos va a ofrecer un gran espectáculo. Vamos a ver qué pasa porque este hit está recién comenzando y todo puede pasar. Retomo un poquito lo que les estaba explicando. Decidió el staff técnico. Atención, vamos a ver este replay. Qué bonito shot desde lejos. Un rolo bastante redondo y bien ejecutado para Omar. Esto va a ser una puntuación ahí interesante. Vamos a ver. Vamos a ver qué ofrecen los jueces para esa ola de Omar Marrero. Y les contaba que eso, que paramos la categoría Open masculino para darle la prioridad a la categoría Junior, ya que ellos son los que se están coronando, se están disputando por el título de campeón mundial y tienen la prioridad. Vamos a ver, aquí viene Joel Jeremai.
All right, that's right in blue. Joel Jeremy Melian getting a nice little ride with red. Omar Marrero smashing it with that 6.67. Holding it down for the boys. Massive applause for the previous heat winner coming in there. All right, 13 minutes and, well, exactly 30 minutes left in this heat. And current situation in the water in red. Omar with a 6.67 and Joel with a 3.6, leaving rider in white and rider in yellow trailing with 1.3s and 1.17, needing to post some high scoring moves. Still ample of time left in this heat, ladies and gentlemen. With 12 minutes and 40 seconds, we are welcoming you to the 2021 Gran Canaria Frontón King, where we'll be crowning the Frontón King and the Pro Junior, or the Junior World Championship here at Frontón. We've crowned the DK World Champion, won by Sammy Marantino in Sintra about 2 months ago, or end of
a month and a half ago.
A month and a half ago, and it was a heavily fought battle up against a very informed David Hubbard, which is here in the Canaries. You know, that guy is probably one of the best bodyboarders out there, a very versatile bodyboarder at that, with multiple DK World titles and hunting that elusive men's world title.
Así es, este año teniendo solamente 2 campeones mundiales, se coronó el campeón Dropney en Sintra, como estaba comentando mi compañero Mumbles, Dion Mayer, y este año vamos a coronar el campeón acá. en este momento es Omar Marrero, que tiene un 6.67 en la primera posición. Todavía faltan 11 minutos y medio. Quien viene siguiéndolo es Andrés González, que se ve bien chiquitito. Necesita un 4.18 para avanzar a la primera posición, pero atención que Joel todavía no ha tenido tantas oportunidades y Mahue también pueden sorprender. Son scores muy bajos los que necesitan y en cualquier momento pueden cambiar la situación. Claramente las olas están con tamaño, pero no crean que tampoco está tan grande ni imposible. Por eso es que los jueces le dieron la prioridad a la categoría junior y decidieron parar la ronda número 2 de la categoría Open masculino para dejar que los chicos entraran con unas condiciones más seguras. Y para que ustedes lo sepan, en el agua hay 2 coaches. Atención, atención, viene Omar Marrero.
All right, then red. Can he get something? Just a little bit of cutback and nothing else from that one big, unfortunately. I'm sure Omar will be a little bit frustrating. He's still looking for that second backup scoring right. Top 2 ways count, 20-minute heats, and we're running a 4-man priority system. For a lot of these kids, priority system are a new thing to get used to, but we've seen that, especially out in Chile, that they run all their contests with the priority system, even across all the divisions, which is great.
Here comes, this is the replay of last wave of Omar. Not much there for Omar, pero this is the backup score. Yes, so yeah, I was, I'm trying to do some Spanish people because there's a lot of Spanish viewers. So what we do here is that we share the commentating with one of my colleagues does the English, who in this case is my great friend Mumbles, and I'll be doing the Spanish a little bit more. Estamos haciendo un poco de comentarismo compartido. Mumbles hace la parte de inglés y yo voy a hacer un poco más de español para todos ustedes que están sintonizando. Y bueno, eso les contábamos. Y queremos decirles algo que es un dato súper importante. Gran Canaria es un destino seguro, un destino que desde el comienzo de la pandemia siempre tuvo una incidencia súper baja de casos y además tiene un porcentaje muy alto de vacunación, por lo cual si estás por ahí pensando en hacer alguna vacación, Gran Canaria es un destino seguro para el turismo y en la práctica del deporte activo. Una incidencia de COVID prácticamente nula. Atención, se viene blanco, vamos a ver. Mahue, bonito rolo. ¡Oh! ¡Oh! Lo logra conseguir, mi Mombos.
Oh man, that little Grammy is so stoked that he made that. Look at that. He is smiling from ear to ear, so relieved that he managed to hold on as he was sliding down the face of that wall. You know, just sheer determination. And let's look at this little replay. There he goes, drops down, nice little line. He's definitely going to be an architect. A little bit early on the hitting of the section, but actually timed it quite well and managed just to skid down the face. And you know, this little small frame makes that wave look so much bigger.
En el agua está Samu Brito, the coach. Do you know that there's 2 coaches in the water? 2 lifeguards in the jet ski and 1 lifeguard in the on the rocks. So, para que ustedes lo sepan, hay 2 coaches en el agua. Está Samu Brito ahí, que es un excelente bodyboarder y además tiene un team de riders increíble. Y hay un salvavidas en la moto y hay un salvavidas en las piedras. Atención que se viene, vamos a ver. Es una ola para Andrés González. Está buscando algo. Un rolito. Vamos a ver si los jueces consideran eso como completado. Pero sí, aquí en el Gran Canaria Frontón King 2021 tenemos seguridad de sobra. The security everywhere. 2 coaches and 1 inland lifeguard and 1 lifeguard in the water.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And also backing up on that, we have the ski with the lifeguards on the ski and also a lifeguard on land in constant radio contact with the ski operator and ready to guide them as soon as they need to intervene if we might have an incident. Hopefully not, but rather safe than sorry. All right, 6 minutes and just under the 7-minute mark with Omar right in red, still holding it down with a good wave score of a 7.74. He only has a 1.07 for his backup, and he's looking to improve on that. Right, we're going to be continuing with the junior division, where we'll be crowning the world champion for 2021 here in Gran Canaria for the 2021 Frontón King. Good to have you guys. Make sure you tell everybody that we are live in anticipation for the building swell tomorrow and some good competition. All right, we got a heat interview with Manny Vargas heading down to you. Manny, where you at?
Go. All right, what's up, everybody? Here we are with the winner of the last heat. It is Michael Yancy. People is what they call him back home. He is holding it down for Team Peru. I'm going to ask him what would happen if he were to bring home a world title for the juniors division. People, ¿qué pasaría si regresan a Perú con un título mundial?
Buenas, Manny. Sería histórico en Perú porque hay muchos juniors de anteriores y personas que eran muy buenos, que lo han intentado pero no han podido. Pero ojalá que en este Frontón King 2020 o 2021 se pueda llevar el título mundial Perú.
Ok, suerte. Y otras palabras.
Quiero agradecer a todas las marcas que me apoyaron, al Club Deportivo del Perú.
Puedes subirlo si quieres.
A todas las marcas que están acá. Y arriba Perú, carajo.
All right, back to you guys.
Boom. Muchas gracias, Manny.
Ways being ridden by these young grums, getting back into the channel with that. So we just want to, with 5 minutes to go, we just want to bring something to all our viewers' attention. It seems that somebody has decided to hack the IBC's Instagram account.
Yes.
And unfortunately, we have no access to that. And it's just very sad and frustrating that we're sitting with this type of situation as the rider in blue is battling the white water. So we are appealing for any of our viewers, for someone that could potentially help, that's been through something like this, to please get in touch with any one of us. You're welcome to hit us slide into our DMs or email the IBC and go through the website. Kervin Cotter will be standing by and Glenn will be standing by to answer any questions. So yeah, unfortunate, but that's just the world we face right now. But for now, let's focus on the good. Let's focus on these Groms absolutely sending it bigger.
Así es, ahora les vamos a dar una información y ese era Andrés González ahí haciendo un rolo. Vamos a ver si consigue el 2.84 que necesita Andrés para subir a la segunda posición y poder clasificar, porque esta ronda que está aquí es una ronda eliminatoria. Recuerden, la primera ronda fue de no eliminación, la segunda fue eliminatoria y esta tercera también lo es. Hay una información muy importante que les queremos hacer llegar a ustedes y ojalá poder conseguir su colaboración. Lamentablemente nos hackearon la cuenta oficial de la IBC World Tour en Instagram. La verdad que es una pena, de verdad, porque se está trabajando muy fuerte por el bodyboard, se está haciendo grandes cosas y lamentablemente hay mucha gente con malas intenciones. Si alguien de ustedes que está sintonizando conoce o sabe algo que se puede hacer, ya estamos tratando de tomar acciones, pero toda ayuda es bienvenida. Si alguien de ustedes nos puede ayudar, pueden escribirnos a nuestros Instagram personales, pueden inscribir al Frontón King también si quieren y ahí los vamos a tratar, los vamos a leer. Realmente es una pena que este tipo de cosas pasen. La cuenta del Instagram de la IBC para que ustedes sepan. Vean, atención, vamos a ver, viene Omar aquí, vamos a ver. Oh, Dios mío. Se decide salir, qué peligroso.
Man, if that kid was out, if he was my child, I would have had a heart attack. That was insane. Just absolute commitment on this one. The waves washing through over the reef. It's absolutely carnage. It's like Squid Games out there. Just carnage everywhere you see. The bodies are everywhere. The kids are scattered across the reef, ladies and gentlemen. And it is big. It's offloading. This is probably the biggest set that we've seen on the day. Just look at your screen. It's an absolute scratch fest out there. But 2 minutes to go. You know, nothing gets the heart going than watching a massive wave offload in front of you. But this fronton is like an infomercial. There's one more coming, and she's like, well, I'm not done. Wait, there is more. Look at this one building heaving and just smashing down on the reef. Man, what a place to be. We'll be crowning the pro junior champion, the junior champion, world champion at the end of this contest, and I'm excited to see who it's going to be. I see Blue, foot on the gas, nice little effort, just get a little bit of projection. Is asking himself the question, why did I not complete that one? He knows what's in stake. It seems like he pulled his arm a little bit there. That duck dive session that they had a couple of seconds ago was pretty gnarly, and that will rattle anybody.
Atención que se viene Andresito. Vamos a ver. Andresito está buscando entonces una oportunidad. No, ese rolo no creo que cuente porque fue sin pared. Pero bueno, muy bien, muy buen performance y felicitaciones, independientemente de lo que pase, felicitaciones a todos estos chicos por estar ahí adentro. Realmente son chicos bastante jóvenes en algunos casos, me parece que es el caso de Andrés, y realmente el frontón no es un juego y menos con estas condiciones, y yo creo que todos, solamente por estar ahí afuera, son ganadores. I was saying that congratulations to all of them because frontón is not a joke, and just to be out there, it's a winning for you, you know. It's really hard just to get out
your
there.
Friends. You know, you're surfing uncrowded fronton for your friends for 20 minutes. It's the time of your life.
Yes, definitely amazing.
All right, this heat's winding down, and currently in the first position is Omar Morero with a 7.9, and holding that first priority is Maggie Estupinan. Really apologize if I'm butchering your surname, but he came up with a nice 4-point ride and sitting in second place. These two guys will be advancing into the next round. That's rider in red and rider in white. Well, this is a junior division, and we will be carrying on with the juniors as the high tide is pushing, and as the tide will be coming down, heading back into the mains, I hope. Well, we'll be back with some more high-flying action here from the 2021 Frontón King right after these ads.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without the alarm. More first times. More leaps into the unknown. More breakfasts in bed. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More heartbeats per minute. More enjoying the journey. More dreams almost fulfilled. More unexpected friends. More races to anywhere. More flavors to discover. More being at a loss for words. More time. Time to lose yourself and find yourself again. In short, more moments like this. And this. And this. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
veces te acuestas sin recordar parte de lo que has hecho durante el día. Sientes que estás vivo, pero no que estés viviendo. No te preocupes, le pasa a demasiada gente, y tú al menos estás descubriendo que puedes cambiar tu vida y la de los tuyos. Te voy a llevar al lugar ideal para empezar a vivir de nuevo. Pero primero tenemos que ponernos de acuerdo en unos conceptos básicos, porque creo que no hablamos de lo mismo cuando pensamos en grandes superficies. Ruido. Hacer la compra. Envejecimiento activo. Animales de compañía. Habitación con vistas.
Y bienvenidos de
welcome
vuelta. Oh my God. Bienvenidos de vuelta. Este es el tercer día de competencia aquí en el Gran Canaria Frontón King 2021, presentado por Cerveza Corona y NMD Bodyboards. En el agua tenemos el hit número 3 de la ronda número 3 de la categoría Junior Pro. En amarillo está Beckham Esteban, en azul está Nauset Miranda, en blanco está Mauro Bolaños y en rojo está Joel Rincón. Y al lado mío está Manny Vargas.
Welcome back, everybody. Round number 3, heat number 3 of the juniors division. This is an elimination round, 20-minute heats out on the water in yellow. Beckham Esteban, blue, Nauset Miranda, white, Mauro Bolaños, and in red, Joel Rincón. I've been talking to the Groms around the area as soon as I got in here, got into the area, and Mauro was one of those names that was thrown out a lot from his peers. So it was kind of cool to know that, you know, when your fellow peers throw out your name, that means that you got a shot for a world title, because that's what's on hand here at this event. That is a junior world title.
Exactly, and we do have some scores now. Ya tenemos algunos scores. Es Beckham quien está en la primera posición con una sumatoria de 6,83. Nauset Miranda con 3.67, necesitando solo un 3.17. Todo puede pasar porque los scores están chicos, pero atención, Mauro Bolaños, que se conoce súper bien el frontón, necesita solo un 2.48 y Joel Rincón un 3.67. Todo puede pasar, estos chicos tienen un nivelazo. Realmente estoy impresionada porque ellos son pequeños en edad, pero no en nivel. Lo que siempre me gusta decir acerca de los juniors.
Beckham Esteban, another Peruvian. Like I said, they're rolling pretty deep here at this event. I think their crew's about 20 deep. About maybe 15 of them are competing, and a handful of juniors, including Beckham Esteban. But we just saw Firpo, Michael Yancey winning that last heat. So the Peruvians are on cloud 9 right now. Dropping in. Oh, probably interference, although blue, no. Red had priority. Blue dropped in behind red, so there won't be a interference unless blue hit red. But I think they stayed clear of each other. So it's going to be interesting what the judges are going to put down on their score sheet. Here's another look. As you can see, blue comes around the section, does not make any contact, or did he? That is the question. Nonetheless, that wave did not have much to offer as far as big scores is concerned. But yeah, it's going to be It's going to be another 12 minutes before we find out who advances on. So the juniors, again, a world title is at stake, and it's pretty awesome to have it here at El Frontón. Manny B here holding it down with Begonia and Dion. And so it's going to be another fun week. And tomorrow it's supposed to be giant. So stay tuned to see if we're going to run tomorrow. Either way, it's going to be a sight to see. Here we go, up and riding in white. That is Mauro. Hair flip out of that wave. So Begonia, the Groms, the juniors, there's so many of them that are hungry here at the Frontón King.
Atención que se viene entonces. Qué bonito rolo para el peruano Becan Esteban.
Can you hear the crowd in the background? That's the
Perú
Peruvian
tiene un
team.
apoyo gigante aquí. Es la primera vez en la historia que viene una delegación peruana de este tamaño. Ayer lo conversamos con Jorge Saavedra. Les costó muchísimo venir y realmente están muy felices de estar acá. Y la verdad que felicitaciones y muchísimas gracias a todas esas personas en Perú que hicieron posible esto. Sé que fue un trabajo mancomunado y miren qué bien lo están haciendo los peruanos. Grande Perú, arriba el Perú, arriba Becan, vamos para arriba, pero también arriba los canarios de arriba, todas las nacionalidades y todos los bodyboarders, porque aquí de lo que se trata es de elevar el deporte. Y ya saben, quienes estén sintonizando, si alguien sabe algo y nos puede ayudar, nos hackearon nuestra cuenta oficial de la IBC World Tour y estamos buscando todos los medios posibles para recuperarla. Mucha gente malintencionada que quiere hacer esas cosas o bueno, quién sabe de dónde vino, pero si ustedes tienen alguna información pueden escribirnos a la cuenta de la Frontón King. Y atención, vamos a ver, están entrando los scores y están entrando algunas olas corridas. Vamos a ver qué pasa.
Do you want to say that in English too, Bego?
Yeah, por favor, can you?
No, you know the gist of it.
I was just saying, if you're tuning in, we got hacked. Our official account got hacked in Instagram, and if you are out there and you can help us, any help is appreciated.
All right, we'll throw that out once again, but first we do have the winner of that last heat with Dion. Dion, where you at, brother?
All right, I'm with local Super Grum, Omar from El Confital. Omar, it's tough out there, it's big out there, it's messy out there. How are you feeling? How's the nerves?
Estuvo difícil tu hit, estuvo bien.
Sí, las condiciones de mi manga estuvieron difíciles ya que la marea está muy llena y las olas no da mucho potencial. Estuvo, bueno, me cuadró una de un rolo y gracias a esa pasé mi hit de la manga.
All right, and how do you feel competing on the world stage here, vying for the Pro Junior title?
¿Cómo te sientes compitiendo por el título mundial en esta competición del World Tour?
Bueno, la verdad es que me siento muy motivado ya que es mi último año junior y en esta categoría y espero llevarme el título para casa.
Well, wishing you good luck for the rest of the event and congratulations on your heat win. Anyone else you want to say hi to?
¿Te gustaría agradecerle a alguien?
Sí, le gustaría agradecerle a mi sponsor, a mi familia y a mis amigos que me están viendo ahí en el confital.
All right, gracias, Manny. Big up, back to you guys.
Nice. Well, congratulations to the young junior advancing on. Thank you, Dion. And yes, if you are just tuning in, as you know, you can watch on IBCWorldTour.com, and that's where you're going to see live scoring and daily highlights from this year's Gran Canaria Frontón King. So pass the word on, IBCWorldTour.com. So we did hold off on heats remaining in round number 2 in the Open's men's division, so we can throw out round number 3 of the juniors. The tide is coming up high for another hour, which means more water on the reef. Look at this coming around this section. You can see by the lines being drawn by the young gun, Mauro Bolaños, that he knows this place pretty well and he knows how to draw the line as he came around that section. But I think all he needs to do is find the right wave and he's going to be able to boost no problem. So keep an eye on White. It's not over for him. 7 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. Again, Manny B here with Begonia. throwing down the Spanish for our Spanish-speaking viewers, which is a ton.
Yeah, definitely, sí es. Deben haber muchísimas personas sintonizando. Miren ahí, gracias a Jimmy y a Marta por ponernos los comentarios. Atención, ahí dice, vamos Perú, de John Steve. Gracias por apoyarnos. Vamos a ir tratando de poner sus comentarios positivos y amables y bonitos.
That's so cool.
Y muchísimas gracias a todos que están sintonizando. Y es Beckham Esteban, claro que sí, en la primera posición. Es Nauset que está en la segunda posición. Mauro Bolaños que está buscando esa puntuación. Ahí tienen, ahí por supuesto, vamos Joel.
Bego, check this out. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, throw a comment down there and we'll try to get you some shout outs. As you can see, Hilda Aguilar, Rafael, Vamos Peru, Dale Beckham. So yeah, drop a comment on the YouTube live stream, and our boys upstairs in the booth will pick out the rated PG versions, of course.
Claro.
And we'll give you some shout outs here on the live stream. Ooh.
Ay, ay, ay.
Is that Willie?
No.
Who
Willie's
is that?
not a junior anymore. That's Alejandro Santana.
Wow.
Mendoza Santana, I think.
I thought it was Willie
Yes.
Lujan. He has the same
It looks
hair.
like. Oh, atención.
Can he pull it? Can he pull it?
Ay, Dios mío, qué bien está surfeando este chico, la verdad.
How hard is it to pull off those maneuvers in front of the whitewash?
Aquí Manny me pregunta, ¿qué tan difícil es sacar esas maniobras enfrente de la espuma? Es súper difícil, Manny. Súper difícil, realmente. Así que gracias, Perú, por estar apoyando aquí a Beckham, que está surfeando durísimo. Pero atención que los canarios también tienen mucha oportunidad en esta ola, que es su casa. Y aquí viene Beckham, bonito rolo, no le importa nada. Él viene de puras olas de beach break. Y mira cómo se están desarrollando aquí.
Wow, the Peruvians are throwing down everything they've got here at the Gran Canaria Frontón King. So Beckham only riding beach breaks back home, and here he is throwing it down on one of the heaviest reef breaks on the planet. So good job to Beckham Esteban from Peru. Big shout out to JG. JG is an old school friend of mine from back in the day. Now he's back into it, taking hold of the California Bodyboarding Alliance. He, along with a team behind him, are throwing down an event in my hometown, Imperial Beach. Unfortunately, I won't be able to make it, but I'm sure it's going to go pretty sick. So JG, good luck this weekend, and thanks for watching. Out of the water, round number 3, heat number 3 of the juniors. Again, going for a world title. Sliding in another pocket, getting covered up in the whitewash, but still comes out, banks a reverse, but cannot hold on to it. 4 minutes remaining. Again, only 2 riders will advance on into round number 4 here in this heat. Bego, how many heats do we have in round number 3 in the Pro Juniors?
And in round number 3, the Pro Juniors, we have 12 heats. And I think we're gonna, it's not for sure, wait a minute, un segundo. Ay, ay, oh, Dios mío.
Oh my. Did he get, yes. So
Muy bien.
He got lucky. Mauro, that was, now Zet was able to pull out of that wave just in time and before getting sucked up and over. You do not want to end up where he ended up right there if you did get caught.
Así es, increíble, ahí estaba peligroso para Nauset, pero lo hizo perfecto, se salió perfecto de la ola y la verdad que no corrió ningún peligro. Recuerden, gente, para quienes están sintonizando, en el agua hay 2 coach. Está Samu Brito, que está súper calificado para ser coach, y también está una patrulla en el agua con un jet ski, con un salvavidas calificado, y además hay otro salvavidas calificado en las piedras. Así que el Gran Canaria Frontón King 2021 ofreciendo una infraestructura perfecta para competir. Y ahí está la entradita para
Bego.
Alejandro.
Bego, I was sitting on at the edge of the railing right now, looking down. Right now, high tide during the sets, this place is gnarly. This is the keyhole where everybody jumps in the water, but coming in after your heat during a set, it's pretty intense. You got to wait for the sets to roll through, but what happens is the waves come in and then it sucks you out. So when you're trying to come in against the current, it can get pretty intense.
Es verdad lo que dice Mane, ese área de ahí cuando está la marea alta es bastante intenso. Entrar no es un problema, aunque ahí hay una corriente más o menos, pero no es como en Arica, por ejemplo, que ahí está la tortuga y te llevaría directamente a las piedras. Tú entras bien, pero salir es un poquito complicado. Así que creo que fue buena la decisión de los jueces de haber suspendido la categoría Open y haberle dado la oportunidad a los chicos de correr en este día, porque probablemente los días que vienen va a ser mucho más difícil, man, y vienen olas más grandes y tal vez la entrada, la salida sobre todo va a ser más complicada. Pero bueno, también tenemos una moto que puede sacar a la gente por la caleta, ¿no?
Yeah, that was one of the key things that the organizers wanted to do. Is safety is a priority. The Groms are out there. I gotta stop calling them Groms. They are the juniors, and they are pretty much well protected. We got a jet ski in the channel on this side. We got some cameramen and experienced swimmers on the right side, and there is Elliot. He is a lifeguard on the reef, so they're pretty well covered as far as if anything were to happen to the juniors out in the water. Look at the drone taking this epic shots that we've been seeing throughout the morning. And now it is coming up on 1:30. We're about 1 minute away from dead high tide. But look at this shot from the drone. Amazing.
Preciosísimo este shot. Y un saludo a Miguel Solís, que está sintonizando desde temprano. Dice, vamos Becan, arriba el Perú. Saludos a la asociación de bodyboard de Bahía Blanca, Pachacútec. It's a very cool wave. Kind of like shore breaking.
How do you say it again?
Pachacútec.
Pachacútec.
No, Pachacútec.
Pachacútec.
Oh my God.
Oh my Lord.
Pachacútec.
Dion and I are going to take 2 hours tonight, and we're going to practice names and words in Spanish, including Pachacútec.
Should do that before. Should have done that in the past. You are Spanish.
So
I mean, Mexican.
14 seconds remaining.
10 seconds left, 10 segundos, se va este hit y está ganando hasta ahora Becan Esteban. Vamos a ver qué ocurre. ¿Podrá Mauro en esta última ola? Esta ola cuenta, Manny, esta ola cuenta.
Oh, Mauro, did he get it under the bell, under the horn? Oh, gets hit by the whitewash. So much power.
4:30, Manny, necesita Mauro, atención.
But did he catch it before the horn? That's the question.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I think so, yes. Estamos tratando de ver si esta última ola de Mauro cuenta. Me parece que sí. No somos jueces, nosotros estamos pendientes de aquí de las puntuaciones y de lo que ustedes están viendo en pantalla. ¿Podrá Mauro conseguir ese 4:30 que necesita para avanzar a la segunda posición y continuar en competencia? Vámonos a unos pequeños cortes comerciales mientras los jueces deliberan esto y no se muevan, que ya regresamos.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without the alarm. More first times. More leaps into the unknown. More breakfasts in bed. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More heartbeats per minute. More enjoying the journey. More dreams almost fulfilled. More unexpected friends. More races to anywhere. More flavors to discover. More being at a loss for words. More time. Time to lose yourself and find yourself again. In short, more moments like this. and this? And this? And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria, so much to live for.
¿Cuántas veces te acuestas sin recordar parte de lo que has hecho durante el día? Sientes que estás vivo, pero no que estés viviendo. No te preocupes, le pasa a demasiada gente, y tú al menos estás descubriendo que puedes cambiar tu vida y la de los tuyos. Te voy a llevar al lugar ideal para empezar a vivir de nuevo. Pero primero tenemos que ponernos de acuerdo en unos conceptos básicos, porque creo que no hablamos de lo mismo cuando pensamos en grandes superficies. Ruido. Hacer la compra. Envejecimiento activo. Animales de compañía. Habitación con vistas.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with Dion, and we are holding it down here in the 2021 Gran Canaria Frontón King, presented by Cerveza Corona and NMD Bodyboards. We are in heat number 4 of round number 3.
All right, David Perez looking steady.
Yes.
And we'll be chucking you some scores shortly. And Alejandro Mendoza and Joel Rodriguez with Ramon Perez, and Joel Rodriguez being the sole Portuguese competitor in the entire event, Manny Vargas.
Wow, okay. Bom dia, Joel Rodriguez. So all the Portuguese have their eyes on Joel Rodriguez. But David Perez, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
He is putting on a show right now.
Yeah,
if you're looking at
during the
the
break.
scores, he's got one wave, and that came in at a 7.67. But this kid definitely is not afraid of the reef.
Right.
Nice extended roll, lands perfectly, but he is somebody to keep an eye on. Bego was walking out of the commentator's booth, and I was like, oh, wait a second.
Ooh.
I'm like, Bego, David Perez, I know that name. Give me more intel. And she's on her, she's going to go find out. But this kid is definitely somebody to keep an eye out. Coming around the section.
All right.
Keeping it slow.
Joel, Manny.
Joel Rodriguez.
All All right, so 14 minutes left in this heat, Manny V. And yeah, David Perez, he's a name that's going to become a household name. As you saw in his previous wave there, he just looks so comfortable and so like in charge of the way he's riding, his board, everything. It was very impressive. Even though we just got a glimpse of it, you can just see the difference between this guy and maybe some of the previous competitors. Just how he read and he rode that wave to perfection, scoring himself a 7.67 and a solid 4.17 as well.
That 7.67 is probably the highest score I've seen so far in round number 3 in the juniors division. But I mean, again, a world title is up for grabs.
Yeah, it's just go for broke on every single wave. And you know what, these guys deservedly will be crowned the Pro Junior Champion or the Junior Champion, the Junior World Champion for 2021 here at Frontón. And we spoke about it earlier. If you can win it here, you can win it anywhere.
Yeah, because you don't know if it's going to move around or what, but if you can win the world title here at this wave, it's probably one of the most prestigious titles that you can get. Here we go, up and riding.
All right, riding yellow, nice little scoop, a lot of speed. Nice, good little roll coming in. They might get a second section if he continues at it, but the wave just going flat into the channel, and that's Alejandro Mendoza.
Oh, that was a cameraman right in your face as you're paddling back out. But I would love to be out there. I love swimming out there. You know, to take photos and videos just because you're so connected to what's happening out in the water. But at the same time, if you get cleaned up by a cleanup set, well, right now it's high tide, but low tide, there's nowhere to hide.
There's nowhere to hide. You're going to send it and then you might regret it. You know? So
Yeah.
Just all depends. But look at this little mountain heaving up in front of the kids, scratching to get over it. How's this drone footage? Duck, duck, duck. And there we go. Back at it. All right, so David Perez holding steady with 11.84. One of the higher heat scores so far, Manny, or at least one of the top 5 highest scores of the junior so far. Well, of that what we've seen today, whether it being men's or the juniors. You know, so she's showing. Sorry.
Sorry. We started off today with the open men's division in round number 2, the elimination round. And then the promoters and the organizers decided, hey, the forecast is looking very massive. Let's put out a few more rounds or a few more heats of the juniors division as the tide's coming up, because it's going to add more water on the reef. Yeah. And it'll be a little bit more tame as far as the conditions are concerned. So we are going to try to run through, you know, probably the whole round of round number 3, which are 16 heats. And if that happens, then it'll put the organizers in a pretty good position to have, you know, just over a week to be able to run the remaining, you know, 4 or 5 days. Oh, competition. There's so much power behind those whitewash when it hits the shallow reef.
Again, David Perez showing his maturity in these big conditions. Bombing down the face, seeing that is not going to make it, pulls a little bit straight and gets around that in white water and gets close to the channel as possible, so you can just get back into that safe zone, Manny.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is pretty perfect conditions considering to run the event for the juniors division. There are some solid waves, you know, to get those high scores. As you can see, David Perez doing that. Blue, Ramon Perez dropping in on this one.
All right, Ramon, now you're going to get that second section. Show a little bit of wall in front of you. Gets pushed by the foam ball, pops a little revo, and bombs out of that one. We still have another 12 heats to go in round number 3 of the junior division. 20-minute heats, Manny. So it's a lot of surfing to come. And, you know, they will probably be getting into that mid-tide as well, where the waves will be bombing.
Dion, check this out. We do have the winner of the last heat with Begonia. Begonia, where you at, sister?
Thank you very much, guys, and we're here with super stoked Beckham Esteban, coming from San Bartolo, Peru. This is his first time out of his country, first time here in Frontón, and second time competing in a World Tour event. Beckham, increíble. ¿Cómo se siente estar aquí? Primera vez que sales de tu país, primera vez, o sea, segunda vez que compites en un evento mundial, pero de este calibre. Primera vez, cuéntanos un poco.
Sí, me sorprendí mucho al saber que tuve la oportunidad de viajar aquí, a Canarias. Fue algo bonito para mí, una experiencia nueva para mí también en el tema de mi deporte del bodyboard. Nada, yo me sentí muy feliz cuando se me dio esa oportunidad. Empecé a entrenar para esto de muy pequeño. Sentí que todas las personas de Perú apoyan mucho el deporte. Me gustó mucho la gente de San Bartolo, de mi distrito. Fue muy amable al enterarse de que yo iba a tener esta oportunidad de poder viajar, y me empezó a apoyar en muchas actividades que hice, y todas las personas muy agradables allá.
Well, he's saying that he got a lot of support from his local community. Everyone, when they knew in San Bartolo, where he's from, that he was trying to get here, he got a lot of support from them, so he's very thankful for everyone. Cuéntanos un poco ya adentro, ¿cómo se siente estar en el frontón? Una ola tan poderosa, tan diferente a tus olas en tu casa, que son de arena, ¿no?
Sí, por ejemplo, aquí son piedras, es con riff, es muy alucinante aquí. A cambio, en Perú hay olas de piedras, arena de todo tipo. Más por donde yo vivo, ahí es tipo de arena. Pero me sorprendió mucho esta ola, que es muy increíble y es casi una de las mejores del mundo para mí, a lo que he visto en videos y todo. Pues esta se me parece la mejor por ahora, ¿no? Que no he llegado a viajar a otros países.
Well, this place is really different from when he comes from. It's mainly beach breaks, and where he's from is only beach breaks. So he's very surprised, and he thinks it's one of the best waves in the world for bodyboarding. ¿Alguien a quien saludar, alguien a quien decir gracias? Este es tu momento.
A mi familia que me está viendo en la transmisión, muchas gracias a toda mi familia, a toda mi gente de San Bartolo, a toda la gente de Perú que me viene apoyando desde muy pequeño, a la gente de aquí, de Madrid, de España, a la gente de mi amigo Chavila, mi profesor Manuel Rodríguez, a la escuela Dawat Project, a todos los amigos que han venido a apoyar esta vez. Quiero mandar un saludo a mi auspiciador Tubs, a la marca Tubs, que me está apoyando con la marca de corcho, y a toda la gente. Y arriba Perú.
Congratulations and best of luck for the rest of the competition, and back to you guys.
Peru is amping right now, so just to be clear, Pachacutic is the beach break that they were talking about. So thank you very much to...
yeah, I knew that.
Oh, yeah, right. So, yeah, Peru is making a statement here at the event in the juniors division, that's for sure. But they also have the open men's riders as well, so keep an eye out for the Peruvians.
Yeah, well, you know what? They came in force, and they came to prove a point that they belong on the world stage. And that's what I love to see.
Yes.
These smaller countries coming up and just pushing through the ranks. A little replay from White, the Rolo top to bottom. Playing it safe and just keeping that scorecard ticking, Manny. But there's still a lot of surfing coming with 12 more junior heats and a dropping tide. It's basically bang on high tide right now. Watch your watch saying, oh yes sir, bang on high tide right now. So it'll be starting to drop, and we're just off the back of spring highs. So there's a lot of tidal movement, and I reckon in about 2 hours time we'll be seeing these bombs connecting good and proper on the reef, with those left-handers opening wide open. So some of the Groms either excited or a bit afraid coming into the later heats of the day. So we'll see. But again, water safety is paramount, and everything is nicely, neatly in place. All right, 5 minutes and 43 seconds. All right, David Perez, Manny holding it steady with 11.84. And Joel Rodriguez with a 7.3.
I love these shots when they go into the athletes area, so you can see how focused they are, pretty much how flexible, because now the athletes of this age, they're all about flexibility, nutrition, and making sure that they have the best opportunity to become a world champion.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think there's a lot more at play now. It's a lot more scientific as well, and if your body can perform, your mind will perform, and it puts a lot of confidence in these guys. If you look at how hard Moss trains, Tristan Roberts, Jan Campbell, all the pros. I'm literally just naming a few, but they are literally putting in hours a day. And non-stop, just progressing, just developing, whether it's core strength, whether it's overall body, the conditioning, dieting, which is so important. And I think the Groms need to take a leaf from the pros pages moving into the ranks, and if they want to be competitive and prolong their careers, you got to look after your body.
And you know what? I mean, just seeing the progression from the very get-go. I mean, back when Mike Stewart and Ben and all that whole crew came up, I wasn't thinking, wow, there's going to be a rider that are going to perform better than them. And then those guys showed up. And then you look at those guys and you're like, oh man, who's going to do better than them? And then you get the Dave Winchesters, the Ben Players, Ryan Hardys, and Mitch Rollins. And then now you got the Tristan Roberts, the PLCs. And what's next?
Yeah, what's next? Exactly. It's just that,
So it's going to be pretty exciting.
One day when we're 70 years old, we're going to look back and like, well, these are 7 generations of bodyboarders. And, I think our speech will be a lot slower.
Yeah.
But it'll be incredible to see just how it develops. And you know what? The technology in the boards as well and how it's been shaped and, the channels and the newer materials, well, what's next? The boards right now are cutting edge, speed demons, flexible, interchangeable strings and things like that. You guys never had that back in the day. You had one stiff pole and, good luck, son, there you go.
Yep. Round number 3, number 4. 3 minutes remaining. David Perez holding the lead. Sorry, you guys. 2 scores, a 7.67 and 4.17. Dion, you all right over there?
I'm just joking a little bit.
There we go. Yellow coming around this inside section. And that's the thing. Wave selection is going to be crucial coming down to who's going to advance and who's going to get knocked out. We're in round number 3. 2 riders will advance on, and the other 2 will be the end of the show for them. But there is a world title on hand for the juniors. So they're going to keep progressing on. I think they go to round 4, and we're just going to keep chopping away. After round 4, quarterfinals, semifinals, and then the finals. So one step closer for each one of these riders. They're going to go into the round number 4. You make it out of that, you go into the quarterfinals. Then you can march on. Look at that. Will it stay open? Can they come out of that? David Perez, unfortunately, the door slammed shut.
Shut and down. Look how deep he just ducked out of there. This kid's really got a bright future ahead of him. His bottom turn was super smooth, just on that last little wave.
You don't want to be where he's at.
Yeah, and looking on the horizon, he might be in a little bit of trouble. He is getting graded over the reef, but he'll get his way out of there. There's a lot of water moving on that reef, Manny. Whether it's okay, here's it. Look at that bottom turn. A lot of water coming up. He's controlling his rail with his hand, but the wave just pinching and not allowing him to exit. As we see rider in, here we go. Let's see what's happening on the live action. There he pops.
What? That was crazy. So that is, his whole body was almost out of the whitewash. That was, here's another look. So this is what happened. A little bit of chop. Ooh. Oncoming wedge, full speed, just gets annihilated, and then the whitewash just ragdolls him. He's okay, but man, that was pretty heavy.
Yeah, that's he hit that lip like Mike Tyson would be proud of, and he got absolutely annihilated. Man, that is not fun. But look at it, it's making its way back, and Roman Perez, shakes it off, Manny. He's got the youth on his side. If it was you and me, I think we'd be calling for airlift.
Oh man, our sciatic nerves would be going crazy. Look at yellow. This is what just happened. Big invert. Rolls into that. Did they pull it off? That is the question. So one more time, big shout out to the Peruvian Jaimito, DK rider from Peru that helped me out with the pronunciation of Pachacute. That is that's the beach break in Peru. That is pretty epic, apparently. So we need to go check it out. Thank you one more time.
We're heading out to the dying few seconds of this heat, Manny, and here we go. David Perez sticking it to the guys with a 7.67 and a 4.1 with a total weight score of 11.84, and second in this heat, Joel Rodriguez with a total score of 7.30. Unfortunately, Alejandro and Roman Perez ending their challenge for the junior world title. Well, we'll be back with some more high-flying, big barrels, heavy-hitting action from Fronton right after these ads.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without the alarm. More first times. More leaps into the unknown. More breakfasts in bed. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More heartbeats per minute. More enjoying the journey. More dreams almost fulfilled. More unexpected friends. More races to anywhere. More flavors to discover. More being at a loss for words. More time. Time to lose yourself and find yourself again. In short, more moments like this. And this. And this. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria, so much to live for.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Manny V in the booth. With me is Dion Mayer. This is the 2021 Gran Canaria Frontón King presented by Cerveza Corona and NMD Bodyboards. Here we go with round number 3, heat number 5. Dion, who do we got?
All right, white, Jorge Hernandez, Gabriel Mendoza, Sergio Cortez, and Jonas Medores.
We saw from that last heat, nobody's holding back. The 18 and under juniors division world title is up for grabs, and nobody is holding back.
And that is an indication of how hungry these kids are to be part of the world stage and to be vying for that coveted title of 2021 junior world champion. And what a place to be crowned junior champion. What a place.
Yeah, no, I'm excited. I mean, I don't know when the last time you got on the mic, but man, it's been a while for me, and to sit here and watch the action like this, right there,
that's how he rolls.
Insane going down during the commercial break. But wow, Gabriel Mendoza, that was the reason why the crowd was cheering.
Exactly that, and Manny, that is a high-flying, sweet, classic El Rolo. You don't get any better than that.
And this is Sergio Cortez, last wave, and this was our rider in white, Jorge Hernandez. So Jorge is another rider from around here who is definitely in contention to possibly walk away with a world title. So Jorge Hernandez is one of those kids. He's from Las Palmas. He said he's only 15 years of age. He's our rider out there in the white jersey, so keep an eye out for him. They call him El Batalla, red.
Here we go. I think that's another roller. He just scored a 9.17, which is the biggest score of the contest so far, if I'm not mistaken, man.
Pretty solid. I'm wondering if it was for that huge extended roll. Perfectly executed.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Big score right there for Gabriel.
And you know what? I think that will be a first entry for my book for the Red Bull Banana Challenge, which is based on the one of the biggest maneuver during the course of the contest, and we're only in day 3. So for the junior side, I'll put this one in my book so far.
Wow, Gabriel Mendoza. He's another one of those juniors that his peers were throwing out his name, saying he is definitely a contender. 16 years old. He's from Guia, which is just around the corner from El Fronton, and they call him El Pelo Verde because he spends a lot of time in the swimming pool swimming. So 2 big names for the juniors out in the water from around this area. Las Palmas and Guia. Jorge Hernandez and Gabriel Mendoza. Keep an eye on these 2 guys.
All right, and rightfully so, they're holding the first and the second position. We haven't spoken much about the priority within the Groms, or just the general priority system, Manny. It's, you know, for a lot of the kids, they're not very used to it. And for them, it's very new. So we will see them holding on to priorities quite longer than what they tend to be used to, or they're just waiting for that wave. But being so shiftier and kind of just being in the right place at the right time, it you know, you just kind of have to hope and pray the wave comes your way. But when you use that priority, you cannot hold back. You need to go. You cannot pull out, because if you paddle and you pull out, you will lose your priority, and priority will then go to P2, which will be the second one, the second person in line, and vice versa. So yeah, if you use your priority, you got to use it right, and you got to be clever about it.
Looks like they're going to get ready for the interview of the winner of that last heat, putting on the jersey, the interview jersey for the juniors. But wow, pretty solid. So again, we talked about wearing a helmet.
Yeah.
I would definitely be wearing a helmet out there if I was in these conditions, just because that reef does not have any mercy. And I think nobody talks any smack on anyone who decides to wear a helmet out there for good reason. I mean, and I'm sure mom or dad may have something to do with that. I definitely would want my kid to wear a helmet out there, but that's me. And I don't have kids, so I'm not going to worry about it right now.
No problem. I'll stay.
12 minutes remaining in this 20-minute heat. So Begonia stepped out. She's going to go, I believe lunch is almost ready, so lunch will probably be delivered for our hungry bellies. I can't wait for that. I
wonder what's on the menu, baby.
So big shout out to Begonia for holding it down in the booth and the interviews and hooking us up with some grub too. Man, Bego's been working behind the scenes pretty
on it.
Pretty hard.
She's been on it.
So gracias, Bego.
Allowing us to enjoy the cerveja at sunset while she's working tirelessly behind the scenes. Woo! Right, 11 minutes, 25 seconds. Gabriel Mendoza holding it solid with a 9.17 and a 2-point ride. And Jorge Hernandez with a 3.73. Sergio and Jonas still needing to get on the scorecard. But anything goes. And we know the 2 little local kids, they are now commanding this heat. Around 3, heat number 5. 16 around 3 junior heats in total. Hopefully we'll be able to run the lot of them, which will put the whole junior category in a really good stead. Because tomorrow we're looking at some seriously big waves, ladies and gentlemen. And the wind is still on it. So as we can see now, the wind is heavily on it. The tide is super high. It is dropping down now. And there's some just mutants offloading on this reef. So yeah, I think safety first. Let's get as much of these junior rounds done and dusted. You can see the kids out there with their helmets. And we're seeing white. All right, there's rider in white gliding through. Look at that ramp.
Wow, what a loopy, gorgeous looking roll. My goodness. That was sweet. Everybody loves it, and he loves it. And you know what? That was so cool. I love seeing a good classic roller. Look at this stoked on this kid, and he needed that. He needed that. So now he needed that backup score. Is it going to be a 9.17? Is it going to be enough to push him into that first position? So remember, first two riders continue and make it into the next round. But look at how he saw that wave coming from almost nothing with the oncoming section, and just look at that beautiful roll. Man, that was insane. Mad skills for this kid for pulling it off. Well done. Let's see what the judges think about that. I think they're going to give him a really good score in the excellent category. So keep your eyes peeled. But whoa! What? My words aren't even cold about that roll. And Gabriel Mendoza, the local, just smoking it. And kids getting off their seats, going absolutely ham here, Bego. Man, since you came back, everything just started going ham. What's going on?
Increíble, entonces, uno de los favoritos, Gabrielito Mendoza, mostrándole al mundo lo que se puede hacer. Y aquí viene, miren ese inver alucinante que se puso Gabrielito. ¡Qué perfección! Esto se viene, esta es la generación, este es la cabeza de la generación, de la nueva generación canaria de bodyboarders. Estamos viendo un hit de infarto, gracias a todas las personas que están sintonizando, estuvimos ahí. Y ya tenemos lista la entrevista con el ganador de la última manga, con Manny B. Manny, take it away.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Manny V, and with me now is David Perez from Tenerife. He won that last heat. I'm going to ask him how difficult those conditions were out there. David, las condiciones son difíciles, pero tú estás ahí en el agua. ¿Puedes explicar a la gente cómo es?
Sí, la verdad es que están un poquito complicadas las condiciones, la marea está muy alta, hay un poquito de viento, pero realmente estamos en el frontón, siempre hay olas buenas, siempre puedes coger una buena rampa y puedes hacerte una volada muy buena.
¿Y qué pasa si ganas un título junior aquí en Frontón? ¿Qué es importante, pero qué va a hacer por usted?
Hombre, la verdad es que sería cumplir un sueño para mí, y más en una ola como esta, en el frontón, que para mí es la mejor ola para el bodyboard, y con la gente aquí, con la gente de Canarias, sería un sueño, como digo.
Ok, una palabra a sus amigos, felicidades a tus amigos.
Sí, pues muchas gracias a toda la gente que me está apoyando desde Tenerife, desde Canarias en general, a mis amigos y a los patrocinadores, a Fancy Sur Shop y a Hot Butter Canarias.
All right, there you go. One more time, congratulations to David Perez. We'll see him in the next round. Back to the action.
Muchas gracias, Manny, por esa linda entrevista. Entonces, a David Pérez, el hermano de Teresa Miranda, que lo hizo increíble. Y atención, miren esos scores que tiene Gabriel Mendoza, hasta ahora los scores más altos. Un 9-17 con un 9 tiene Gabri. Está en la primera posición poniendo en combo a todos los otros competidores. Así que excelente performance ahí para Gabri. Y los otros chicos tienen un trabajo súper duro que hacer. Mumbles, Gabri just put everyone in combo and just got the highest score of the competition so far.
Yeah, that was mental surfing. That is world title surfing right there, ladies and gentlemen. My words weren't even called after a 7.5. Nice Rolo from Jorge, and Gabriel just goes and sticks a mutant, beautiful textbook invert, posting the highest scores of the entire event so far. So, well, Red Bull Banana Challenge is wide open. The Banana Challenge works like this. It's not necessarily the 10-point rides, but the biggest maneuver of the entire event. The athlete will then win the coveted prize of, I think it's $1,000 and the trophy for the Red Bull Banana Challenge. And my second entry would be Gabriel Mendoza. Both of his moves in his heat. This kid's on fire. World title surfing.
Increíble. Y para quienes no lo saben, for everyone that do not know, Gabriel, it's one of the favorites. And actually I did like a little survey the other day, and all of the kids voted for him, and that's a beautiful looking roll.
But just look how classic style, the projection he got, the timing of hitting that lip, absolutely perfect.
Yeah, no, that Fabio Saavedra also, definitely the Peruvians are surfing so good, but this is the answer of Gabri.
Oh.
Increíble, invertido, no, esto realmente, los peruanos están realmente dando una cátedra con Fabián Saavedra, el hijo del Mutan, pero ya saben que es Gabri, disculpen, estaba viendo, no, disculpen, ahí se me confundió un poco lo de las licras, en blanco era Jorge Hernández, claro que sí, desde acá, y de verdad que impresionada por lo que hizo Gabri. Ese invert es un invert de calidad mundial, un invert de un profesional del bodyboard. I mean, that invert, it's world class,
That's
man.
cover. That's as
good as it gets.
That's a cover photo right there.
It is.
It's incredible to see, and just look at the style. When he was bottom turning, he flat bottom a bit just to get some more speed, just to see the section. He saw the section a little bit ahead of him. He raced it, flat bottom, got some more speed, and hit that thing to perfection. You know, that is something PLC and Tristan and all the boys will be very proud of, because that is just world class. World class. 4 minutes remaining in this incredible junior heat. Gabriel Mendoza putting on a show, putting on a clinic, sending everybody to the shop to have picnic in Combo Land with a nice roller there. And getting, there we go, right in yellow. Sergio getting a little bit of his own back. And hopefully he can start getting out of that combination station. But everybody needs brand new scores. 3 minutes, 40 seconds to go. It's a mountain to climb. I think Gabriel Mendoza, take a bow. Epic surfing.
Sin duda, Mumble, sin duda, Gabriel Mendoza, uno de los favoritos para tomar este evento. Está mostrándole al mundo, dejando a todos los competidores en combo. Realmente es un performance increíble, pero atención, Jorge Hernández también puede hacerlo. Básicamente yo creo que cuando faltan 3 minutos, la pelea se está reduciendo a la segunda posición. At this point, Momos, I think the fight, it's only about the second place, man. There's no much to do with 3 minutes.
Absolutely, Bego.
And it's all about the second place at the moment.
That's it, but Jorge Hernandez is still comfortably in the lead for that second place, and Sergio needs a 6.07 for that second position, and Jonas needs a 7.76 to advance into the next round. Grabbing themselves a free Red Bull, one of the major sponsors of this event, always been involved here, and so grateful for that. But man, everybody's still blown away by Gabriel, but you know what, let's take nothing away from these kids. It's difficult conditions, it's big, it's gnarly, they're surfing with 3 of their best friends. And you know what, they're all competing for the junior world title. Yeah, the 2021 Gran Canaria Frontón King.
No es nada menor lo que se está en juego aquí, es el título mundial. El título de campeón mundial se está jugando en este campeonato, y vamos a ver qué logran hacer estos competidores aquí. Vamos a ver el título de campeón mundial, y yo estoy segura que lo van a dar todo, y realmente estoy bien impresionada del nivel que tienen los chicos en esta competencia, en donde realmente la mayoría son canarios, pero hemos visto una delegación peruana gigante que está surfeando súper bien, así que esto aquí todavía no se termina y tenemos mucho por venir. Este es el Gran Canaria Frontón King 2021, presentado por Cerveza Corona y por NMD Bodyboards. Muchísimas gracias a todos los colaboradores, los patrocinadores que están con nosotros en este gran evento. Si no fuera por ustedes no sería posible. Por supuesto, el Cabildo de Gran Canaria, el Instituto Insular de Deportes, el Patronato de Turismo de Gran Canaria, el Ayuntamiento de Gáldar. Gracias de verdad por su apoyo constante a través de los años en este gran evento. Un evento esperado cada año por toda la comunidad bodyboarder, porque es realmente una ola hecha para el bodyboard, a wave made for bodyboard.
Oh, absolutely. This is it. This is premium right here. This is one of the gnarliest, one of the most explosive waves to showcase the best bodyboarding can offer, and this is one of them. Along with Flopos, Itaquachara. I mean, there's many ways around the world, but you know, just there by your local town, you got Ponta Dos.
Iquique.
Iquique, man, that's waves forever there. Waves for days in that little place.
Yeah, Iquique is full of waves, and you know what? 20 seconds almost, 25 seconds to go almost, and look at that. That's a nice looking wave. Let's see.
All right, the rider in white. Here we go. Jorge trying to redeem himself. He's hooks her invert as well. That little kid's got big dreams, and he's just getting absolutely smashed by that white water. And here we go, rider in yellow, Sergio, at the dying seconds of this heat. What can he pull off just to get a little bit better score? Unfortunately, nothing bigger. And that is all she wrote for the Gabriel Mendoza show. Combo Land, incredible surfing. What a great heat to watch.
Definitely, and I think it's pretty safe to say that these are the official results. Creo que es bastante seguro decir que los resultados oficiales es Gabriel Mendoza en primera posición y en segunda posición Jorge Hernández. Vamos a unos pequeños cortes comerciales y ya volvemos. No se muevan, que no para la acción en el Gran Canaria Frontón King 2021.
Yeah, we're in heat 3 or what? No, 4.
This is gone. We're here. Oh, we're missing one guy. Is here. Bienvenidos todos una vez más. Este es el tercer día de competencia aquí en el Gran Canaria Frontón King 2021. Y lo que están viendo en sus pantallas es la ronda número 3. Es el hit número... Ahí se me salió. Es el hit número 6. Y en el agua, entonces, tenemos en rojo a Javier Martínez Aguilar. En blanco tenemos a Daniel González. Ahí está Javier Martínez Aguilar. En rojo, en blanco Daniel González, en amarillo Eric Porta y en azul Adrián Santana. Y a mi lado tengo el placer, el gusto de tener al 8 veces campeón mundial de drop knee, gran persona, excelente bodyboarder, Dave Hubbard. Welcome, Dave.
Thanks for having me. It's great to be in here, and it's just great to be here at Fronton with such an amazing field of competitors, such awesome men's as well as juniors. The juniors are really pushing it. We've been seeing some incredible riding from them, and it's like kind of just mind-blowing. It really feels like the right place to crown the World Junior Champion.
Definitivamente me estaba diciendo Dave que cree que realmente es una excelente decisión que este año vamos a coronar con este único evento al campeón mundial junior, porque realmente esta ola es una ola 100% bodyboard y estos chicos realmente tienen un nivelazo, así que muy bien ahí. And have you been watching the heat so far?
Of course, yeah, I've been watching and just seeing these kids going for it, and we call them kids, but they're young men. They're really fighting for it. They've got ganas there, mucho hambre. They're very hungry. They got so much desire and passion, and I think they're pushing their own limits, and I'm really impressed.
Definitivamente dice que cree que están empujando sus límites y que son jóvenes en edad, pero no son jóvenes en nivel, y definitivamente es lo que a mí más me gusta decir, porque todos tendemos a pensar que porque son juniors y tienen tal vez menos, la mayoría, obviamente todos tienen menos de 18 años, creemos que no son tal vez tan pro, pero realmente tienen un nivelazo y esto es el futuro del bodyboard, así que súper felices de tener esta categoría en este Gran Canaria Frontón King 2021 presentado por Cerveza Corona y NMD Bodyboards.
So this heat starting off a little bit slow, but let's get into the action out there. We do just have one ride from a rider in white. It's coming in at a very short score, and we are seeing, you know, the tide really having its effect on this wave. You can see it when you kind of look at it. There's a lot of water covering that reef that normally looks dry. Here we got a rider in blue, Adrian Santana, having a look, trying to airdrop into that one and just gets engulfed. We've been seeing the combination of guys going for it and also some big wipeouts. That's what we've been seeing, and sprinkled with some amazing scoring potential. Here we got nice airdrop there, but just gets swallowed up there. The wave here at Fronton, the triangle that we see that creates these big barrels and big ramp opportunities, is the same characteristic feature that creates just a very difficult vortex of water to get away from. And if you get caught in the wrong place, it's going to hold you tight, it's going to take you down, it's going to put on the spin cycle, and then you're going to have to get back up for another breath. But that's the same feature that gives us the spectacular characteristics of this wave, makes it pretty precarious, pretty difficult sometimes to ride out of moves, sometimes even just to ride the wave, as we saw a rider in blue just get swallowed like before he even set his rail.
That's right, and I have to say I'm very, very impressed myself with the level of riding of these guys. And yes, short in age but not in level. That's what I always say. And look at that, that's some of the team of media. That's Diego and Jesus. Diego, the editor, multitask. He films, he edits, he just, you know, takes pictures, do footage. Saludos a Diego y Jesús, gracias por su trabajo. Son los editores y fotógrafos, camarógrafos de agua. You know, I think most of us we are all mostly multitasking. Oh, look at that.
Ooh, our rider in red diving out. That was Javier. Just couldn't get in front of that one, diving out. But back to the photographers, the highlight clips from day 1 and day 2 were spectacular. If you guys have not yet checked those out, jump on the IBC YouTube channel and you'll be able to see those. Here we got Javier taking off deep from behind it, can't get up to that section in time. That is the Fronton King replay, giving us the epic action right after it happens and repeating it throughout these little times where it gets a little slow, a little quiet. But there is so much water moving out there, Bego. It's just the wind chops, the swell, the current sweeping off the reef, and it's intimidating. Even for a seasoned professional like myself, it's an intimidating wave. And you know, I can't imagine what some of these youngsters are kind of feeling, maybe having only surfed Fronton a handful of times. I would imagine this is the biggest that a few of these guys have ever surfed it. And
definitely.
Certainly not an easy day, not a glassy, calm, smooth day. This is a wild wave we have here.
I agree with you, and you know what? Manny, it's ready with the interview. Manny está listo con la entrevista para Gauri. Manny, take her away.
Yeah, we are solid. Okay, here we go. With me now is the winner of the last heat, Gabriel Mendoza from Guia, which is just around the corner. Takes him about 10 minutes to get here, but holy mackerel. 2 of the highest scores so far of the event. What I'm going to ask him is, how does it feel when your peers think you have a really good chance of winning a world title here? Okay, Gabriel, ¿cómo sientes que todos tus amigos en igual edad piensan que tú tienes una buena oportunidad a ganar un título aquí en esta ola?
Pues súper orgulloso y agradecido de todos mis amigos, porque siempre me han estado apoyando ahí en los demás hits y siempre me han dicho que hay aquí con todo al Frontón King, y pues quiero ir con todo y agradecer ese apoyo por todo.
Ok, y los dos olas, los más mayores de todo el campeonato hasta este punto. ¿Cómo encontraste esas olas?
No sé, supongo que será por la experiencia, surfeando aquí y tal, que la primera izquierda vino de oeste grande y tenía un codo y pensé al principio que no iba a ser buena. Y después le di y pues me resultó que cuadró un rolo grande, que la verdad que casi no lo sigo, pensé que no lo iba a seguir. Y la derecha pues era un caldero, un típico codo de norte, y me cuadró un invertido ahí que lo seguí y tal, y súper bien, súper contento.
All right, to answer that first question, how does it feel when his peers think he's got a good shot of winning a world title? He pretty much said he's very humble and he's stoked on the support that all of his friends are giving them. And then about the two highest scoring waves that he got in that heat, he just said he got lucky, but those things just worked out pretty good. And the experience here has a great deal of what it takes to get those good waves. So, unas palabras por tus amigos, familia.
Pues quiero agradecer a toda mi familia, mi abuelo, mi tía, mi madre, mi padre, mi hermana, todos esos que están ahí siempre, apoyar a mis amigos, a seguir adelante también con el Frontón King, sobre todo gracias a mis sponsors también, aquí que me patrocina Revo Company, de aquí de las Islas Canarias, Igor Sánchez, y también gracias al SB Team, que es mi equipo desde pequeño, y siempre me ha apoyado, a Samu Brito, mi entrenador, y además a todo el mundo.
All right, suerte en tu siguiente manga. Good luck to his next heat, and keep an eye out for this guy. He's on fire. Back to you guys.
Gracias, Manny, por esa súper buena entrevista con Gabri, uno de los favoritos, un chico hermoso, una persona realmente, un chico que se ve que viene con todo en el bodyboard profesional. Y realmente yo ahorita le estaba contando a Dave, yo no sé qué le pasó a Gabri. Gabri era chiquitito el año pasado y ahora es gigante. Así que felicitaciones, pero atención que tenemos olas corridas. Daniel González ahora es en la primera posición con una suma de 4.67. Y están los scores bastante apretados. It's really tight at the moment. Anyone actually can take this. There's 9 minutes and a half. What do you think, Dave?
Yeah, it's just Danielle Gonzalez who has a scoring ride, really, with a completed maneuver, that nice roll on the right-hander during the interview. So it really is between the other guys to just get a score. That's going to start to give us a real picture of what is possible in the advancement. But, you know, watching these waves out there, you know, sometimes there's a flurry, and sometimes it goes a little quiet. They're, you know, with the high tide right now, really is triangulating and really peaking up very severely. It doesn't always lend itself to giving a shoulder or a lip maneuver. You know, that's an example of it. You know, that was a big peak when he took off, and it just kind of faded away. We got to look here out the back. Eric Porta, I believe. Nothing happened back there. But a few waves coming in out the back. Let's see if we got any takers.
Así es, Dave. Y bueno, estamos haciendo un poquito aquí la parte de inglés, Dave, y la parte de español para que todos ustedes que están sintonizando no se pierdan de nada, porque este es el Gran Canaria Frontón King 2021. Este es el replay de la última ola de amarillo. Hard times there for the kids, right? It's
yeah, he got hung up on the drop. You could see that his nose just bit. Could have been a chop that, you know, we can't really see from this angle, but something covered up the nose of his board and he just went straight down. That was Eric Porta giving that wave a go, trying to get a score, trying to at least strengthen his second place position. Adrian Santana still just with that one wave. It's kind of a similar airdrop where he just got engulfed by the whitewater. Javier Martinez Aguilar, he's given it a couple tries, hasn't come away with anything completed thus far.
That's what it is. And yeah, the small score so far. Unos pequeños scores estamos viendo hasta ahora, pero bueno, todavía quedan 7 minutos. En este hit número 6 de la ronda número 3, una ronda eliminatoria para quienes están recién sintonizando. La primera ronda en este campeonato de ambas categorías fue de no eliminación, algo muy cómodo, un formato muy interesante para todas las personas que viajan desde tan lejos, tener la oportunidad de surfear aunque sea 2 veces, y en esta ola verdaderamente se necesita, así que muchas gracias al equipo de Frontón King, del Gran Canaria Frontón King, por hacer posible eso. Pero ya esta es la tercera ronda, sí es eliminatoria, la segunda también lo fue. En esta ronda están los que quedaron de primero y segundo lugar en la ronda número 1, que pasaban directo aquí. Y entonces ya de esta ronda solamente van a pasar 2 personajes, que hasta ahora son Daniel y Eric. Aquí viene Eric.
Oh, he gets down the bottom farther than he did last time, but just can't get a lip to work with. He does make it all the way to the channel there. It's probably going to be in his score line right now, which isn't saying a lot, but at least he's got the length of ride there. He survived that one pretty far. And yeah, it's a tough situation out there. You know, Bego, we see this from time to time where the biggest heat total of the event comes on, the next heat gets a little sleepy.
Yeah, no, I don't know what, I mean, in all these years of experience that you have, why do you think is that? It's just the way that Mother Nature is. Wait a minute, here comes Javier, vamos a ver.
Javier.
Oh no, so difficult.
Tries to find his way to that cross section, makes it to the channel, which is going to give him potentially one of his scores. Oh, see, he just gets caught up behind it, swallowed up, can't get a move off there. Makes it to the side. You see a little bit of frustration there as these kids certainly were watching that heat before, hearing those big numbers get dropped, and they want to show their stuff too.
I was going to say that it's got to be frustrating, but this is the way it is. I don't know if it's something related to the period or something like that does that one hit of 20 minutes you have beautiful and perfect waves, and then the next one you probably do not have that many, or I don't know, man. It's just so variable, right?
It is, and this isn't the only wave that's like that. You can, to surf a 20-minute heat at a wave even like Pipeline, you can get skunked. You can have, like we're saying, amazing waves come in, maybe 2 or 3 sets come in 20 minutes, and then nothing for the next 20. So, you know, Fronton isn't completely unique in that aspect, but it's something competitors will always have to be challenged by.
It's like that, and sometimes you have the chance to surf perfectly, and sometimes you get the good heat, and sometimes you get the bad heat. It's just the way it is, and that's what it takes to be a professional athlete, to know how to cope with those changes and just milk the opportunities the waves and the ocean gives you.
Exactly that. We got to make the most of the conditions in any 20-minute increment or 15, whatever the heat time is. That piece of time is unique. It's not like the one before or the one after necessarily. Oh, let's see if we can have a shot of Adrian Santana on his last ride. I don't think it's going to be a big number, but we do have action out the back. Eric Porta having a look at this one, gets to the ramp.
Oh, no.
Is just able to kind of shovel pass over that, get to the channel again.
Es un hit que hemos visto bastante diferente, y lo que comentábamos con Dave es que así es la madre naturaleza, no se puede hacer absolutamente nada para controlar esto. Un hit puede estar perfecto y conseguir unas olas increíbles, y al siguiente hit simplemente no va a salir nada. Es así como funciona. Él estaba diciendo que pasa en pipe, pasa en las mejores olas del mundo, y definitivamente no es nada que se pueda, digamos, culpar a nadie. Es así como funciona. Y en este hit realmente hemos visto pocas oportunidades para los chicos. La ola igual va cambiando, también va subiendo la marea más, se va poniendo un poco más complicada. Y bueno, en este momento es Daniel González quien está en la primera posición y Eric Porta, que ha hecho muy buen trabajo porque se ha mantenido activo, se ha mantenido buscando olas. Pues Eric está en la segunda posición, solamente necesita un 2.98, es bastante posible para Eric. Y también Javier Martínez, solo necesita un 1.83 para la segunda posición. Y también Adrián Santana, o sea, básicamente quien tenga la oportunidad de conseguir una ola que tenga una buena forma, puede marcar un score. So, simplemente con hacer una maniobra. It comes down to the one that has a chance to find the wave and at least complete one maneuver.
Yeah, exactly that. And our winner in this, I mean, the heat leader, Daniel Gonzalez, he's the one that has a completed maneuver. He's got that nice roll that he did on the right, controlled, complete, but that was probably, at least from the waves ridden, the only opportunity we've seen at completing a lit maneuver, but there is the chance for face maneuvers. Let's see. Javier gets up there. Nice big roll. Completes it. This is going to be the best wave of the heat so far. Tries to get a second maneuver. Incomplete there. But he was able to get a really nice air roll. Really lofty. Going to be excited to see this on the replay because this is coming in clutch, under a minute remaining. He needs that number. It is a big one, and he moves into the lead.
Let's see what happens there. And, yeah. There it is. There's a change of situation. Hay un cambio de situación. Qué bonito lo que justamente estábamos diciendo antes. Solamente una oportunidad tenía que tener alguien y fue Javier que la consiguió. Logra 6 puntos y se coloca en la primera posición, cambiando la situación, dejando a Daniel en la segunda posición. Y en 10 segundos que faltan en este hit, we saw a change of situation. Wait a minute, this one counts. This one counts.
Eric Porta hits that sideway for the third time in this heat, but without a maneuver in that section right there, ladies and gentlemen. Just really overpowered him. That was pretty sketch, but results are as stands. The heat's over, and Javier and Daniel will be moving on.
Así es, muchas gracias a todos por estar sintonizando. Vamos a ir a unos pequeños cortes comerciales y todo parece indicar que es Javier y Daniel que avanzan a la siguiente ronda. No se muevan, que ya volvemos.
De las mejores cosas que me ha dado, yo creo que viajar, es darme cuenta de la suerte que tenemos de vivir aquí. Volver a querer estar en casa es ese momento, después de estar un día entero surfeando con mis amigos, relajado en la playa, simplemente disfrutando del día que hemos tenido y estar ahí echándonos una cerveza y disfrutar del momento y estar juntos.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first tones. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. more smiles for the camera, more unexpected friends, more laughing at life, more enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria, so much to live for.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Manny V, and Dub is in the house. Welcome once again to the 2021 Gran Canaria Frontón King, presented by Cerveza Corona and NMD Bodyboards. Dub, who do we got?
Round 3, heat number 7 of the juniors. Gabriel Molina hitting the water in the red jersey. We got Fabio Saavedra, the son of Mutant, the legendary Jorge Saavedra of Peru. We've got Hugo Medina in yellow and Miguel Angel Castro in the blue jersey.
Oh my, we do have another stacked heat here, and I heard upstairs make fun of my pronunciation of Cerveza. It's Cerveza. What? All right, let's get back into it. 20-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored. Round 3, heat 7 is an elimination round. Look at this paddle battle going to the outside. Again, priority is a key variable in this competition because it's a pretty tight takeoff zone.
Super tight takeoff zone. We'll get more into that after our rider in red just celebrates on his way in. This was Javier from the previous heat. Well, we got the 4 juniors ready to rock. Here's our rider in blue getting a roll off to start the heat. Stays way up on the top of that one and does pull it off. Let's see it again. That is
Miguel Angel Castro in the blue jersey.
So he's going to start off with the lead with a 333. We've got paddle out the back, no takers, but this is a good pulled back angle that gives you an idea of what they're dealing with out there. Manny was talking about that tight takeoff spot. It can get a little congested, so it is really handy to have priority and be able to choose right or left without having to worry about where your competitors are, either in front or behind you.
Dub, you're going to be out in the water coming up in round 3 of the Open Men's. The conditions, I mean, how difficult is it to find those solid high-scoring waves right now for the juniors?
I think it's very, very challenging. I think, you know, on average, we're probably seeing 1 in 30 waves come into that excellent range. Just so happens that 2 of them came in 2 heats ago, gave a huge heat total. But, whoa, quite a bit of air for that hop over. It was Gabriel Molina. It's be interesting how they score that. There was no contact with a lip of any sort, but the side wave did project him way into the air. So there was a bit of technicality to go with that.
And it looked like also that that wedge that comes across and then completing your maneuver on the back side of the initial wave. I mean, the judges have a lot of pieces to connect before giving that final score.
Yeah, absolutely. They want to see rides landed out in front of the original, whether it's the wave ridden or the section that was hit. They want to see you land in front of that, like on the beach side of that, and not on the channel side of any sort of cross section.
But it's hard to do. I mean, it's hard to do because you drop in and you don't know what's going to happen down the line until it like forms up and wedges right in front of you. You're still going to hit the lip. You're still going to try to pull off that maneuver. But if you land in front of it or behind that wave, it's you know, it's hit or miss. But
it is.
They're not going to hold back.
Yeah, and with, you know, wave selection. Oh, let's see, blue Miguel almost gets a cover up. Little do-si-do to finish off there.
And we're going to see that landing in the maneuver behind the wave more on the left, probably exclusively on the left.
Yes, because especially with this wind, Manny, but even if it was glassy, there's a side wave that comes across from the east. It's accentuated now with this wind blowing, blustering. You can see on your screen just blustering a little crester across. Those are coming across the wave that's coming from the horizon, and that will give that cross section that's great for launching into the air. But as we've were pointing out the technicality and how precise it is with the judging criteria that they want to see land in front of the wave because, yeah, like even if you just went straight and were just trying to make it to the channel, you might catch air.
Yeah.
Even accidentally. So it's not necessarily a positive thing, but it can be very beautiful. Yesterday we saw Tristan Roberts doing a huge backflip where he traveled probably 3 meters in the air, but he went directly out across towards the channel, and he got a 3-ish score for that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty good, you know, a bar set on doing those maneuvers and landing on the other side of that wave. But the kid right here in the red jersey with second priority, Gabriel Molina, he lives, you know, 5 minutes away from here at the small town of Agujero, and he is 17 years old. So he's got this year and next year for a shot at the junior world title, and it's happening right here at this event. So all these Groms are gearing up for a potential title. I mean, to have somebody who's lives just steps from here to bring home a world title and keep it here would be pretty insane.
That would be so super special. I would anticipate a parade along the boardwalk there, right by the pool, just parading him around, just make a big celebration out of the little fellow. And yeah, like you said, man, it's going to be a very special day come potentially later this week or next week.
Yeah.
We're going to see somebody crowned Junior World Champion of 2021.
I mean, you have over 10 world titles under your belt, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to say 11, 9.
Eight, they say.
Am I mixing you up with Mike Stewart, possibly? Either way, you got a pretty solid, you know, count as far as world titles. Let me get back to you on that. We are ready for the interview with the winner of that last heat. I don't know who's doing it, so where you at anyways?
Thank you very much, guys. And we're here with Javier Martinez from Tenerife. Javier, you managed to change the situation in the very last minutes and the heat was a little bit slow. Tell us what happened there.
Sí, la verdad que las condiciones estaban media raras y gracias a una ola en el último minuto conseguí pasar con 2 rolos buenos. Y bueno, las condiciones están igual para todos, pero se hizo lo que se pudo.
Well, he said that the conditions are really hard out there, and he was actually struggling to find one, but he did what he could, and actually got a 7, so it's pretty good. Tú vienes de Tenerife, las olas, yo sé que una ola como el frontón en realidad no hay en todos lados. ¿Dónde practicas allá?
Pues la bajeta, hay una ola parecida al frontón, que es el quichudo, que es la mejor del mundo, ya te lo digo yo. Y bueno, ahí entrenamos poco a poco para seguir mejorando.
Well, I'm asking him if in Tenerife there's a wave like Frontón because this one is really special, and he said el quinchuo, it's for him it's the best wave in the world, so I'm going to go check that out. ¿Tú quieres saludar a alguien ahora o decir gracias?
Bueno, gracias familiares, amigos que me están viendo ahí, y gracias a mi madre sobre todo y a mi padre que hacen esto posible.
Increíble, entonces, thank you very much and best of luck for the rest of the competition. Back to you guys.
Congratulations one more time, and good luck in your next heat, Javier. I mean, elimination round. It's a lot of pressure on the Groms right now, on the juniors, because 2 of them are going to get knocked out of the entire event.
And 2 of them, their dreams stay alive to get their little mitts on that world title trophy. So it is a lot of pressure because, like you said, Manny, the buck is going to stop here. For half of the field in round 3, we've got, you know, I think 50 or so juniors who entered, somewhere in that number. None were eliminated in round 1. We did see probably about 16 of them, or 12 of them, go home in round 2. We're going to see another big cut happening here in round 3.
We're going to head into, not immediately after, but round 4, quarterfinals, semifinals, and the final. So if they make it out of this heat, one step closer to a potential world title. Oh man, and you know what? A lot of these juniors are under 18, so they don't make it today or this year. They still got other chances. But if a young gun, 15, 16 years old, wins the world title, he can win another junior world title. So we got to go back into the history books and to see if there's any juniors that have won multiple world titles in the juniors division.
It's a good question, and I would even propose a rule that just, if they win a world title, they just got to move up into the men's division. They're obviously good enough to do so. So, I mean, that's kind of where I stand on that. But as your point is, we could see a very young world champion come next week.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to a bunch of the juniors, and I mean, the youngest one is Hugo Medina. He's out there in the yellow jersey. He is 13 years old. Here he is, up and riding.
Look at this little guy. He's gunning for that section. Big ARS. Does not quite land it, but a little overzealous on that section. Think just a safe roll would have been good to get him, you know. He doesn't need a big number right now to be in the mix, but good on this little guy. Look at that tyke. He's just going to make his way back out to the lineup and try again. You know, time, 20-minute heats, it seems to be going super fast because now there's only 7 minutes remaining. We've only got a handful of scores, even just, you know, not many more than a half a dozen waves ridden even in this entire heat so far. And whew.
Yeah, Hugo Medina, 13 years old. Enena is what they call him, short for Grom. And he is from Atalaya, just around the corner. And I think I've seen him on this skate ramp every day.
He loves the skateboard.
Yeah, and I'm looking at him. I'm like, hey, you're in a competition. Aren't you worried about? But he's a kid. He doesn't care.
He's a kid. He doesn't care. Injuries have set bodyboarders back from their dreams. Oshie Grady broke his wrist riding a skateboard to check the waves at the Pipeline Pro when he was pretty young.
Who was that?
Oshie Grady.
Oh.
Probably back in 1999. He was skateboarding, hit a patch of sand on the bike path on the North Shore, sent him to the floor, came up with a broken wrist, and he was not competing the rest of that year.
And I believe he was actually a pretty good contender because he was coming up and surfing really, really well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That was kind of right when he was coming into his prime as being known as, you know, one of the next up-and-coming Hawaiians. I think that was before he got onto the Super Tour because he did qualify and get onto that Super Tour the very first time that ran, which I think was somewhere in the 2000 range. Action, where are you at, brother?
Here we go. Gabriel Molina one more time in the red jersey, bouncing his way across the face of the wave. Not much there for him to work with, but again, very tough conditions. We're pretty much at a dead high tide right now, and it's going to be pretty it's going to be turning on for the next few hours for the remaining of the heats in this round, because that mid-tide with this wave size might be ideal, but still contestable waves.
Yeah, definitely, and I definitely think that the high tide is good for the juniors. I think it's just a touch safer. There's a lot more water. Let's see Blue Miguel Castro going for a roll, kind of off-kilter there, gets sent off the shoulder. Incomplete move there for Miguel, but good effort. He is active. He is in second position in this heat. That moves him even into first.
I love the drone angle. It doesn't give the best perspective on how big the wave is, but it's good to see. You can actually see through the water and see how shallow it is and see how they can line up when that wave wedges on the shallows. But the Peruvian team, super strong here at this event. They're 20 deep, about 12 to 15 of them are competing. And whoa. You can see the reef.
And this is high tide. This is high tide with the sun is not out. Imagine if the sun was out on low tide, the reef would be popping up through the surface, which it does from time to time. Well, lots of just amazing competitors. Such a huge field of competitors.
Look at the reef.
Look at that thing. It's a
Oh, you don't want to be there.
And if you notice, he can paddle back to the channel, which is on the left It's on the right of your screen, but he went right in the direction of left on your screen, and that's how close this reef shelf is. Sometimes you catch a right, you paddle back out the left. Let's see red. Gabriel Molina, the youngster, making it safe.
Pretty low scoring wave counts for these riders out in the water. Why is that?
This and the previous heat, we didn't see many lip maneuvers. Not a lot of scoring opportunity because, as you mentioned, Manny, that high tide really shortening up the wave. It's really making it peak up, triangulate in one position. Not a lot happening down the line. As the tide lowers, the wave's going to stretch itself out a little bit more. We are going to see the wave feel the reef a little bit more towards its arms, I guess you could say, and that is going to give more lip maneuvers more consistently for our competitors.
And that right there, that knowledge, I mean, you're from Hawaii, but here in at this break, that where you just said should be known by all the riders, but a lot of them coming in from out of town think that fronton is fronton. It's going to be the same at low tide, mid tide, and high tide, and that's not the case.
It's not the case. It's not even the case when you start adding in different wave directions. West versus northwest versus the northeast. Those are all going to play in with the tide. So you're going to not only have, okay, yeah, the high tide's better. Oh, wait, no, the swell direction. Oh, maybe the mid tide's better. Oh, yeah, you're going to have to factor in a lot of things. And these event organizers, they're looking at it, they're churning the numbers on these forecasts. They're trying to find the best conditions to run the 35 hours of competition that we have here at the Frontón King 2021.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting how some of the locals are going to adapt quicker than some of the foreigners that are coming in from out of town. But I've noticed a lot of the riders that are coming in from out of town, they're picking it up pretty quick, and it's going to be exciting to see later down the line. Less than a minute to go in this heat. Woo! Hugo Medina, the youngest rider possibly at 13 years of age from Atayala, is not looking pretty good, although he needs a 3.2. I hear whistling. People are calling out to the riders, possibly a wave coming in. With priority in the hands of Miguel Castro, he can fend off the riders below him, Fabio and Hugo. But I think it's the Peruvians calling out the rider in white, Fabio, to get in position. He only needs a 2.87. I say only, but in these conditions, a pretty tough call. Look at this.
It can be challenging, but maybe sitting a little further in, sneaking on something there, getting a lip move. It's just intimidating to sit inside out here. You don't really want to catch one directly on your head. The countdown is happening, Manny. This heat has ended. The scores will stand. Gabriel Molina and Miguel Castro moving on through. The young blood Hugo Medina and the Peruvian Fabio Saavedra signing off.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with heat number 8 right after this.
De las mejores cosas que me ha dado, yo creo que viajar, es darme cuenta de la suerte que tenemos de vivir aquí. Volver a querer estar en casa es ese momento, después de estar un día entero surfeando con mis amigos, relajado en la playa, simplemente disfrutando del día que hemos tenido y estar ahí echándonos una cerveza y disfrutar del momento y estar juntos.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first tones. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
Gentlemen, welcome back to the 2021 Frónton King, presented by Gran Canaria as well as Corona. We are in round 3, heat number 8. Dion.
What's up, Dub?
What's up?
Yeah, it's been some fantastic surfing. These juniors putting up a show in these really trying, difficult conditions as the tide is kind of like slowly receding. We've had some incredible surfing. You've been busy most of the morning, but you know, just give me a little bit of a take of what you've been experiencing, watching these heats, especially with this high tide and you know, shifty fronton.
Shifty fronton. There's opportunities to be had, but few and far between. If the last hour tells us much, but I've got high hopes for these kids in this heat. But just to give you, a little rundown of how it is, we wake up here, Gran Canaria. It's a beautiful island. The commercial does it justice by just showing you how diverse, how spectacular, just how cool of a place this is to visit. So, we wake up here, we're just loving it. I went out for a little surf, had a little session out at La Juancha, which is a reef just a little bit west of Fronton. It's the next break over, actually, maybe about a kilometer away.
I think I saw you in there this morning. There's 2 guys in there. Was it you and who was with you?
Had fun out there with Robin Legros. Santi Kirshner paddled out with us as well a little bit later. And, we had a good old time. Then we started watching the comp and just starting to kind of get in the zone, watching the many faces of Fronton.
And we're seeing all of them today, from perfect to gnarly to confused to moody as well, so it's been quite a morning. It's a lot of hits that we are pumping through. We're halfway through the juniors, remembering that there's a rider up and riding. What's going to happen? That is Blue just disappearing out of the screen, and he's got a smile on his face, so he seems pretty stoked. Let's see what this replay shows.
Yeah, I think he did a roll. We'll see if we can get a replay. Oh, we've got
back-to-back
another
action
rider trying to hit the side wave. Our rider in white, that was Hugo Lizaraga, trying to get a wave. But yeah, I think Luis Tausia is going to be leading the heat with this one, Dion.
All right, let's look at this. So he goes. There we go. There's a nice little loopy roll. Solid landing,
So
just
clean.
Gets it. Really cool.
That was I love just how smoothly and cylindrical his rotation was.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
Very cool. Well, it shows in the scoring of 5.83 for his efforts.
That's great. That's probably, a number that he can keep if the last 3 heats tell us anything. He just needs a backup. He's got plenty of time to do it, while the other 3 competitors are going to be fighting for maybe 2 scoring rides. Gadiel, he might be able to advance with that 3.67 in his score line, but certainly Hugo and Unai are going to need more than what they've got right now.
So I want to ask you, as a lifelong competitor and, just coming off Sintra, fighting in the final with Sammy Marantino, but let's just, I'm digressing a bit, but let's just, as a competitor, so now we've got very tricky conditions. How valuable or how useful is the priority system right now, given that it's not perfect, given that it's not mechanical, given that it's coming from all angles? So how would you put yourself in a position if you were one of these Groms and you have priority, but you keep on missing the peak or something like that? You're like, how valuable is it in these type of conditions? Is it still worth it, or is it just what do you do?
It's a good question, because this is, like you said, it's not mechanical and perfect where you can sit and wait and the perfect wave presents itself and it's very obvious. Right now, priority could almost be to your detriment if you're focused on holding on to it and waiting for the best wave. If you sit a little further inside. I mean, the guys just got caught. They were too far in there, but some of these other heats, they could be a little farther in. Here these guys are, great competitors, great sportsmen. They're just taking showers together like they're back in the locker room like
good game,
like
good
guys
game.
do. And we got Raul, faithful jet ski operator, has been here almost every edition of the Fronton King. And Unai, trying to roll kind of almost like a flop off the back as he gets to the channel.
Yeah.
That's
And he
not
was
gonna be
holding
much.
on to that priority. Sorry to interrupt you, but he was standing with that priority forever and ever. It's almost like 7 minutes into it, and you know, I think he felt a bit forced. He needs to now do something. He needs to take a wave, be it not the best wave, but he's been sitting stagnant for a while, and I think that pressure just builds. So back to the question, like, how do you play it with this messy conditions?
Like how I would do it right now is I would just be aware of the priority situation so that I didn't drop in on anybody.
Yes.
And I would try to get on a wave that looked like I could do a rolo. Wherever I caught that wave, I would find it. And I would find it as soon as I could. If I had to paddle inside of these guys, I would. If I had to paddle right, left, outside, I would be scrambling even in the first few minutes just to get a lip move or even a spin on the open face just to get a 3, maybe a 4. Then I would even consider holding priority or working my way up the line and sitting for a bigger one. But I think right now it's just about staying busy. It's about being active. It's about doing something. Let's say Hugo Lizarraga, big drop.
Nice.
Rolo off of that side wave. Did he swallow him up? I don't think he made that, did he?
I think he got swallowed by that section. Oh, he actually just pulled out in the back of it. So interesting being so shifty, you know, like, here we go. It's just
here's
interesting. Here we go. It's right in yellow. All right, that's a better lip maneuver. That's kind of what you want to see.
Yes.
And he's going for the second one. So let's see. There we go. All right, so, you know, not completed, but it's a combination surfing of keeping the clock ticking, keeping busy, you know, being aware of what's happening around you, being aware of what's happening, because they can't hear the announcers. So it's important to be looking at the priority system. The wind is howling, so the announcer's voice is just getting carried away all the way back to Morocco. You know, so it's just it's insane how the wind is just gusting around. So again, it goes back what you were saying in terms of how important it is to keep busy and stay aware.
Wow, we got a pretty sizable set approaching. I hope they can get under it. Wow, Unai just
and tomorrow is going
barely getting under there. I think they all look safe.
They all safe. They all good. All through it.
But like
I do only see 3 competitors though. The other one is in the channel. All right, rider.
Right and left. Let's see. Luis tries to get something. He's gonna get taken for a ride.
Dave, why do we keep seeing some of the Groms, especially in this heat, doing a roll but there's no section? You know, it's a lack of competing. Is it maybe just desperation, trying to, you know, just put something onto the score, keeping busy? The water's moving so much. You take what you get and you try and do it. Is it, you know, why do you think that happens?
I think it's the latter, the middle option, where they're kind of desperate. They just need to make a maneuver. They just need to do something, anything really. So they're even just trying rolls where there's not a lip. And I can't really blame them. I might even find myself doing something similar if I was in one of these heats, because it does not look easy. But we did see Gadiel get a nice one, 5 points. It's a good score.
All right, we got an interview lined up, and I'm not sure who's hosting the interview, but I think it's Manny. Down to you guys.
Take it away.
Away.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Manny V, and with me is Gabriel Molina, one of the few locals right here. He lives at Agujero, which is just maybe a 5-minute walk
love
to
it, love
get
it, love
to
it.
El Frontón. Let's ask him, how does it feel to be able to compete in his home break for world title? ¿Cómo sientes que hay un potencial para ganar un título aquí en tu casa?
¿Inglés o español? ¿Qué hablo?
Inglés.
That moment have been in my mind a lot of times. I will do my best to get there, but I don't know. There can happen many things, and I don't know how we'll do. But that is incredible.
Your English is perfect.
It's kind of English.
All right, in Spanish for Spanish speakers.
Vale. No sé, es un escenario que ha estado en mi mente muchas veces. Es un sueño para mí desde chico y viniendo aquí a ver esto. Y simplemente el hecho de estar aquí compitiendo ya es algo increíble. Y claro, yo haré lo mejor que pueda para ganar. Es mi objetivo, lo que me gustaría, como todo el mundo. Pero si no se da, no se da. No, las condiciones pueden variar y eso, yo lo intentaré.
Okay, Mama, we're going to keep this short and sweet because we got more action. But Gabriel, una palabra a tus amigos, tu familia, sponsors, lo que tú quieras.
Vale, que disfruten todos del campeonato, que vengan a verlo, que lo vean por las redes y que lo sientan. Y muchas gracias también a los sponsors, Viper, Science Giro, Excel y El Cruce, que es una tienda de Las Palmas muy buena. Y eso.
Wow, that was pretty cool. He actually said, I'm like, last words, he's like, you know what? You guys have fun and enjoy the rest of the event, and shout out to his sponsors. So that was pretty cool. All right, Gabriel, good luck, and we'll see you on the next round.
Gracias, Manny.
All right, thanks, Manny, for that insightful interview as we see another bomb offload on this high tide reef. Going a bit low now, but still a wee way to go before we get there. 7 minutes 21 to go with Gael Martel sitting in that first place with 8.67 and Louise with a 7.53. Still needing that second backup score for Rider in Blue.
Yeah, but they are, within striking distance. If Luis can get, only less than a 3-point ride, he's going to go back into first place.
Sorry.
But for Hugo and Unai, they do need solid fives. Ooh.
Yeah, Hugo just went banging onto a big one.
Ooh,
Let's see. Oh, here we go. Here we go. That's riding yellow. What's happening in this section? There's an woo.
Has to dive out.
Dive
as
of
that
destiny.
Crests over him. Woo. Yeah, it's tough, and you can see at that takeoff just how focused that whole wave is just on one singular point.
Yeah.
It really does just
it kind of just comes together like a pyramid almost. I think it was 2 or 3 heats ago that one of the competitors was very, very unfortunate. He found himself in that situation where he was in the impact zone when a set came through, but it was one of those triangular ones that just came together from both angles and it just offloaded onto him. Luckily, Kevin Torres and the crew was there to help him and guide him out of the channel on the right hand side, but you could see clearly that he was pretty rattled.
Oh, it's easy to get rattled out here, and
I mean,
hats
look at
off to everybody who's all our competitors and the safety personnel, the caddies, the coaches for just keeping this place safe and helping guys to do their best out in the water.
That's it, keeping it safe. And I think it's a pretty good call pushing the juniors in right now. At least, we're keeping the clock ticking, keeping the heats going. There's a lot of juniors. There's 16 heats, so we're halfway through that. The tide is high. There's a lot more water on the reef. Sure, you can argue it's not the best way. It's not what Fronton can do and all of that. But I mean, it's a lot of surfing to get through. For the period is only so long. You can't prolong it and do 3 hours every day whilst it's at its best, and then you're going to be surfing here for 2 months. And also, as a competitor, you need to be able to showcase your versatility. Whether it's 6 foot and offshore, one foot slop onshore, it's surfing.
Absolutely, totally agree with you. And we're kind of seeing it kind of notch up from day one. This is definitely bigger. And giving the juniors in round 3 the opportunity to show their stuff, and some pretty sizable stuff I think is good. I don't think it's outside the realm of what they can handle. So I think this is a good chance for the juniors to show their stuff. We'd love to get them a nice clean day, maybe about the same size but clean fronton. I think that would be kind of the ideal conditions for the juniors to show their stuff. But you know, as it stands, yeah, I think this is a good opportunity for them to really push themselves and show what they're capable of, because they are the future of the sport.
That is 100% correct. The future of the sports. And you know what? This is showing that the grassroots is so important. Your development from as a Grom, a boy competitor, moving into the next phase, which will be your juniors, and then you moving into open where and then DK, and then becoming multidisciplined. But it starts with the foundation, teaching them how the priority system works. Teaching them how the heats work, how to time on your watch, how to keep your scorecard ticking. I'm sure you guys have done some coaching clinics where you pass some knowledge on to the kids, and you know it's just imperative it's imperative for the sport. Let's be honest. But with this amount of junior turnout, it's huge. It's incredible.
It's huge, and it really is awesome to have the Pro Junior division, to have a world title available for Pro Juniors. I think these guys are at the top level of amateur riders. So they each probably have double-digit experience in competitions where they've been competing for years.
Yeah, for sure.
Several a year. They know how to work a heat. They kind of have a good grasp of those fundamentals, as you pointed out, Dion. And I think now this puts them in the world kind of spotlight where they can showcase it, where there is more on the line. Yeah. There's more on the line as far as what they can get from the event, a world title. There's also more on the line as on the risk side of that as well.
Oh yeah,
this is a
high risk, high reward,
and that's exactly it. So this really is like that peak of the mountain for amateurs, this Pro Junior division. And I think it is that culmination of the grassroots. We need it all the way at the base, and we need to build it up all the way to this level, and then this is the jumping off point where we're going to see some of these juniors moving into the professional open men's division probably in the next couple of years, and they could be.
And we do have a few that's actually surfing the men's division as
Joel
well. So they
the Portuguese
he was shredding
in the men's. Yeah. He did great in the Cintra event in the men's division.
Correct.
And he's competing in both divisions again here.
That's fantastic.
He's one of those guys, and there's definitely a few more, which I think is great. I think if you're at that level, why not?
Exactly.
You should do the both.
You can only learn from it, whether you win or whether you lose. You can only learn from it. And as a young competitor surfing at that level, surfing against some of the top dogs in the game, it's going to teach you some lessons. Whether it's there's not going to be a negative lesson. It's going to be a positive lesson, whether you win or whether you lose or whether you get absolutely comboed. You're going to learn from it.
Indeed. These kids have a beautiful learning opportunity ahead of them in the Frontón King Pro, those who advance, and those who don't, they're still going to have a huge takeaway from coming here and giving a shot at it. We've got 30 seconds remaining, Dion. We've seen a little bit of scrambling out the back. We're going to have a ride. It is Hugo
up and gliding here. There we go, a little section.
5.41 is what he needs.
Ooh, double.
2 little hop over, no lip rolls. We got somebody in the back, blue, that was Luis Tausia. He also gets a ride. Replay. And this heat is going to tick down to finish. We're probably going to see Gadiel and Luis moving on, but we'll give you the final and official results when we come back from the break.
That's it. So, okay, wait. Before we go on a break, let's look at. There we go. That's a nice loopy roll. I love how he rolls around, gets a board back under his body, ready for the landing. And this might change the situation a little bit, because we got 2 scoring rides back to back. And so let's see what's happening with this score. Well, we're going to do that when we get back with some more moody fronton right after these epic ad breaks.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first tones. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
A mí me encanta despertarme con el sol. Cuando me abro los ojos y veo la luz y ves colores tan bonitos, agradezco vivir. Cuanto más estoy con la naturaleza, mejor me siento. Y decir, qué belleza, el mundo.
¿Cómo separar lo natural de lo espiritual? El paisaje, la tradición, la gastronomía, la cultura, nuestro cielo y nuestro mar forjan el carácter del camino. Un camino de ida y vuelta. De ida, claro, hacia el jubileo, pero también de vuelta. De vuelta al respeto por el sudor del campo, por los frutos del trabajo y la cosecha. ¿No es esta otra forma de redención? Feliz Año Santo Jacobeo 2021. Santiago de los Caballeros de Gáldar.
All right, welcome back. Welcome back to some moody Fronton Biggos back in hot seat with me. And it's round 3, heat number 9. And it's another jam-packed junior heat for the world title.
Así es, bienvenidos a todos. Este es el Gran Canaria Frontón King 2021. Y lo que están viendo en su pantalla es el hit número 9 de la ronda número 3. Está José Raúl Jiménez en amarillo, David Perezosa en azul, Juan José Solano en rojo y Abner Machine en white, en blanco, disculpen. Tengo ahí una mezcla de idiomas en la cabeza. Y lo que vamos a hacer con mi compañero Mombos, él va a hacer la parte en inglés, yo voy a hacer la parte en español. We were trying to switch a little bit. He will be doing the English and I'll be doing the Spanish because I know most of you are Spanish speakers. And we're going to get back with Hub here, Dave Howard, when Santiago Kirchner comes, which is the next heat. Así que vamos a estar haciendo un poco de español por acá y un saludo gigante a todas las personas que están sintonizando. Recuerden compartir, recuerden decirle a todos sus amigos, a todos sus cercanos que el Gran Canaria Frontón King está en vivo a través del canal de YouTube del Frontón King y a través del canal de YouTube de la IBC World Tour.
That's it. If you just joined us, welcome to the Gran Canaria Frontón King. And I just want to appeal to anybody that could assist us to please maybe get in touch. Please to get in touch with us, as the IBC's Instagram account has been hacked and we have no access to the account. So if you guys want to get any information of the event, make sure you are moving your attention to the Frontón King Instagram handle, but on Facebook and on Facebook we will have the IBC. It's still available, and you can contact us through the IBC's website. As we see a rider in white up and riding, getting a little bit stuck in the foam ball, hoping to get that little section, unfortunately just rushing away from him and not getting anything at all. Right, so this is a 20-minute heat, be 14 minutes remaining, and the current situation is a rider in yellow, Jose Raúl Jiménez, with a 1.3. A quick replay, Bego.
Así es, aquí venía entonces José Raúl Jiménez, no consiguiendo mucho en esa ola, definitivamente sí. Ahora la situación está un poco complicada por el tema del viento y la marea alta aquí en el frontón, pero no es imposible porque realmente hemos visto un súper buen show en las mangas que han pasado. Así que nada, vamos a ver, porque estos chicos tienen un nivelazo, como siempre digo, jóvenes en edad, pero no en nivel. No les falta nada de nivel. Young in age, but not in level.
Well, these kids are shredding. It's very tough out there. It's moody, like I've been saying. The wind is on it, but it's very contestable. There's a nice shot of all the fans sitting on the cliffs by the table. Bunch of photographers rearing their lenses, ready to get the shot. We've seen some incredible surfing by these juniors, and you know what? They're definitely fighting for that world title. And what a place to be winning the world title as well. What an honor to have it here.
Visit what an amazing, no, definitely the best place to have it. And if you're tuning in, just make sure to visit the IBCWorldTour.com for live streaming, live scoring, and daily highlights from this year Gran Canaria Frontón King. Asegúrense de visitar la página web de la IBC World Tour. Ahí pueden ver el streaming oficial y también pueden ver los scores, están ahí mismo. Y también pueden ver los highlights. Atención, se viene Blanco. Bonito invert entonces para Blanco. Él es Abner Machín. Esa va a ser una linda nota para Abner. Vamos a ver qué piensan los jueces, pero bueno, es una buena forma de lograr un score decente, un score bueno aquí. Atención, se viene Juan José Solano.
All right, some nice action by the rider in red. Just not getting anything on that. And the previous wave, Abner Machine, seems like he punted that one through the roof, got the invert out the water, and landed it nicely in the flats. So his score will definitely improve. Much to see him jump up into P1. Right, priority is being held by rider in blue, David Perez Sosa. And as we know, the priority over here, it's a little bit tricky given that the waves are very shifty. It's still very high. The reef is starting to become a bit more exposed. So sooner or later, we'll be seeing some nice left-handers come through. Nice cutty, and just getting eaten by the little foam ball, slipping off his board. A little bit of frustration by the young man, but lessons learned. Now he knows what not to do on his next wave.
Así es, vimos un poquito de frustración entonces para José Raúl. Claro que sí, es normal. La verdad que es bastante difícil poder entender a veces los designios de la madre naturaleza, pero hay que hacerlo, hay que entenderlo, hay que saber que no se puede controlar esto. Y atención, se viene algo ahí para Abner, vamos a ver si conecta. Definitivamente parece que la izquierda no es la mejor opción. It doesn't look like the left is the best option at the moment.
What I think it's difficult to choose between the left and the right. I think your decision will be made for you once you look at the wave, and the wave will show you which way she wants to go. As we see this rider locking into a nice little pit,
and enjoying some underwater sightseeing courtesy of Fronton.
Are we gonna go swimming afterwards? Here he comes, Jose Raúl. Vamos a ver.
Here we go.
Yeah. Oh.
Crunching landing. Absolutely crunching landing. A place you do not want to be. But luckily he landed in the barrel almost, and he popped up right behind it and not getting smeared like a Sami across the reef. Well, the waves are definitely showing face. His left-handers now is rolling through. There you go, bigger. Nice hit. Boom. But right there, hits his face on his board. He's going to feel that one in the morning.
Oh.
But lucky for him, he just popped up right in the back.
Qué buen trabajo entonces ahí, realmente arriesgándolo todo, hay que decirlo, porque caer esos maniobrones así de pesados, así de fuertes. Miren esta imagen clásica de un coach con su chico. La verdad que no reconozco al coach. Ahí va Maxi, corriendo como siempre, Maxi todo el día. Excelente el trabajo de Maxi y Dani aquí como organizadores principales de este Gran Canaria Frontón King 2021, presentado por Cerveza Corona y NMD Bodyboards.
And Santiago Krishna walking down the stairs. You saw Dave
actually,
Hubbard.
that was Dave Hubbard.
Dave Hubbard giving him a little bit of a pep talk. One of the young riders from the Hubbard stable. And you know what? To be a young Graham and to be under the wings of a household name by the name Hubbard must be something special.
It is something special for sure. And the Hawaiians are doing a great job, so kudos to everyone that it's surfing again. I was really impressed with the level for the young drop knee riders back in Sintra. So I know for sure there's got to be, and I know for a fact there's new girls, fresh blood for girls and juniors. And I feel that bodyboarding future is a warranty all over the world. It is just, when I see, you know, we have 58 participants in this event in the junior division, so it just gives me this sense that our sport, it's got a future, a strong future, and here it is. Strong future for this guy. Nice looking roll. Hablamos de el futuro del bodyboard. Y estos chicos son el futuro del bodyboard aquí en Canarias. La mayoría de estos competidores son canarios. Hablábamos de los riders que estuvieron presentes en Sintra, los hawaianos que lo hicieron súper bien. Me encanta saber que el futuro del bodyboard está garantizado. Aquí viene la repetición de esta ola de amarillo. Logra conseguir ese rolo después de que se tiró ese super invert que casi aterriza. And it definitely he's not hurt after that crazy landing, Jose Raúl Jiménez.
Yeah, he's gonna feel that one in the morning. And I think the tide is starting to show, and we're gonna ride in red. Looking at this one, he's letting it go. Quick bottom turn, smashes a lip roll. That's ballsy. That's gutsy to go for that maneuver. He knows he's at the bottom of the pack. He needs to step it up, and I think he just, you know what, I think now's my time. I'm just gonna go, and he read it quite well. A really quick bottom turn. Smash a lip, got projected quite far into the flats, and you know what, surfing above his age, that's fantastic.
No, realmente sí, muy buen trabajo entonces ahí de Juan José, que a pesar de que no hizo un gran bottom ahí, logra completar ese rolo, y vamos a ver si le dan el 390 que necesita para tomar la segunda posición. En este momento los scores están bajos, todavía faltan 6 minutos y medio en este hit número 9 de la ronda 3. En la categoría Pro Junior, si viene rápido. Le faltó codito. Wow. He was lacking some elbow there. Some elbow time.
I think he's lacking some breath. There he goes. Popped up on that one. That was gnarly. That was a beatdown worth a prize in its own. But there he is. Moving. Look how quickly that water is moving, how he's getting out of the channel. A little bit rattled, a little bit upset with himself. He knows he needs to, he just wants it. He just wants it. All these kids just want to get to that final. And they are trying their utmost to get there. As we wait for this replay to drop, you know, I just think that he was very committed. He was committed from the takeoff. He saw there's something. Unfortunately, the wave broke a little bit too quick for him, and it's kind of like did not offer him any opportunity. We're getting down to the 5-minute mark. Abner currently in the lead. and Jose needing a 1.95 for that first place. Juan needs a 2.64 for that second, and David a 3.9. So there's really not much in it in this entire heat. So this heat can swing in anybody's favor.
Yeah, definitely.
3.9 is a maximum. You know what? It can swing to anybody's favor. It's not over.
Definitely, Dion, that's what it is. The scores are very close, and but you can feel these kids in the water, especially. I mean, all of them have done it, but this heat right here, you can feel they are they want to give it all. They want to leave everything right there in the field, and I think that's the way to do it, man. That's the way to go. It's got to be like that. Así es, los chicos están listos para dejarlo todos en el campo de batalla, porque este es una oportunidad única que tienen. Aquí se va a coronar el campeón mundial 2021 en la categoría junior. Y atención que se viene José Raúl, que ha hecho un excelente trabajo hasta ahora. Vamos a ver si puede completar algo. No, solo necesita 4.48. Wow, what a backwash, man.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. Pretty wild. Bombs coming from all directions. These kids are, I don't know, they are little legends. Here we go, right in red looking and letting go. I don't think they care much about the priority system right now. I think for them it's about A, survival, B, posting good scores, and just keeping busy. Just keeping busy, keeping the limbs loose. We're under 4 minutes right now. Up the machine is still looking pretty. He got a backup score. He's now with an 8.20 and putting it a little bit further out of reach for the other three competitors for that win. But top two riders will make it to the next round. We have heat number 10 coming up, and it's set to be another banger of the juniors here. All these kids competing for the coveted junior world title. Current here in Gran Canaria at the Frontón King.
Javi Dominguez. He's also he's an amazing rider. He's from here, but he surfed all the times en el Confital. Ahí está Javi Domínguez, uno de la sangre fresca de la generación más joven. Bueno, no la más joven, pero la medianamente más joven que tenemos ahora aquí en Gran Canaria. Y la verdad que son unos chicos que están surfeando súper bien. Es de la generación de Carlillo. Mira, ahí va Dailos Rodríguez como coach. Se están turnando los chicos, me encanta ver eso, todos los canarios. Estuvo Adai Borges, estuvo Samu Brito, está Aitor Ojeda, ahora está yendo Dailos a estar ahí adentro, porque para que ustedes sepan, en sus casas tenemos a 2 coaches en el agua, tenemos a una moto con un salvavidas y una moto con 2, ¿no? Que es un salvavidas conductor y un salvavidas rescatista, y también hay un rescatista en las piedras. We have a lot of security out there, you know, right?
Yeah,
2 coaches
yeah.
and
Boat caddies.
2 lifeguards, 1 in land and 1 in the water.
Yeah, it's important. Kid safety, everybody's safety is paramount for an event like this. I see White Abner really trying to get onto that one. He saw something, and unfortunately the wave just a little bit too small and washing over the reef. We just below 2 minutes, and right now rider in White Abner and rider in yellow Jose sitting in first and second. Remember, top 2 riders will advance to the next round. Unfortunately, it will be the end of the World Championship campaign for the bottom 2. Right now is looking like Juan and David both needing to post a second backup score and a higher score, needing a 2.64 for that second place and a 3.9 for that second position. It's all coming down to the wire. This heat is still wide open, bigger. It's anybody's game. It takes one wave, one maneuver to change it all. Here it is.
Aquí viene entonces rojo Juan José, que está necesitando solamente un 2.64 para quitarle la segunda posición a José Raúl Jiménez. ¿Será eso un 2.64 que necesita Juan José? Vamos a ver. Mientras tanto, les recordamos, este es la categoría Junior Pro y aquí se va a decidir el campeón mundial cuando viene azul. Esta ola no sé si pinta, no pintó. Y también, venía amarillo José Raúl. Y tú sabes que hay un prize money, hay una bolsa de premio de $10,000 garantizados para la categoría Junior Pro. $10,000 warranty for the Junior Pro, that's a very high amount of money for this division. Actually, in the previous World Contest for juniors, they used to give only $2,500 prize money amount.
Here we go. We got White upper riding. He's looking for that combination maneuver. Going for the left. Quick little roll. Continues with a whitewash. And back into the channel. 10,000 US up for grabs throughout this division of the juniors. The winner will be walking away with a fat paycheck and a world title behind his name. And that is the end of heat number 9 of round number 3. Coming up next, some more gnarly action of the juniors from a beautiful Gran Canaria right after these breaks.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without the alarm. More first times. More leaps into the unknown. More breakfasts in bed. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More heartbeats per minute. More enjoying the journey. More dreams almost fulfilled. More unexpected friends. More races to anywhere. More flavors to discover. More being at a loss for words. More time. Time to lose yourself and find yourself again. In short, more moments like this. And this. And this. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
Y bienvenidos una vez más a todos. Muchísimas gracias por sintonizar. Esto es el Gran Canaria Frontón King 2021, presentado por Cerveza Corona y NMD Bodyboards y en el agua. Lo que ven en su pantalla es el round número 3, el hit 10. En rojo tenemos a José Luis Delgado. En blanco a Santiago Kirchner. En amarillo Ariel Cruz. Y en azul a Benjamín Co. Y al lado mío está Dave Hoover una vez más. Vamos a estarnos compartiendo el español y el inglés en este hit que tenemos a un hawaiano que es Santiago Krishner. Welcome back, Dave.
Yeah, so great to be back. And look at this first wave from our rider in blue, really going for it. I tell you what, that was not easy, and it took some guts. All of the water just converged on him right after that. But Benjamin Cole, here's Santi Kirchner, too far behind that, and dang, he just doesn't get a scoring opportunity there. But these guys are going for it.
Okay, so Benjamin Cole, also known as El Paltita. Paltita means avocado, mini avocado. Do you know El Palta from Arica? He's his nephew, so vamos ahí a ver qué es lo que pasa en este hit. We have Santiago Krishnan from Hawaii, and kudos to everyone that is tuning in from Hawaii. And aquí viene José Luis Delgado. Vamos a ver qué puede hacer José Luis. ¡Wow! ¡Qué buen invert! Difícil de caerlo, ¿ah? Very hard to land that one.
So hard, and so much water just shoving itself onto the reef, but he really went for it.
Look at the cameraman looking for him.
We're trying to find him. But we've got tons of safety personnel. We've got guys on each side of the channel.
Yes.
We've got Elliot Morales, as well as Raul operating the jet ski with his lifeguard sitting behind him. So we've got quite a bit of personnel. I just saw Dylos paddle out. He's going to go and join him. And just a heads up, we are going to hopefully get the interview for our winner of 2 heats ago, but I think they came in at Caleta. They had a hard time getting in, so they went in through the little town that we have here. There's a town nearby that you can go to when it's big. So I think that's where they came in. That's why we didn't get the interview to you so far, but we will get you guys the interview of both last heat and the heat before winners.
Yeah, definitely. It's getting bigger and bigger, Dave, and I think tomorrow we're gonna see some serious waves. That's what the report says. There's a swell hitting here in the Fronton. Not the best one because it comes with a lot of wind and it's not the best direction. But either way, it looks like next week we're gonna be seeing a pretty cool and more organized swell. So I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm not a professional swell-wise, but I know for a fact everyone that is in charge of that is gonna make the right call. So let's see what happens. We still have the waiting period until October 30th, so we can wait. I mean, we have done a couple of rounds, which is really, really small. We were a little bit stressed because we felt everything was packed for us, you know, and we're probably going to be a little bit tight with schedule.
Well, we've got 35 hours of competition in this event. We're on day 3, so we're hoping that by the end of this day, we're going to have taken off about half of that. We got Santiago Kirchner looking for a lip here. Can't quite get to anything, but he's staying active. He's representing the big island of Hawaii and, of course, hub boards. And we're so stoked to have kids from all over the world tuning in to watch, but also to compete. We've got Santiago Kirchner from Hawaii in this heat. We've got tons of Spanish. We've got tons of Peruvians, Chileans. We've got one Portuguese. I think we've got a Moroccan Grom. Let's see. Big wipeout there.
Oh.
Woo.
He's going to
but
be
he's
fine.
Okay.
Yeah, he's going to be fine. No, it's gonna be fine. Oh my
It's
God,
gonna be fine.
I'm
It's gonna be fine.
I said like 1,000 times. Yeah.
There's a replay. Big ol' wipeout there. Pretty critical.
How is it out there, like at that specific point, that place in there? Does it drags you? Does it drags you to
It drags
to the bottom, or
it drags across the reef, but not necessarily down. You don't get dragged down as much as you'd get dragged across the reef. We just saw a pretty incredible wave coming in there, but whoa, it's definitely picking up.
Sí, ahí estamos viendo entonces, estábamos aquí revisando toda la situación que está pasando. Y lo bueno es que está Dailos en el agua, está Aitor en el agua. Esto está realmente bien protegido, no se preocupen por los chicos. Claramente nosotros nos ponemos un poco nerviosos porque tal vez no estamos viendo todo, pero aquí está todo controlado. Hay un salvavidas en lo que es la parte de las rocas y también hay 2 salvavidas en la moto con 2 coaches en el agua. Así que realmente está todo bajo control. Y me informan que ya está lista la entrevista con el ganador del hit pasado. Vámonos con la entrevista.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Man V, and with me now is the winner of Heat 8. This is Luis Daucia from Spain. He's from the north of Spain where there's a lot of beach breaks. We're here at El Frontón. It's pure reefs. So what I'm going to ask him is, what's it like going from a beach break to a reef break? Luis, felicidades. Te quiero preguntar, vienes de playas donde hay arena y aquí estamos en el frontón, puro reef. ¿Cómo preparaste y cómo es la diferencia?
Muy difícil surfear aquí en el frontón porque no estoy acostumbrado a surfear olas de roca. Allí son todo playas, pero bueno, acostumbrado a vientos no muy buenos, botes, baches, las condiciones estaban difíciles aquí. Y bueno, los unos días que estaba antes aquí, antes de la competencia entrenando, así que bien.
¿Cuántos días llegaste antes?
Llegué hace 6 días, llevo aquí surfeando unos cuantos, preparando la competición.
Ok, durante esos 6 días estaba mucha gente. ¿Cómo te preparaste o cómo buscaste las olas aquí en el frontón?
Mucha gente y diferentes condiciones porque estaba mucho más pequeño, pero bueno, se entrenó lo que se pudo aquí con los locales y surfeando guay.
Ok, suerte en tu manga que sigue, pero si quieres mandar un saludo a tus amigos, familia.
Sí, muchas gracias a toda la familia que está aquí conmigo apoyándome, amigos de Galicia, toda la familia que está en casa, a Salles, Mundo Surf, Arturo y la Federación Española de Surfing.
Okay, there you go. Pretty much, he just said that it's very difficult, but he got here a week early to practice in El Frontón, and that was enough time for him to get settled in and advance on into the next round. His sponsors, of course, thank you, and to his family that are here visiting with him. So, good luck in the next round. Back to the action.
Very much, Manny. That was the winner of 2 heats ago. That was Luis Daucia, and great insight there about just what a awesome action-packed heat that was and what that means to Luis to be able to come away with the victory there. We are gonna try to get another interview lined up so we don't get totally double parked, but we do want to see a little bit of action out the back if we got any takers. That is Jose Luis.
Oh.
Tries to get up to the lip. Wicked cutout.
No. Bueno, José Luis, ahí se nota un poquito la frustración y yo veía aquí, nosotros narramos lo que ustedes están viendo en su pantalla, pero también doblamos un poquito el ojito y podemos ver hacia el frente. Y ahí abajito estaba, creo que es Aitor, levantando las manos como pégale, pégale, y ahí se frustra porque no le pudo pegar. Pero bueno, nada, bien, no te frustres, que tampoco estamos en el mejor momento. Es un tema, en realidad, en estas condiciones es un tema de conseguir, tal vez a veces es de esperar. Claramente hay momentos en donde no puedes esperar mucho si se te está yendo mucho el tiempo, pero a veces yo creo que en estos momentos la selección de olas juega un papel muy importante. I think in this moment the wave selection is key.
Oh yeah.
I know it's hard to wait and try to find the perfect wave, but since it's not really perfect and it's not really friendly, I will say, it's better to have a good wave selection so you don't, you make sure you can make the most of it. And that's our skate park, mini skate park that we have. That's pretty cool. is next to the stage, next to where we are. You can come and skate in that little ramp. Do you know how to skate?
No, I do not, but we have a rider up. It is Ariel Cruz, just big wipeout there. And hey, if Fronton's not dangerous enough for you, grab a skateboard and come start skateboarding on this ramp we got over here. No helmet needed. Just push the limits of what's really possible. But it's in the name of entertainment, so. Anyways, we got Santi Kirchner on screen, as well as Benjamin Cole. Benjamin, he's in that first place spot. He wants to replace a 1.5, but 4 is the best wave of the heat. Santi's on the other side of the spectrum, sitting in 4th place, but only needing a 3.3. He's got 6 minutes to do it. Jose Luis Delgado, he's in 3rd. He just needs less than a 2-point ride to get into 2nd. Ariel Cruz in 2nd, Benjamin Cole in 1st.
Una vez más vemos esta situación de scores bastante bajos. Los riders han hecho realmente todo lo posible, pero ya se trata de un tema de alguien que consiga la ola correcta y le pueda poner esa maniobra para poder marcar esas puntuaciones de verdad. Está exigente el frontón, no imposible, pero sí exigente. Y yo me quito el sombrero ante estos juniors. No, realmente, no sé qué estaría haciendo yo allá adentro. Y me parece que este es el futuro del bodyboard y que realmente lo están demostrando. Y atención que se viene Benjamín Cole. Nada, ahí se lo comía a la derecha Benjamín Cole, el ariqueño.
Wow. Split peak scenario there. We had riders going both ways. Don't think it worked out well for either of them. Ooh, Santi expressing a bit of frustration. Here's his left. He waited a long time for this one and was unable to get anything off the lip there. Very difficult there. He's still got time, still doesn't need much. That actually is going to be a keeper score for him at this point. Now needing a 2.65 for Santi Kirchner. For anybody back in Hawaii tuning in very early in the morning, want to say aloha to you and happy birthday to my brother Jeff Hubbard. It is his birthday today.
Are you for real? I just got word that today is Benjamin's Cole's birthday.
Hey!
This kid that is in 1st position, it's his birthday. I didn't know it was your brother's.
Cumpleaños. We're loving it. All right. Yeah, well, good day to celebrate both Benjamin Cole as well as Jeff Hubbard.
Birthday then. Feliz cumpleaños para Benjamín Cole. Y atención, aquí dice Adrián que dónde pueden ver los resultados de todas las mangas. Adrián, puedes ir a la página de la IBC. Todos pueden ir a la página de la IBC World Tour. Y ahí está la transmisión en vivo. Entran a donde les pone día 3 de competencia Frontón King. Y abajo de la transmisión en vivo están las puntuaciones. Están exactamente lo mismo que nosotros estamos viendo. Ustedes pueden ver todos los hits que ya se han corrido, los que faltan, todas las puntuaciones. Pueden entrar hit por hit. Está todo ahí a mano. I just want to say this in English. If you looking to watch the scores live, you can go to the IBC World Tour website and you can find this streaming there. You click on the Frontón King image that you see at the main at the beginning of the website, and you will see the streaming. And right below the streaming box, in the YouTube box, there's the scores. Oh my God! Attention, 2 riders on a wave.
Oh,
Okay,
it
so
did
yes,
look like
Santi didn't have priority.
Jose Luis Delgado with priority went left. Santiago thought the wave was available. He was sitting in 4th priority at the moment. Dropped in unintentionally, but there's most likely going to be a penalty dropped, unfortunately, on the Hawaiian Santiago Kirchner. Pretty critical error here. Yeah, we will have an interference called, white on red. That means Santiago Kirchner going to get a deduction off of his 2nd scoring ride. But very, very small totals needed, he can still advance with less than a 3. So it's not over for Santi, but time is ticking down. Benjamin Cole increasing his distance in the lead. He's going to replace his 1.5 now with a little bit bigger of a score. Won't be his best ride, but he's going to put himself even farther away from the rest of the field. Ariel, Jose, and Santi still in the battle now. So unfortunate for Jose Luis. Hopefully.
So the leader, I'm sorry. The leader of the heat, Benjamin Cole, the birthday boy, getting his birthday present, advancing in this great event, looking to get his hands on one of those $10,000 that we have for as a prize money for this division. It's one of the few times in history that the junior division has such a prize money. So thank you very much to the organizers of the Gran Canaria Frontón King 2021 and everyone involved in this event for granting that prize money to the juniors. That's really, really good.
It's amazing, and like you said, Bego, historical. Never before have we seen a prize purse this big for the Pro Junior Division.
Yep. Benjamín Cole de cumpleaños, felicitaciones Paltita, estás ganando, felicitaciones Arica, el cumpleañero Benjamín Cole en la primera posición, en un hit súper difícil, con olas súper difíciles y ya se está yendo, son los últimos 10 segundos señoras y señores, quedará Benjamín Cole en la primera posición, seguido de Ariel Cruz, y quedarán despidiéndose de este evento José Luis Delgado y Santiago Kirchner. Oh my God, it's gone. It looks like...
Me abro los ojos y veo la luz y ves colores tan bonitos. Agradezco vivir.
Cuanto más estoy con la naturaleza, mejor me siento. Y decir, qué belleza, el mundo.
¿Cómo separar lo natural de lo espiritual? El paisaje, la tradición, la gastronomía, la cultura, nuestro cielo y nuestro mar forjan el carácter del camino. Un camino de ida y vuelta. De ida, claro, hacia el jubileo, pero también de vuelta. De vuelta al respeto por el sudor del campo, por los frutos del trabajo y la cosecha. ¿No es esta otra forma de redención? Feliz Año Santo Jacobeo 2021. Santiago de los Caballeros de Gáldar.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2021 Fronton King Pro. This is the junior division out in the water. Heat 11 of round 3. We're seeing some exciting stuff, some exciting action going down all day today. This is the 3rd day of competition. David Hubbard joined by Manny Vargas.
Yes, sir. Here we go. Heat number 11, round number 3. It is an elimination round. 2 riders advance on. 2 riders get knocked out of the event. Out in the water, you just saw the graphic there. We're going to pull up our scores here on the latest and greatest tablet that Dub doesn't know how to turn on. There he is. All right. Before we get underway out in the action, out in the water, we're going to throw it to the winner of the last heat, and Bago. I believe it's
Bago.
You know what? It's Bago. Bago, where you at, sister?
Thank you very much, guys. We're here with Abner Machine, the Máquina Machine.
I was trying to
Abner
think
is
of the
very hard at the moment out there. We have seen really low scores. Why do you think is that? ¿Por qué esos scores tan bajos? Cuéntanos un poco qué pasa allá afuera en el agua.
Las condiciones están un poco difíciles, hay poca fuerza y demasiado viento, y eso es lo que hace que las olas sean peores y sean notas más bajas, y raspando un poco.
Well, he's saying the conditions are really hard. The tide is too high and there's a lot of wind, so that's what creates very difficult waves to surf. And that's why the scores are being low. But anyways, he managed to find his 2 waves. Tú vienes de otra ola, nada que de los palos. Cuéntanos un poco esta comparación de tus olas con las de acá.
Son totalmente distintas. Una ola de arena y esta ola de piedra tiene mucho un potencial más fuerte. Aquellas más flojas, como más juguetonas, y estas más duras.
Vale, ¿y que te preparabas viniendo bastante para acá o...?
No, muy poco porque está muy lejos.
Pues bueno, his home break, which is right here in Gran Canaria, but it's a way different place. It's all sand breaks. He's saying it's a little bit far away from here, so he hasn't really had the chance to get ready for this event, but still he managed to get the scores. Con felicitaciones en realidad, porque siendo que no es tu ola y que no estás acostumbrado, lo hiciste súper bien. ¿Quieres mandar algún saludo, decir algo para las personas que te están viendo?
La verdad es que no.
Ok, well, nada, felicitaciones y esperamos que te vaya súper bien el resto de la competencia. Back to you guys.
It's one more time to the man who won heat number 9, Abner Machine. We're going to actually have another interview coming up because we did have a little double up with the interviews just because one of the riders had to go to the next town to get out of the water. So we're going to sit back and wait for Benjamin Cole from Arica. So standing by to get that interview going from heat number 10. Out in the water, heat number 11. Dub, are the waves getting bigger?
The waves have
my.
definitely gotten bigger. We've been anticipating an increase in waves since yesterday, and they're finally starting to chirp up, picking up this afternoon. It's getting considerably bigger than it was this morning.
And the tide is dropping. That's a double whammy right there.
That's also going to see an increase in wave face heights.
Oh my gosh. And we have the juniors out in the water, 18 and under, a world title for the juniors. Up for grabs, big through the lip roll, just getting absolutely smashed on the inside. I don't think he's going to pull that off, but he is getting ragdolled. I was doing the interview, standing by for an interview, and I looked back at one of the kids get just drugged underwater, popped up maybe 30 yards from where he went underwater. So there's a lot of power out there.
There certainly is. We're going to see a little replay. Potentially, we're going to have some sort of judges call on that one as 2 of the children play together. But here we got White up and riding. Woo! Big section. Can he land in front of this? It's hard to watch. I kind of, I winced and turned away as well, man, because he was stuck in the vortex.
We've seen some maneuvers being pulled off in that section right there, like that right there. He got enough projection to get out in front, but again, that was probably half the size of the previous wave. I mean, that whitewash could just totally just knock you off your board.
Yeah, it can just decimate your life within milliseconds because there is a lot of water moving, and even just a little bit of water over your rail, boom, take you underwater and get slammed.
All right, looks like we do have the winner of that last heat, Benjamin Cole, winning that heat number 10 with Bego. Bego, where you at, sister?
Thank you very much, guys. Another interview. I'm sorry, guys. Some of the riders are coming out of Caleta, so the interviews are coming one after another. So here I am with Benjamin Cole from Arica. He's also known as El Paltita, which is like little avocado. My God, I'm so happy to have you here. Estoy tan feliz de tenerte aquí en tu cumpleaños.
Gracias.
Cuéntame un poco. Today is his birthday, so I think it's a pretty special moment. Cuéntame un poco qué se siente estar aquí en tu cumpleaños, estar avanzando rondas en el Frontón King, en Gran Canaria Frontón King 2021.
No, feliz acá, me encima estar en el paraíso, en esta ola tan conocida mundial, así era un sueño venir para acá y estar acá en la ola, surfearla y no, desde chico igual la veía en los videos y era un sueño venir acá así, acá y no, feliz, y me hacía mi cumpleaños hoy día y logré avanzar a la ronda 4, no, feliz.
Well, he said he's extremely happy because Frontón is a dream for him. Being here is a dream come true. He has been watching videos from since he was little, so he's very emotional and very happy to be here. Comparada con el Flopos, que es tu ola local, que todos sabemos que es una ola super heavy, es la ola que siempre surfea, ¿cómo es? Cuéntanos.
Pucha, igual tiene una gran diferencia, el Flopo igual tiene la rompiente más cerca, así, y... Pucha, igual tiene algo parecido así, nada, la ola igual se parecen un poco, pero no acá mucho rebote así, no.
¿Cuál es más difícil?
Pucha, para mí yo he encontrado que el flopo es más difícil, me pareció más difícil el flopo que esta ola.
Okay, so I asked him comparing to El Flopos, which is the, everybody knows that some people know it as El Gringo, but in bodyboarding we call it El Flopos, in Arica. And he's actually thinking that Flopos is a little bit more dangerous, so watch out, guys, when you're going there to compete. Venga, alguien a quien quieras saludar o a quien quieras decir algo en casa.
Quiero mandarle un saludo a toda mi familia por parte de mamá y papá que de seguro me están viendo y apoyando. Un saludo a mi polola igual, que igual me está apoyando allá. Y a todas las marcas que siempre me han apoyado, al Colegio Miramar, a Tina Tupac, Unión Flopo, ahora que me empezó a auspiciar. Se me olvidó un poco el nombre, Ale Musur igual, y eso.
Bueno, no te preocupes, estás un poco nervioso y es normal. Bueno, muchísimas gracias, Benja. La mejor de las suertes para el resto de la competencia y back to you guys.
All right, well, congratulations one more time for the Chilean Benjamin Cole. And right out in front of our booth right here, we got the legend from Chile, Gabriel Brantes, getting ready for his heat, which is coming up. I believe we may go into the open men's division after these next two heats, heat 11 and 12. But until then, let's stay focused on the juniors division, round 3, heat number 11. This 20-minute heat, we're down to 8 minutes and 39 seconds. It's anyone's ball game because the scores are so low, Dub.
And we've seen this for the last several heats in a row where the heat leader has a 4. Everybody else is in the boneyard, we say, where they've got sticks or less.
Yeah, it's tough. So anybody, like I'm taking a look at the scores that you see on your screen. Alberto Talavera in the blue jersey, he needs only a .93. That's a 1.
That's a stick. Yeah, that's a 1. He just needs a stick. That's an up and down, pretty much.
Just catch a wave. But there's 8 minutes remaining. Even that stick may be detrimental towards the end of the heat. Here we go. We got some scores that just dropped. And there we talked about Alberto's clocking in a 5 on his last wave. I love this angle right here. It just shows the beauty of what we have here in Gran Canaria.
Yeah, we got the lush green grass growing on our stage here where the competitors are preparing for heats.
We got some YouTube messages coming in. Brazil loves bodyboard from Clayton. Is that Clayton, the same Clayton that was one of the top riding bodyboard players on the planet?
Probably.
If it is, Clayton, good to see you. Grande Arica, says Gabo El Sherpa.
Yeah, you.
So if you want to drop a message on the YouTube channel, we will try to get it on here. Portugal, you got this, from Manuel Vélez.
So cool. 7 minutes now remaining. I'll tell you one thing. Two riders with A starting their first name will be advancing because we've got Daniel Acosta in first position and then 3 A's on their first name. Man, he's shaking his head. Doesn't like my dry, stuffy humor coming in here. It's windy. It'll blow through.
Oh, my. Well, you are correct. Somebody who has a name
starting with A
in their first or last name will advance on. How did you figure that out?
Just somebody had to tell me.
Well, I've talked to a lot of the Groms during the interviews, and they pretty much said it's really difficult out there. A lot of water is moving, and right now, Alberto Talavera just trying to get out of that whitewash. But it is tough. I mean, yes, the tide is dropping right now. It's going to get somewhat a little better, but the big waves are coming in, and the water's rushing. I mean, the wind's coming across at 15 miles per hour. That's pretty gust winds at 20 miles an hour, too.
Easily.
Not super bad here because as soon as that wave hits the reef, the lefts open up a little bit, but the rights are so hollow that they kind of stay open as well.
Yeah, it's amazing to see what can be out here in these challenging conditions, but there's scores to be had. It's rideable. It is contestable by all means, and as the tide drops, it's great. We're going to finish the juniors and move into men's. I think that's good for child safety as well as the action. I think the men's are going to be able to handle that lower tide a little better, but with the swell increasing, I don't know how far we're going to be able to push it in that low tide before it gets sketchballzilla.
Yeah, I mean, we got 4 heats remaining in round number 2 of the men's open, so if we can get those clocked in, that'll give everybody a lot of breathing room or some breathing room as we get later into the window. But again, Mother Nature, we're at her mercy here at this event. Pretty much every event.
Pretty much. Except for those wave pools, which we haven't had events at yet.
They have plans.
Tons of invitations flooding the IBC mailbox, but we haven't taken any of those too seriously yet. Still waiting for the right opportunity to bring you guys a bodyboarding world tour event at a wave pool. But like you said, we like to keep it in Mother Nature. No better place than Gran Canaria. How beautiful is this island, Manny?
We went up the mountain just the other day, and it was pretty spectacular. One thing I make sure I do when I come to Gran Canaria is go check out Roque Nublo. We'll talk more about that because it looks like these guys are looking for it. But no, Roque Nublo, epic hike, short, and the reward is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, every time you come to this island, you should probably check it out. I've been here 7 or 8 times, but it was my first time. Manny really drilled into me the whole ride up and down the hill, which was a few hours of just beratement by Manny saying why I hadn't done it before. But we went up with 2 Hawaiians, Santi Kirshner and
on their first
Miko.
trip.
It was their first trip, their first time, and they did it, and they're okay. Blue.
Alberto rolls off the top. Again, low scores what he needs, a 1.07 to get him into that second place spot. That is going to be enough.
Be winning this heat after that. He's going to have probably a 3 on his score line. That's putting him way high up in the lead. And so I do expect to see our boy Alberto moving on into the lead.
That is definitely going to help. I'm just waiting for the scores to drop. Thank you guys for tuning in. We know you're watching from all over the world. It's been a long time since we've been in the booth, obviously for reasons known. We haven't been here for the last year and a half, but here we are, live and direct from El Frontón. Here we go. Look at the scores dropping in. Alexander Montes. Solid scores of 5.5 and a 3.4. Alberto Talavera, here we go. Now he's got it. It's Daniel Acosta and Aniceto Salvador who are now looking for the bigger scores. 2 minutes.
Wow, these heats go so fast. Here is our heat leader. Huge roll. Oh, and a little claim.
I mean, he landed perfectly in front of the wave. He's got top scores for that, and they give him a 5.5. Again, I mean, these scores, we saw some bigger scores earlier today. That's when it was coming up to a high tide, and a couple of the riders were able to get those 8s and 9s, believe it or not. And now we're going to see the tide starting to drop. So we may see some more bigger scores.
Here we got Daniel Acosta. He's looking for that lip. He tries to do something, but is unable to complete it. Yeah, I do think you're right, Manny. I think we're going to see scoring potential increase as we fall off that high and head on into the sunset hour.
To the low tide. And because there's a full moon, the tide
coefficient is...
I mean, it's crazy.
The coefficient is intense.
I think there was like a 7-foot high tide.
What?
At 2:30.
What's the low? Zero? Is it zeroing out? Here we got Ancieto Salvador.
Zero.
Boom canons, he says as he rolls that one, but
well, he needs 2 new scores. Well, actually, he needed a 6.67. I don't know if 30 seconds is enough time for him to get back out. So Aniceto, unfortunately, may be the end of the road. Daniel Acosta, he's out there with 3rd priority.
And the 2 guys with A's in their names leading this heat, 1st and 2nd for Alexander Montes and Alberto Talavera. Just about 10 seconds remaining before we count this one down. And
well, it looks like Alexander and Alberto.
Here's a replay. One more ride here. This would be a good one to take to the shoreline. Oh, nice roll. But can he get ahead of that vortex?
No.
I think the octopus arm scalped him back in.
Well, congratulations one more time to Alexander and Alberto advancing on. Unfortunately, that is the end of the road for Danielle and Aniceto. We will see you in the competitors area watching your friends competing. Don't go anywhere. We got the last heat of round number 3 in the juniors coming up right after this.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first times. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for. Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without the alarm. More first times. More leaps into the unknown. More breakfasts in bed. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More heartbeats per minute. More enjoying the journey. More dreams almost fulfilled. More unexpected friends. More races to anywhere. More flavors to discover. More being at a loss for words. More time. Time to lose yourself and find yourself again. In short, more moments like, but where? Gran Canaria, so much to live for.
Okay, welcome back to some gnarly fronton. I'm joining Mr. David Hubbard. David, it's been a minute. It's been wild.
It's been a little while since we've been together anywhere, and I think that vibe is really making this event so special as people are gathering again. The tribe of bodyboarding is gathering from around the world. We're about to finish off round 3 of this juniors division here for the day. We're going to move on into the men's after this, but the juniors have been showing us their stuff.
Oh yeah.
For the last several hours, and we've got 20 more minutes of juniors action where they're going to push the limits for sure, Dion.
And there's a couple of bangers rolling over the reef, which means the tide is indicating that it's becoming lower, and therefore it's time to take the juniors. And it's actually finishing just perfectly in time this whole round 3, so that's fantastic. So now we're moving into the big guns. We're moving into the sharp end of the stick for the men's after this one, which we will see where we continue. We pick up where we left off yesterday. And just under the 16-minute mark, no scores on the card, just a lot of hustling and bustling and trying to get into position for a little something.
Yeah, and we have seen, the potential out there, lots of, scores in the low end, but we've seen mid-range scores and a couple high ones, couple excellent scores in the juniors. So they are out there, and it's just a matter of finding that needle in the haystack, because it is a hunt out there.
This wind is it's just not making it easy for nobody. As we look at this view, there we go. That's a nice little view from the the general chill areas. We actually have a rider zoomed out, pulling into an absolutely fat one that way. Spat so hard, water would come out of his eyeballs if he came out of that one.
Whew. Tears of victory, perhaps. Oh, we got a left. Taker Nestor Reyes.
Hold on.
Big cutout through the lip.
That's a pity. You hear the crowd being so disappointed with that one, hoping for a big slam.
Yeah, and it still sucked him over. I mean, it seemed like he could get out. Whoa, look at Red. See?
He's getting busy there. He pops out on the side.
He survived that clamshell. Wow. This is intense for these kids, Coming in. Let's see this replay. Here's that barrel. Wow, he did dive out.
That eject button properly.
I bet if he
good time as well. Back to live action.
Could have gotten a pump in. He might have made that.
You might have made it.
Oh, okay.
I think you need a couple of stripes on your belt to make something like that. Here we go. That's Red up and riding.
Evo. Not a bad call to catch this one a little further in if he can get a lip, but no.
Just a pity, yeah. What's one of your most memorable moments out here in Fronton? Whether it being a contest or free surfing?
Oh, it was great to come here on a free surf session with my brother and Jerry. Ray Collins was with us. That was a really memorable little trip. It culminated in episode 12 of Hubboards. Yeah, that was a great time. We didn't score it, but we just had a great time. We had Kevin Orihuela's brother Danny shooting us. We had RDL getting some images. Ray, just a great time. We stayed with Ale Barbosa. That was super fun. That was a super fun trip. I look back on that episode with fond memories.
Oh, that's great. That's great. And let's maybe chuck one in there for a memorable memory for a contest, maybe. If you have to dig deep.
There's a few. One was just trying to get out in the water. I jumped off in the little keyhole channel. Oh, hold that thought, Mike Arana. Big slopey shoulder. He's gonna adjust his equipment. But so the takeoff area, we'll point it out when we get some drone shots or some other angles. But it's not easy to get in and out of the water out here. And one of the times it was pretty big. And I jumped in at a time where I thought was okay. Normally, jumping into this keyhole, it's not a big deal, but some big sets came. The current started getting crazy, and it washed me onto a rock shelf that's like just on the other side of the channel. And it was getting pretty intense. And somebody even got it on video. I was scared. It was not the best way to start a heat because the heat hadn't begun and I
Oh,
was already
shit.
kind of fearing for my life. But yeah, Fronton's intense.
That's
in
correct.
and out of the water. Even this cliff is dangerous.
Well, we're going to shoot to an interview quickly, and we'll continue with Dave's epic story of getting smeared across the shelf.
What's up, everybody? Here we got the winner from the last heat, Alexander Montes. He's from Las Palmas, which is about 30 minutes away from here. But here we are at El Frontón, and he just won his last heat. ¿Hablas inglés? Español.
Español.
So I'm going to ask him in English or in Spanish what it feels like winning that last heat and what he's going to do to prepare for his next heat. Okay, Alexander, ¿cómo sientes, hermano?
Me siento muy contento ya que en la primera ronda logré pasar primero y así saltarme la ronda 2 y ahora tuve la suerte de poder pasar primero otra vez y ya colocarme en la ronda 4 ya de este campeonato.
Holy mackerel, he just said that he's super stoked right now. He's doing really well. He won his first heat, round 1, round 2, and he just won his round 3 heat. So he's on a good pace right now. I'm going to ask him what he's going to do to prepare for the next round. ¿Qué vas a hacer para preparar por la manga que sigue?
A ver ahora cuando nos vuelven a tirar porque creo que vienen días con bastante fuerza y nada, a buscarme mis olitas, mis izquierditas y a buscar la maniobra grande.
All right, he's like, it's going to get really big in the next day or two, so it looks like he's going to have some time off, but he's just going to keep doing what he's doing, look for the good waves, and go big, essentially. Do you want to say any words to your friends and family?
Vale, sí. Agradecer a todos mis amigos y a mi familia que me está viendo en casa, pero en especial agradecer a EPI Las Palmas y a Canaren por apoyarme, dándome material y eso. Y también agradecer al Bola y a mi entrenador Miguel por entrenarme y llevarme a sitios para coger olas.
There you go. He's pretty much giving shout outs to all the people that have been helping him, friends and family. So congratulations, felicidades, and good luck on your next round, brother.
Gracias. Yeah.
Stoked. How pumped
So good.
was that Grom with Manny? Wow. Kids are pumped.
He's a bum. He's so small, he barely fits in the rashi. Oh, here we go.
Back to the heat in
Back to
the
heat,
water.
Back to the action. Let's give an update there, Dub.
Oh, this could be an opportunity. Whoa. Pulls in. He will not exit that
there
one.
It is. Man, just look at that amount of water. Look how fast he's moving over the reef.
Yeah.
Is that the similar situation or something you were in? I mean,
Kind of like
obviously
that.
a
Yeah,
lot.
you could imagine that. Just right over like a exposed shelf. Here, let's see. Takes off. The section's coming. He goes ahead and pulls in. Yeah, it would have been real hard to actually roll that. So maybe pulling in was the right call.
Well, he did get some rolling done underwater,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
He sure did. Wow. This is intense.
This is intense.
You know, to get through round 3 of juniors, I'm pretty impressed. And I'm excited if they can get through round 2 of men's. Let's see.
Oh, here we go. Good looking little nugget. Nice little cover up, but again, just trying to force that maneuver before the lip. And a little bit of a desperation sinking in. But there's just ample of time, so there's no need to panic. But you know what? 8.5 minutes to go. No real big scores in this heat so far, with a total of 2.5 going to Aito Suarez. And in second place, Nestor Ruiz coming in from that one with a 0.83 and a 1.07. Now, is this an indication of potentially the lack of opportunity? The waves being maybe too difficult to all over the show? Or could it be an experience thing, not being able to read much of what's going on?
No, it's difficult out there for sure. And, you know, we do see the lack of experience on occasion, but, you know, mainly it's hard to find the wave that has scoring potential.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
It's
white
shifting.
water, just a lot of wind, a lot of peaks with no shoulders. Okay, this was one of the first spins on the face we've seen in a long time.
yeah.
I think that was smart.
Very.
I think Evo is going to get maybe a 2.5, and that could take him all the way up into first place right now.
That's correct. Because he didn't force a maneuver. He didn't. He actually just went with the natural momentum of the way. So show us.
That's the shelf up to your
all right, to the
upper
right of the
right-hand
two
screen.
riders. That's where you got stuck on.
I was getting brought up on that and
Oh,
then
wow.
drug off when the waves came off. And
this was a back and forth?
It was a back and forth for a little while, and it's
Sure,
really
dude.
deep on either side.
Yeah.
So there's like a
water pushing you down,
a turbine and turbulence as I fell off the rock.
Oh, wow.
To continue that kind of downward pressure. Yeah, it was tough. It was scary.
What did you do to keep yourself calm or to keep yourself composed in that situation? That's maybe something that someone might take away from this, because you know, you're not prepared for that type of situation. That happens ad hoc. That happens when you least expect it. So in your experience, having to be through one of those, what advice can you give basically to someone that might find themselves in a similar type of position? How do you handle that?
I think it's about maintaining your composure, kind of trying to stay calm, because panic's not going to help you out.
First and foremost is trying to
If
keep it
you
steady.
if you get panicked, you're not going to think clearly. Also, if you accelerate your heart too much and let your emotions kind of get control of you, you're going to be burning more oxygen. So you try to keep a level head. You try to just maintain what you can do at that time, which is breathing at the right time when you get above the surface. A couple strokes if you're able to paddle anywhere.
Yeah.
And you really try to keep it real basic, moment by moment, with a level head, as calm as you can, and hopefully you will leave that dangerous position.
Correct. All right, rider up in red, trying that roll, force maneuvers again, just as it's scissoring across the reef. It's difficult out there. So what's going to be happening for the rest of the day? We've got, we'll be finishing this round 3 of the juniors, and then we are moving into the last bits of the men's round number 2 elimination. So for some of these guys, this will be the end of the road, as we see Yellow up and grinding on that one, drops down a little bit, and boo, pops a little Rolo, and unfortunately just getting stuck behind the wave.
So, if you are tuning in on the IBC World Tour YouTube page, go ahead and chat with us, and you'll be able to get either Manny Vargas, Dion, myself, or Bego to read your comments. We're going to be going through these comments on there and talking about who's tuning in from time to time. Live action. Wow, yeah. It's Manny Vargas on the screen. Here we got the live action. It's White getting away from that one.
Getting pushed away. Denied. Just denied that little bit of a tube time there.
Hey, but back to that spin of our rider in red.
Let's talk about that.
2.17, and it is putting him in first place. So that spin on the open face, smart move. Let's go to some of these comments. I'm sure there's some cheeky comments from all over the world. Let's see. Our rider in blue now bouncing on this one. Couple more bounces before he gets a reverse. Doesn't ride out of it so well. I don't think that's going to be above a 2, but he only needs a 183 to get into second. This is so critical. All right, we've got Hector Garcia Zepeda. Okay, yeah.
Oh, here
yellow.
we go. Some split peak action.
And red, another spin in the face.
You know what? He's using the. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if this is what's going to take him to get. He's already in the lead, but let's see what Yellow has done, because I think it was Yellow. I think there was a split peak action as we were looking at it.
While we're waiting for the replay, Kevin Broadley, you stoked to see the webcast and contest on? Thanks for tuning in, Kevin.
Yeah, you guys are legends. Get on the YouTube, on the IBC YouTube channel. Check it out. Drop by, say hi.
You're right, Nestor Reyes, his last wave at 2.83 for this,
Here we
Dion.
go. There we go. That's not bad. That's not bad.
He made it happen.
It's
He
very
did
quick.
something.
He read it well. He had a little section. He went for it. You know what? And he took the lead. He took the lead and is sitting with a 4.53, David, and leaving Ivo in second place. but there's nothing in this heat. It's going to take one good roll, and we're going to have a situation change. Could this be it? Unfortunately for yellow, that's been on a good roll. That's not going to be the case. Let's see. So white, Aito Suarez, needs a 2.53 for that second position, where Mike needs a 2.2 for the second position, and Ivo just a 2.37 for that first spot. Top two riders advance to round number 4. After this, 2 guys will be ending their world champion campaign on the rocks of El Fronton.
We do have Manuel Rodriguez riding in, remembering the final we had at the 2013 Peruvian Inca Challenge. It was a drop knee only event at Punta Hermosa, and we were in the final together. Thanks for tuning in, Manuel. And we've got live action. We've got Mike Arana just finding his way to the channel.
What's going to happen here? Is this going to be
the 2.20 to pass Evo? And that might be it. This is critical. The Peruvians are going wild. The Chileans are barking. Spaniards all making noise.
South America going mano el mano.
Jose Luis Prado, he's saying, vamos Evo. He wants Evo to make it in this heat. Let's see if there is a situation change. Just had a huge ride there. This is
again,
Evo.
Come on, Evo. Keeping
Gets
it up.
another spin. Tries a roll at the end.
Oh, wow. Yellow on a screamer. It's just bouncing around. He's so small and so light. That way's got more steps than a 90s haircut.
And he was bouncing all over the shop. Yeah, something that'll help today is a little bit of weight on your body. Not many of these Groms have it. We're going to see some of the men's.
Hey, Martin Boone, thanks for joining in. And we won't tell your boss that you are watching the contest from work. I hope he's not watching either. Well, I hope he is watching. Let's put it that way. Maybe you guys, maybe he can give you that raise.
Leilani Kavana. Hey, Mumbles.
Yo, yo, yo.
Elin Adriana Javi Virorel saying go Peru. Okay, I think Evo
That's the end of it.
is going to make it, but not totally sure. We're going to have to wait for some of the scores. What I do know is we're going to have the winner of the next heat.
Look at that, bouncing, bouncing, bouncing. Where's my haircut? There it is. Another bounce. It's a little kickflip.
And
we got a little thrill section. So the judges actually have a couple of scores to drop right on the dying moments of this heat. We're going to hang 5 before we pull out of this one, out of this heat. So let's see what the scores is. Maybe we have a situation change. All right, we're going to give that to you. Here we go. And Aito Suarez getting the win. And Nestor Rees sneaking into that second position, knocking Ivo down into third position. Well, a lot of drama right here at the end as we prepare for the men's division coming up after this break. We'll see you guys right after this.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first tones. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
right, welcome back to the round number 2 of the men's division, as we have 4 more heats left for the day in some punchy fronton.
It is punchy, it's crunchy, and it was great to put the men's on hold to get through the juniors, round number 3, and then back to the men's. We've got Danny Quiles from Puerto Rico. We've also have Jose Luis Ugarte from Peru. We've got Gabriel Brantes from Chile. Moises Silva from Chile too.
This is gonna be the heat, bro.
Yeah, Jose Luis and Gabriel Brantes. Those are 2 kind of OG bodyboarders from each of their countries, respectively. They've been competing at World Tour events like the Arica Chilean Challenge for the past 10 years, probably. So these guys, each integral in bringing teams of Groms from their countries here, but showing those Groms that they're still in it as well. Let's see, we got Jose Luis, it looks like.
Upper gliding, hitting the exit button. So how shallow is it right there where he hit the exit button? Is it like dangerously shallow? Are you safe for doing that? Like,
where he
like
dove out, he was okay to dive out as he did, but as it gets a little bit more lower tide, to dive out head first could be a little risky.
Yeah.
So he was okay to do that right now in the mid tide, but yeah.
Well, you got a couple of OGs in this, a couple of the seasoned veterans. Let's put it
Yeah,
that way.
I like it.
And you know, we've got some young guns. We've got 2 Chileans, 1 Peruvian, and 1 Puerto Rican.
Yeah.
And then we've got the young gun Moises Silva, one of 2 brothers, and well known for Arica and surfing and representing Union Floppers. And we all love that wave, man. I love that wave. Oh wow, I just love that wave.
Looks like Danny Quiles is shooting with the GoPro on his helmet. That's what we see on screen there. With Jose Luis Ugarte and Danny Quiles. He's shooting GoPro of his heat.
My man, that's risky because it makes your head a little bit heavy. You got that extra weight on your head. Did you ever have one of those head cams back in the day before GoPro, before Facebook? I mean, you've been in the water so long, you've probably been in the water before computers were even made. What did you do back then?
Well, I did get a helmet cam pre-GoPro. The thing was a pretty penny. It connected to a backpack. You've seen some of the images of Mike Stewart using something kind of similar in his old movie Fire, but I never had a helmet cam as crazy as Chad Barba's, which
looks like an astronaut helmet.
That thing looked so heavy. It almost had counterweights on the other side, because if one side was so heavy, you'd just be stuck tilting your neck. But I think it might have even had counterweights. It must have weighed like 60 kilos. I don't know.
Dude, that's insane. That's
okay,
heavy.
maybe not that much.
That's heavy.
But a lot.
A lot. But still, I mean, that's a big thing. Probably aluminium or steel or something like that. And you got the perspex plastic. So there's the priority system. So that's what the riders see from the water. So 1 will be yellow. So right now you can see on your screen that priority 1 is with Gabriel Brantes. And Moises Silva knocking out a 6.5. We apologize. We're talking so much and we missed it. But Moises Silva showing the old guard it's time to hand over the batons.
Let's see. We still got time. They're going to be fighting for that. Just right around there, that's where you can jump in that little crack there. But great to see some of the surroundings, get you more familiar with it. We love that drone footage. If you missed it, there's going to be some drone footage on the highlights. There's going to be drone footage throughout this event, so you want to stay tuned. You want to see these angles that our streaming staff is coming up with. Let's see. Gabriel Brantes using priority on this right-hander, stalling. As the tide gets a little lower, it does wall up a little further in. No lip move there. Just going to kick out and hustle to get back out the back.
So if he had done a lip move right there, he's fairly far down, quite close to the shore. If he had done a roll and maybe not landed, would he have been on that dry shelf?
I think he would have missed the shelf. There's a little bit of space. I think he could have found his way out before that. Here's the replay. You can see he's just stalling. He's really hoping for the wall. I think, yeah, he's going a little too fast. I think he could have rolled those things that were behind him. But yeah, there it does get deep again after the shelf. Danny Quiles.
Here we go, nice little spin.
Not a bad call to try to get a spin. We've seen guys making heats with just spins.
You know, rolls win heats. Spin win heats. Like, especially if it's tricky and you need to pull it back to the basics, back to the things that you know will keep the clock ticking, keep your momentum going, keep you busy in the water. So last thing you want to do, you want to be dangling sticks out there, getting cold, muscles getting cold. You want to keep busy, keep the scorecard ticking. Then you just revert back to your basics, your rolls, your spins. Just try and do some combinations. As he's getting absolutely smeared on this reef. Must be the weight of that GoPro.
You rode the wave so far in as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, you really want to stay busy out there.
We might see what the judges think about that one. But that's his Moises Silva banging a huge effort out the bowl there.
Pretty cool.
That was pretty cool. We haven't seen that in a while.
I liked it.
I liked it as well.
Yeah, he used the side wave pretty well. He actually got up there with a little bit of the lip from his own wave, like as it kind of
some projection on that.
Traversed. Great projection. Completed the move very cleanly, technically. I think it's going to be a nice score, and I don't think Jose Ugarte got in his way at all. I don't think he's going to be affected, but we're going to see a nice number drop for a rider in blue, Moises Silva.
That's it. He's just going to extend his lead. So let's him look at this. Okay, Jose saw it. He pulled out. Now it's got all the speed in the world. There's that section. Bangs a beautiful air forward. Legs out in the air and gets out. You can see he's pretty stoked on that. So this might and will extend his lead. Maybe push one or two of the guys closer to that combination land where you don't want to be. You don't want to be having picnic in combo land.
No, combo land's no fun at all. If anyone offers you a free ride to Combo Land, you best to refuse it because you don't want to be hanging out there.
No, that's I hear the takeouts are stale in Combo Land.
6.5 for Moises Silva. No, but the last one was the 3.83.
Right. So
it's great.
3.83 for that. The judge is looking for you to land it in front of the wave. I think that's part of the criteria. We're not judges, so we're not making these calls. We're not saying this is all set in stone, but you know, we've listened to what they've said and what the riders' briefings were. But it's sometimes not as easy as that.
Sometimes
it's not. You just got to go with the flow, and he went and he sent.
Exactly. Once again, if you're tuning in on the IBC World Tour YouTube page, do some commenting. We might shout you out. Here's Jose Luis Ugarte using his priority to find this inside section. No, a no lip roll. No, that'll be better than his 0.67, but not by much.
Well, if you guys want to just remind you, if you want to drop a comment, say hi or how's it, brew, to myself and Dub. Head over to the IBC YouTube and drop a comment, drop by, and we will be sure to give you a shout out. Good to have you guys with us. It's good to be back. It's good to be in the seat. Good to be with the team and the family. It's fantastic. 10 minutes and 30 seconds to go in round number 2, heat number 8 of the men's division. These are knockout rounds. Bottom 2 go home. Top 2 continue.
And let's get to some of these comments. We've got Luis Vicuña, Vamos Chile, Gianfranco Bachulgulapo, Grandes los Chilenos, lots of Chilenos tuning in, but Hermes Barazorda, Vamos Peru. We got Anthony Leon from United States helping to run the U.S. bodyboarding, saying
Staunch supporter of the sport. Here we go. That's yellow up and riding. Sorry to interrupt you. A little bit of a drop. Took the quick way down, and nothing much for Gabriel Brantes.
Looks like we've got a Hungarian, Evelyn Horvat, saying Sia Stoke, saying hello in plural form. We've got Danielle Farina, Hojvaj, or another, someone speaking Hungarian. This is great. Evelyn, of course, my wife, and not sure who Daniel Farina is, but it's awesome that he's speaking some Hungarian. Okay, we've got Renico Bernard.
Hey, those oats from Onris. Yeah, my boys. So they're cheering for Tristan. If you don't know, Tristan is from Onris. I myself are from Onris as well, with my parents living there. So it's a small, really small little town. Next year, when you guys come to South Africa for the South African Pro, we'll be having the
a braai in Onris.
And a massive braai. We're going to braai for breakfast. We're going to braai for lunch. We're going to braai for pre-dinner. And then we'll braai for dinner as well.
And then for dessert, we're going to braai.
Well, we'll just braai something on the braai. So braai is a barbecue for the guys that don't know. And just behind us, this is epic skate ramp. I mean, this event's got it all. These guys are having so much fun with some of the best views. I mean, off Fronton.
No one's wearing protective
high
gear.
Performance. Here we go. Jose Luis
turns it around, completes the roll.
You can see he's a bit frustrated.
Yeah, we got Alva Vamos Jose. We've got Renico Bernard, another lekker papa. And then we've got somebody was watching. Oh, Lynn Lauman watching from California. Whoa, Danny Keela is turning on and off his GoPro.
Maybe we should keep it on and keep focused. Bang.
Oh, we had Alexander Whitman, Vamos Brantes. Alexander Whitman, just an absolute legend from Chile. He's just one of the early young guns to start standing out at the Eureka Chilean Challenge. Just an absolute legend. Hope him and his family are doing well. Thanks for tuning in. Whitman. We got Patrick Flores. Moise Local de Arenilas. Oh, yeah.
So keep them coming, guys. Thank you for your support. Please make sure you guys share. And you know what? Subscribe to the IBC channel for all the latest content and then what's happening on the World Tour. We'll be announcing the World Tour calendar for 2021, which is looking very exciting. It'll be dropping on the 30th of November. So,
oh, wow.
If the world allows us, we're in for a really, really solid tour.
That's super exciting.
So let's wait for this mega announcement that will give everybody stoked. I might have let the cat out of the bag a bit, but earlier in the year we had the Tant Invitational, which is a speciality event, as we have a little bit of lull, but some bombs approaching and nobody there for the taking. And you know what? It was just one of those dates. It's a one-day event, kind of like a Shark Island format. You know, it's a very gnarly reef slabby wave. You got about 5 hours to surf it max. And it was just a day of dreams. Everything came together. A final, you know, comparable to any world-class final with Jerry, Tristan,
Mark
Campbell,
McCarthy,
and Booty. You know, who remembers that guy?
And a lot of guys do.
A lot of guys.
Booty,
especially at this place, 2012.
Yeah,
Booty, the mental man. He goes, that day, 2012, with his drop in and that heat with him, it was insane. And then that final with PLC and Jerry comboing PLC, and then PLC coming back and just takes it away from Jerry. I mean, I had dinner with Pierre a while ago when he was in South Africa, and we was just chatting. Like, we'll hold that one. That's red, up and riding, looking for a little something, but unfortunately, you know, the GoPro says it all.
I wonder from his angle if that is going to be like a 6 shot. Because he was looking all around for that lip, and the GoPro might have captured it. Who knows?
At the 360, he would have had it for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it looks different on camera than it is from an outside angle. So.
But anyways, we had such a great time, and you know, we really want to invite international riders to come join us next year in South Africa and experience at the Tant, at the infamous reef. Go watch it on the Tant Invitational Instagram or on YouTube. Check out Dave McMaster Productions, and just you know, get yourself in, be in touch. 16 riders, that's it. And you know what? It's just send it all type of event, and it's amazing. We probably had like 300 people on the beach.
Really?
It was beautiful, man. It was a day.
It's not easy to get to.
It's not easy to get to at all.
It's not just like a 5-minute drive out of town.
Definitely not.
It's a bit of a trek, and to be getting 300 people there, each with their own personal braais.
That's it. Yeah, man, there was a lot of braai going down, and I swear that was the gate. biggest payday of their lives. When people just started rocking up. Obviously, it's outside, so it's all within the COVID protocols. People were social distancing and all of that, and that was really great to see. We didn't have any issues. And I think the world was just hungry for competition, and having that one drop, and now we're moving into Sintra. Now it's just such a great way to end the year, is being here now and setting up the platform for next year as we see a little bit of action in the water. Maybe it's a lot of whistling going down, and that
much whistling.
My ears perk when people start whistling, because that means something is on the way.
Back to the comments, we got Valiant Flores, Dale Momio. Yeah, that's Brante's nickname. We've got the 17th Lawnmower, Vamos Peru. We've got Alva. Thanks for your comment about my boards. Appreciate it. Yosef from Morocco. We've got Lynn Lauman, who subscribed to the YouTube and loves the commentary and the channel. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Means a lot. We all, we put in a lot of hours. We try to make the best of all our situations. But Jose Luis and Gabriel Brantes, they need to start making the best of their situation. With 3 minutes remaining, Moises Silva sitting pretty with a 10.3. And Daniel Gillets with a 4.33, holding that second position. And top two riders advance. The bottom two, cerveja, por favor.
Yeah, and we've got an event sponsor, of course.
That's correct, and that is cerveja Corona.
All right, we got some emojis, some country names, some Pato Estudillo, Vamos Capitan Barbosa. It's one of the nicknames of Ale Barbosa. Special shout out to Hasio Hotel. Great accommodations here on the north side.
Yeah, we're staying there,
Gran
and Garcia, one of the event sponsors, and there's quite a few people staying there, and it's such a nice zone. I can recommend it for everyone. But while we're waiting, let's shift our focus towards the next men's heat. Let's have a look who's in this water. So we got Alberto. Can you help me with that one? Palacios, here we go, Palacios. Diego Sepulveda, Javier Romero, and Mark Watts coming back from retirement. Here we go, blue up and flying. Moises Silva with a lot of speed, works a proper air forward. I think he just rubbed shoulders with the guys up in International Space Station. He went that high.
He was flying. We had a huge wave break across the reef outside of that one, and wow, it's starting to churn. And yeah,
it is definitely starting to turn.
Forecast is tomorrow it's gonna be bigger.
Oh yes, are you excited?
That's what they say.
That's you. You're getting excited.
Let's see, Jose Luis.
In the last minute,
he needs a 2.24. He gets a roll.
If he gets a second one, this Chilean's gonna go nuts up.
Peruvian's going wild.
Peruvians, I mean.
He goes for a straight backflip. Not quite enough space there. Wow. 1 minute remaining. That last wave of Jose Luis is critical. If he gets north of a 2, he's got a shot at
all he
kicking
needs
out
is a 2.24.
Danny Quiles taking off on this left-hander and just getting snow-dozered.
That's it, snow-dozered. That's the word.
We've got some more action.
All right, let's see what's happening. Jose Luis, is he going to get the score that he needs? Man, Moises Silva just stamping his authority. Sending out a message. Here we go. That's Moises Silva. That's another air forward. No, that's his backflip from right now. Did he get it?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did. Beautiful. Oh, my goodness. We just saw something in the back screen. The monstrous waves. Oh, my shibbit. This next heat must be a little bit of everything. All right, well,
Moises Silva for sure won that heat.
Definitely.
And we'll let you know if it was Danny or Jose Luis. I have a feeling results. Oh, just came in. Jose Luis gets into second place at the end of that one.
Peru is on their feet. These Peruvians loving it. Their team captain just holding the flame up high for them. Alright guys, we're going to do this quickly. We're going to come back to you with some more epic action here from 2021 Gran Canaria Frontón King right after these ad breaks.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first tones. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
Here we are back in action right in the beginning of this heat. And in this heat we have an absolute cracker, ladies and gentlemen. We've got in red we got Mark Watts, in white Javier Romero, in yellow Diego Sepulveda, and in blue Alberto Palacios. Another banger, and 2 more heats after this dub, and then it'll be the end of it for the day.
Yep, we're going to finish out this round, which we put on hold to run the juniors. We got red up and riding now. Oh, that's Watsy.
That's Watsy.
He
Can he get around
survives
it? Just shaking those cobwebs off, you know, getting back into the game. He's getting dragged though.
He's been spending a lot of time in England where he's learned the brick trade and he's been laying bricks.
And he's got a good foundation. He's been surfing so well. Been taking some time off. I think it's been 6 years since the last time he competed. Had a bit of an unfortunate interference yesterday, but it was just straight confusion between the two athletes. So nothing malicious, but just good to see him back in the water.
There's a great view of the event and that staircase that scales the cliff to get you down to that kind of lower platform. From there, you still have to get down another little
look
ledge.
At this bomb.
Whoa, that wave looks
Look
pretty
at that
cool.
bomb. Look at this bomb.
Guys are scratching. Javier Romero dips
Man, there's a
under
lot of
it.
water moving. A lot of water moving. Well, 70 minutes 40 seconds. This heat is still young. Alberto Palacios currently just with a 1.5. Watsy with a 1 point ride. So everybody's still just finding their feet, feeling the rhythm out. And hopefully we'll see some of these guys saying that like the previous heat. It was incredible. that young kid.
Yeah, Moises Silva.
Just going absolutely nuts. Here we go, Diego Sepulveda.
From Chile gets up and out of that one. Didn't see any scoring potential there. And while it's a small takeoff area, it's easy to be out of position, which is interesting. Here we got Javier Romero.
I think he was just too bummed for that one because he gave away the priority, or took off on a wave, which he thought could give him something. And now he's lost his priority.
Alberto Palacios leading this heat with his 1.5. Watsy got a 1 for his ride. Boy, this has been very interesting. We've seen the highest heat total of the event so far, like an 18-point ride. But we've also seen like 6s or 5 totals making heats.
Yeah, even lower than that. We had like a 3.25
total,
like a sub 4 making the heats. You know, so I guess it's just what the ocean throws at you in your heat. You know, you can get all the pumping waves, and then you get in the water because the heat before yours had all the best waves, and then it just gets skunked with a long lull and 1 or 2 insiders, and then the next heat paddles in, and half an hour later they're getting all the gold again. You see it too often on these reef breaks, especially if there's a slow period. Oh wow, here we go. We're missing this one. That was yellow that boots it out of a barrel, but Diego Sepulveda just not, man, the water just moving way too fast. Way too fast. He just hit that thing. Let's look at the replay once it drops, and we've got Alberto Palacios holding down that priority. But we spoke about the priority earlier, thinking that it's quite possibly, you know, it's a good tool to have, but with this wild type of conditions, you know, you just kind of want to get a wave. You just want to get momentum. You just want to get going.
You gotta stay active.
Gotta stay active. And the longer you wait, you know, the colder your muscles get. You get a little out of rhythm. It's also about being in sync with the ocean, and you know, just kind of feeling it out. And sometimes it just comes your way.
Sometimes it comes your way. Sometimes it's running away from you, and you're just chasing it. It's hard. It's not easy, especially out there. Whoa, nice! Alberto getting off the back there. Now he's scrambling to get away from this wave. He's able to dip it. Wow.
See, Mark Watts is taking a long way around. I wonder what happened there. We must have missed something. So he's swimming way on the left-hand side, making his way there.
Javier having a look at that. He had priority 1. I think he might have given it away.
For the second time.
But.
So 14 minutes left. Time flies. Time flies when you're having fun. For these guys in the water, it's either the longest 20 minutes or the shortest 20 minutes of your life, depending on what's happening. But for us, I mean, before we know it, we got an ad break.
But yeah, looks like these two guys are just waiting for their opponents to join them. Watsy, there he is finally, from way on the other side.
All right, we got an interview ready. Manny Vargas, line up with our last junior heat winner. Manny, take it away.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Here we are with the winner of the last heat of the men's open. It is Moises Silva from Chile. This guy's backyard is Arica. Arica, I don't want to say it's exactly the same, but they got some similarities. I'm going to ask him in Spanish if that helps him in any way to compete here. Moises, felicidades. Estaba diciendo que eres de Chile, Arica. ¿Te ayuda Arica a preparar por esta ola?
Sí, la verdad es que el flopo me ha ayudado a prepararme para distintas condiciones de ola en las que me puedo encontrar, y es algo de lo que me aconsejaron mucho gente que admiro en Chile, como Alan Muñoz, Sacha Yamanich, y toda la gente local de ahí siempre me dijo que me iba a servir surfear ahí, y así ha sido.
¿Qué estás haciendo con tu menta? Porque es una ola diferente, pero también hay los similares. Para este lugar, ¿qué estás pensando cuando entras tu manga?
Que encontrar la mejor rampa y hacer lo mejor que pueda.
Ok. Suerte en tu manga que sigue. Saludos a tus amigos, familia, sponsors, lo que sea.
Sí, quiero agradecer mucho a la gente que hizo posible que yo esté acá, fue muy repentino. Quiero agradecer al Club Unión Flopo, al Team Atipax, a Mercato, a mi familia y a toda la gente que aportó. Muchos amigos me dieron dinero para poder yo estar aquí. Estoy muy agradecido y espero poder corresponder el apoyo que me dieron. Muchas gracias.
All right, there you go. So we're going to see him in the next round. He's actually killing it right now. Hopefully the young gun can make it further into the event. All right, congratulations. We'll see you in the next round. Back to you guys in the booth.
Back to the action. Moises Silva taking the cherry on the last men's heat up.
Yeah, he did great. He did great in those conditions, but you know who's doing great? Another Chilean, the Diego Sepulveda Maestro with his 7.67. He got a cracking barrel on a right-hander during the interview. Here it is, replay. Nice and deep, tucked in, comes out clean, just loving life. Hoping for something more, but ends up cutting out there. But nice way to really take a hold of this heat. Now the other guys are just kind of tripping and dipping.
Tripping and dipping. And you know what? Yeah, that barrel is a bit of a diamond in the rough, and we haven't seen many barrels being made in the last few heats. So the score is justifiable, and the judges really working the scales well. Very impressive.
Yeah, good call, and pretty close to going excellent. You know, that's right there next to the 8. So that was pretty close. At least one judge dropped an 8, I'm sure. And don't forget, you can check the scores by going to the IBC World Tour page. You're going to see a link for the webcast, and below that you're going to see the scores. So also will World Tour YouTube channel. Go ahead and jump on there and start commenting. Occasionally we will be able to give you the shout out, like David McMaster telling us we're doing great work and asking us about the forecast, which forecast looks like it's getting bigger. So probably expecting another run day tomorrow, almost for sure.
Yeah.
Potentially on Saturday as well. And there is a long shot of something coming in at the end of the period, but probably going to be running the next 2 days just to make use of what we have while they're swelling the water.
Exactly. Make hay while the sun shines. Sub 10 minutes. Diego Sepulveda sitting with that 9 point, and not much in between the 3 and, well, second place, third place, and fourth place. But Alberto Palacios needs a 7.5 for that first place. Mark Watts only needs a 2-point ride for that second, and Javier Romero only a 2.5 for that second place. So once again, you've got a guy, one leader that's commanding the lead, or controlling the heat, let me put it that way, and the other 3 guys are just nipping, just waiting for that opportunity, trying to sniff out that one scoring wave. And we saw it in the previous heat. You know, it's very shifty, but when they come insanely big and insanely messy. So you gotta try. Are you gonna go for the set? Are you gonna risk it? Are you just gonna play it safe? Get the clock ticking. Bang, bang, bang. Get a few out. See this wide one just swinging across the entire reef, just washing everybody out. And guys just trying to jostle for that position. The water's moving so much. It must be pretty tricky.
Super tricky. Super duper.
Look at that.
Tricky.
That's like left and right. Where do you go?
I don't know. Whew. This is it's an interesting one. We're seeing again pretty much every score except for Diego's nice barrel is in the 1s. That's also going to enter in the similar range. And it's really anybody's matchup for getting into second place.
Yeah, second place.
To join Diego in that advancement position.
Alright, so what's going to be happening for the remainder of the day? Myself and Dub will be signing off after this heat, and we'll be seeing you guys again tomorrow. Manny V and Begonia will be taking you guys all the way to the end. It's been a great day for all of us. Thank you for watching. It's not over yet, but 7.5 minutes to go as we watch the 4 gladiators in the gladiator pit. Diego Sepulveda Alberto Palacios, Mark Watts, and Javier Romero going toe-to-toe, mano el mano, at some gnarly fronton.
It's rugged out there. It's wild. It's vicious. It's sometimes just straight up confusing. Not easy to send it out there for 20 minutes and even just catch 2 waves, let alone catch 2 waves that'll give you something to score on. Watsy having a look at this one, sweeping onto the right-hander. Makes it to the channel. Another stick will be waiting for him there as he's going to probably replace his 067 with, I don't know. Maybe he won't replace that. Maybe it's, yeah. He needs something more than that. He could, if he did a spin, he could be in second place. Whoa, no takers on this big lump.
Yeah.
And for good reason.
Yeah, I'd rather order another cup of tea when that one comes my way. It's just too gnarly. It's great. It's just great to see these guys are really, putting their bodies on the line, putting themselves in this position, but they want to be there. This is bodyboarding. It's either 1 foot onshore or 6 foot onshore. It doesn't matter. You have to be able to compete and perform in various conditions like you guys had in Sintra. It was very tough. And it's tough to compete in small positions. But, it can't always be 6 foot and offshore, although we want it. Look at this thing. Look at them. Both of them.
Kind of spit a little bit. There's some good waves, but man, it is hard to find them, hard to be on the spot. And, we've mentioned the takeoff area is pretty tight, but also to be in the perfect spot, you're only maybe going to have 2 or 3 strokes to get down the face of one of those steep ones. So you're not going to have a lot of time to position and get in the spot, but catching the wave, you're only going to have a couple kick strokes on the really steep ones to access it. So it's super technical, just the takeoff area.
Do you know what the wind's doing tomorrow?
It's going to blow.
Okay.
It's probably going to blow the same as today.
Joys.
We got to look. Javier Romero gets onto this left, but just gets absorbed.
Still underwater. Wait. Man, he got dragged so far just by that small little wave. So we under 5 minutes. Diego Sepulveda still holding down the fort with that solid 7.67. A nice barrel. Diamond in the rough, I would say. And only a backup score of a 1.33, which is indicative of a very tough heat. If we really have one scoring wave throughout this heat. From up here. Oh, wow. We got yellow Diego.
Big loop off the cross section. I think the wave bashed him from 2 angles there. Incomplete. Watsy from South Africa needing a 1.67. Javier Romero needs... Watsy needs a 2. Javier needs a 2.3. Alberto in second place, wanting to improve on either one of his 1.5s. Wow.
It's nothing.
It's not often that you have a pair of 1.5s and you're sitting in second.
Exactly. That's not often. That is very sound. Let's look at this. Back here we go. Alfredo, look at this one. A lot of speed. Section goes for the air forward or something. It was a hard section to roll or anything. It's just coming at
you.
Watsy
doing? Going for a one-handed bail.
You don't see them often as well.
No, and that's not going to get him a big score, but it gets him a 1.
Yeah.
1.07, that's his best wave. Now he only needs a 1.93.
He needs to spin in the flats. He literally needs a spin.
He needs to get on a smooth wave and spin in the flats. That's going to get him what he needs. Of course, if he can get a roll, he'll take it, but wow. Great angle here as you see the lumps of water rolling on in. 2.5 minutes remaining. There, all the energy is converging right there in the middle.
Man, that's
so
crazy.
powerful. This wave. There you see how shallow it can be on the right lower corner of your screen. This is El Frontón 2021 here on the island of Gran Canaria. We've got great host of sponsors.
Yeah, it's brought to you by Cerveza.
Corona, we've got Hydro
Sorry,
Flask, we've got Haseo Guest House, we've got, of course, Gran Canaria, we've got Vert, Fuente Bruma, we've got Sonocom, we've also got NMD, and of course the IBC World Tour and Link Bodyboard Store.
All right, 2 minutes, 1 minute 30 to go. As we see the ride in yellow.
Watsy, spin in the flats. Oh no, this is
yellow,
Javier
that's
Romero.
Diego.
Oh, was it Diego?
Yeah, it was yellow.
Man,
There we
colors.
go.
My
Colours.
bad.
All right, so we are approaching the 1 minute mark. 2021 Gran Canaria Frontón King brought to you by Cerveza, Corona, and NMD Bodyboards. It's been an absolute long day, but a massive pleasure to be hanging out with you guys. So we've been trying to bring you the best of all the action happening in the waters. Look at that massive left-hander just reeling across the reef. 1 minute to go.
Where is Watsy?
Where is
He needs
Red?
to be
Where is
out
Red?
the back, but he looks like he's in the channel.
Oh, Chibit.
Oh man, less than a minute remaining. Looks like Alberto Palacios is safe with his pair of 1.5s because Javier and Watsy are nowhere near the takeoff area. Looks like Diego and Alberto could be moving on through if nothing happens in the next few moments.
Or maybe if Watsy looks into this next one, he's got 18 seconds to go. If he paddles hard.
Alberto wants to improve on his 1.5. He's, so far, it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Oh, wow. There's waves out there.
Yeah, but mental.
And
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is all Shiro, Diego Sepulveda, Alberto Palacios. Moving on to round number 3. Unfortunately, ending the charge for Fronton Glory would be Mark Watts and Javier Romero. It's been an absolute pleasure hanging out with you guys. Dub and myself. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Stay classy, stay safe. Mumbles out. We'll be back for more action right after this.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first tones. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for. Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without the alarm. More first times. More leaps into the unknown.
Bienvenidos a todos una vez más. Este es el Gran Canaria Frontón King 2021, un evento presentado a ustedes por Cerveza Corona y NMD Bodyboards. Aquí en esta preciosa isla de Gran Canaria, en el agua, tenemos el round número 2 de la categoría Open masculino, el hit 10. Está Willy Luján en rojo, Mike Bain en blanco y Ibai Tenrero en amarillo, y a mi lado está mi buen amigo Manny Vargas. Manny, how are you?
My heart is still trying to get inside of my body. I mean, just watching this wave come straight down on the South African, Mark Watts took the air right out of me. I don't know what happened to him, but I'm just watching a lot of the guys on the inside getting pulverized by the sets. They're not even riding the waves. They're just paddling out and they're just getting annihilated. That's how much power is out there. And I'm just glad nobody's like seriously hurt.
No.
But if they're able to get a solid wave, it's definitely going to help them. Not a lot of high scores right now because there's not a lot of good waves.
Definitely, we have seen. I mean, we have been speaking with the competitors in all the interviews and outside during our breaks, and yeah, it's hard for sure, but it's completely surfable. Everyone has been saying that they're really impressed. For example, I was talking to Moises Silva, and he was like, to Bartorro, to Rodrigo Silva, and he said, I do believe it's actually Flopos is harder, because in Flopos you get a little bit of a wind and you cannot surf, but in here you definitely can. Some other places, some other slabs, if they get this amount of wind, they're going to be completely destroyed. But it's still here. There's a lot of ramps, and there's even barrels, man. This is crazy.
No, it's great to see the Chileans coming out in full force, and Moises Silva, he was one of those riders to catch a couple of those waves that came through, and he proved that it still is contestable in these conditions. And you're right. Even though we got about 15 to 20 mile cross-shore winds coming from the north, it's still not doing much as far as messing up the wave when it comes and hits this super shallow table of a reef.
Definitely. And who are you? Where are you? We are connected at the moment. Go to the IBC World Tour YouTube site and find the comment box and send us some regards. We will read you for sure. ¿Dónde están, chicos? Atención, que si viene Ibai Tenrero. Oh my God, why I cannot say the last name?
I'm rubbing off on you. My Spanish has been not on point today, so give us one more night to get some Spanish pronunciations under control, then we'll come back firing. But no, I mean, there's a ton of local riders from all the islands. We got some Spaniards, and it's just we got to be on point with our Spanish. That's all there is to it.
Ajá, eso es, Manny. Tienes que aprender a hablar perfecto español porque cada vez tenemos más gente, no solamente surfeando, sino sintonizando de habla hispana. ¿Dónde está mi gente? A ver, vamos a ver. Juan Pablo, ¿qué tal? Hermanito, bien verte. Saludos. Anthony, where you at? Genesio, okay, who do we have? Kevin.
Look at this. I see something. There it is. Red. Ooh, quick in and out. William Lujan, one of the, the local riders here that pretty much, calls this his backyard.
Okay. Wait a minute. It is his backyard. This kid, it's amazing. He actually won the juniors once here. I think it was 2018.
We'll pull it up right here in our notes.
Go there. We did this cool research, and we have ourselves a pretty cool file with a lot of information. And where you at, people? Where you at? That's Willy Lujan on your screen. These are 20-minute heats, and this is the Gran Canaria Frontón King 2021, brought to you by Corona, Cerveza Corona. Corona, thank you very much for supporting the string sports and the water sports, and of course NMD Bodyboards. Thank you very much for being with us for so many years. NMD Bodyboards, so important to have a bodyboard brand supporting a bodyboard event in a completely full bodyboard waves.
Yeah, I mean, big shout out to everybody who's been supporting this event. And you are right, Bego, 2017 is the last time they had the juniors here competing. And it was Willie Lujan winning over last year's men's winner, Lionel Medina. So that was a pretty epic standoff. And also, fellow Chilean, Nelson Flores became the world junior champion that year. So, yeah, a lot of history behind William Lujan as far as being a part of this event. And here he is trying to hold on to that first place spot with a couple sticks. But that's the thing. It's very tough to get those big scores in these conditions. If you can get a 3 or a 4 as one of your scores, that might be enough to get you into the next round.
Yeah, we have seen pretty low scores so far throughout the day. And it's been hard, you know, but so far they have been doing it. And this is a beautiful shot from the competitors area, which is it's separating everyone, and we are Frontón King, the Gran Canaria Frontón King is complying with all the rules and regulations for safety, towards this pandemic. But you know what? I have to tell you something, and this is pretty cool. Canary Islands is a safe destination. You can come here with no worries, because the pandemic hasn't really hit here so strong. Actually, there are almost no cases here, and most of the people is vaccinated, so they want to promote that. And guys, this is a serious, amazing destination for you to come bodyboard and do tourism, right? You know this place very well. You've been here for a long time.
I think it's amazing. I mean, they're really good, really strict on making sure everybody abides by, the simple rules. Nice clean roll, William Lujan coming around that section. But yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that I noticed here is everybody's been pretty good about, following the rules. And for that reason, the tourism is up back to almost 90% of what it was, before the pandemic, which is pretty amazing. William Lujan, just watching these kids grow up. I mean, the first time I came out here about 10 years ago, and seeing these kids growing up along the way was pretty cool. You I know there's a couple people chiming in and dropping some messages on the YouTube channel.
¿Dónde están, gente? Todas las personas.
John Crazy. Sorry, John Crazy from the Pacific Northwest is tuning in. So thanks for chiming in. Leave a comment on the YouTube channel. That's where we're going to peek in and say hi to you and give you shout outs as well.
Saludos a la gente, saludos desde el Perú. Fernanda Saavedra, tenemos a Naces desde Chile, saludos. Miguel Ángel Leonardo también, saludos desde Chile. João Ferreira, Portugal, está contigo. Fala Renato, tudo bem? Pato Estudillo, hermano, todos somos bodyboarders. It's a pretty cool website, profile, Instagram profile that they have, and it's a group in Chile called We Are All Bodyboarders. Todos somos bodyboarders.
Whoa. I think I'm following that. Here we go, up and ready.
Oh no!
Ebi just getting thrashed on the inside. Where is he? There he is, taking a deep breath. Oh, he's upset. He's like, oh my, why did I go for that wave knowing that this was going to happen? Here's another look. As you can see, it looks like it could line up, but then when you stall, then it starts coming real. And when you do a maneuver like that, the wave is just coming together into a triangle, and it's not going to let go of you until it's ready to.
Manny, it looks like we have 2 people here. I'm not seeing Mike Bain anywhere. And I think someone actually commented that, have you seen White? Well, it might be. And if, well, you know what? Let's check on that one. And meanwhile, we have the interview ready with Mumbles. With the winner of last heat. Mumbles, take it away.
Here I am with Diego Sepulveda, the winner of the last heat. We're going to ask him about his nice barrel he had on the right. Dígame, de esta derecha, su tubo bueno.
Sí, tuve mucha suerte. La ola está bastante difícil, las condiciones están súper difíciles también. El viento afecta a todo. No conozco la ola, primera vez acá en el frontón. Es bien complicado, tiene harta potencia y tuve la suerte de que me tocó esa derecha, el tubo de la derecha, y pude hacer un buen puntaje.
So he said he's very lucky to catch that right because it is his first time here, so he doesn't know the wave so well, but the conditions are very difficult. The wind's affecting the wave a lot. Diego, tu representante, el Union Flopos, un saludo de ellos.
Claro, gracias al Unión Flopos estamos acá, la mayoría de los chicos que consiguieron el apoyo del gobierno de la Municipalidad de Arica, el gobierno regional, y agradecer a mis auspiciadores, Insomnio Tattoo, North Gravity, el Núcleo LTA, que son los que me pasan todas las tablas y todas las cosas para surfear. A mi familia, igual a mi madre que mi hija que me están viendo, a toda la banda allá de Arica.
Very good. He wants to send out a big shout out to his family as well as his sponsors, and of course Union Flopos. He represents from Arica in Chile. So buen trabajo, good job, felicitación, and we'll see you in the next round. Back to you guys.
It was mumbles out there, but what an amazing interview there with Dub and Diego Sepúlveda, el Chati. Chati, con felicitaciones y felicitaciones a todo Chile que está sintonizando. Ahí está Mane, sabes que dice vamos chilenos, en especial a los ariqueños, claro que sí. Saludos desde Paraná, Brasil. Y sí, les confirmamos que el hit están dos personas en el agua. Y yeah, this is a two-man hit. White's not here. So yeah, I'm guessing that's why this is going to be a shorter hit. It's a two-man hit.
All right, so they're going to advance on the two riders out there, but I do want to get a full report on where Mike Bain is. There's got to be a reason why he's not here. He was here for round one. He advanced out of round one and ended up in round two. So the question is, where is Mike Bain? Here we go. Look at yellow. E-bike coming around that section, around that little bump, but cannot get all the way around. And the wave pretty much just disappeared on him. Not much there for
Iván.
Iván
Tenrero.
We've got one more heat to finish off today's action. That is heat 11. That's going to be coming up right after this. Genesio Ludovici.
Genesio Ludovici.
Yes, from Italia. We got Pedro de Sosa from Venezuela and Kevin Orihuela from the Canary Islands. So two riders advancing out that one.
Okay, excellent. It looks like your mic is sort of run out of battery, so they told me to speak. And Willy Luján liderando esta manga, está con la primera posición con una totalidad de 4 puntos. Y es Ibai en segunda posición. Es una manga de 2 personas hasta ahora. No sabemos qué pasó con Mike Bain, pero ya esto está por terminar. Quiere decir que estas 2 personas van a avanzar, estos 2 chicos van a avanzar. Y les contamos que hoy vamos a terminar el día con esta ronda 2. Después de este hit tenemos un hit más y ya nos despediríamos por el día de hoy. Ha sido un día bastante extenso, pero súper completo. Hemos visto un montón de acción, hemos visto lones, hemos visto también momentos estresantes de este hit, de este día. Sin embargo, ha estado buenísimo. En el hit que viene vamos a tener a Genesio Ludovici de Italia, a Pedro de Sousa, el único venezolano que está compitiendo en este evento, y también al gran Kevin Orihuela, localazo del Confital, pero también un gran conocedor de aquí del frontón. Un saludo para Lara Ascanio, si está sintonizando, que es la novia de Kevin. Para todas las chicas que estén sintonizando también, se les extraña, chicas, de corazón.
We're back in business, Bego. Look at that, the VIP Cerveza Corona VIP area. How do we get in there? That's my question.
Oh. Ok, gracias Lorenzo, dice Ibai. Desde Bilbao, pero vive en Fuerteventura y es muy técnico en su surfing. Bueno, muchísimas gracias, chicos. Nos encanta que nos tiren datos sobre los competidores. Obviamente nosotros hacemos nuestro trabajo de investigación, pero no siempre logramos tener la información de todos los competidores. Así que muchísimas gracias a todos ustedes que nos están sintonizando. Gracias. Y también gracias por compartir, por estar aquí presente. Recuerden, todavía faltan 4 días de competencia. Este es el tercer día. La primera ronda no se llevó a cabo en streaming porque eran rondas no eliminatorias. De hecho, con los juniors avanzamos un poco más. Hicimos la ronda número 2 el primer día, que estuvo un día muy lindo, la verdad. Y se hicieron
se aprovechó a avanzar. Y el día número 2 fue la ronda 1 de hombres con un poquito de la ronda 2. Y ahora ya día 3 estamos full streaming y de aquí ya no paramos, ¿verdad, Manny?
That's right. Although we could stop if the forecast is saying what tomorrow is going to be, which could be pretty big. It may be too big, wrong direction. But you know what? We always have a check-in every day to make sure that, hey, if it's contestable, we're going to go for it. But if it's you know, safety is priority. We're not going to throw people out there if it's 15-foot top-to-bottom slabs at low tide. So the organizers are going to make the call in tomorrow morning. So, yeah, I mean, that's the only reason why we would stop the action. We don't have that many days, but we have like 5 or 6 full days of live streaming and bodyboarding. So it's going to be pretty interesting how everything plays out.
Bueno, lo que decía Manny es que tenemos unos días que vienen bien grandes y no, bueno, obviamente aquí se puede correr grande, pero también vienen con bastante viento y vamos a ir analizando día a día. Recuerden que este evento está planificado desde el 16 de octubre hasta el 30 de octubre, con lo cual tenemos una ventana bastante amplia de poder, de lo que se llama waiting period o periodo de espera, para poder escoger los mejores días para llevar a cabo el evento, y esto es para garantizar una buena acción. Y ahí está. Oye, no, Mike Payne is in the water.
Willie Lujan,
oh, no, that's
nice clean roll right there, landing, and then goes for another one, but this time lands on top of the whitewash. He does come out in front of that. So the first one was clean. The second one he had to push through, but a solid run right there. He needed a solid score to pull away from the other two. Well, I got lost in train. They're still advancing. This is like training for these guys then.
Oh, beautiful roll there for Willie, claro que sí. Otro más, y yo me había confundido y que ya llegó Mike Payne, pero era del otro hit. Suena entonces la chicharra, como se dice allá en Chile, y este hit termina. Los resultados no oficiales son, en primer lugar, oficiales en realidad, Willie Lujan en rojo, Ibai Tenrero en amarillo en segundo lugar. No se muevan, vamos a un pequeño corte comercial y volvemos con el último hit, la última manga del día.
A mí me encanta despertarme con el sol. Cuando me abro los ojos y veo la luz y ves colores tan bonitos, agradezco vivir.
Cuanto más estoy con la naturaleza, mejor me siento. Y decir, qué belleza, el mundo.
¿Cómo separar lo natural de lo espiritual? El paisaje, la tradición, la gastronomía, la cultura, nuestro cielo y nuestro mar forjan el carácter del camino. Un camino de ida y vuelta. De ida, claro, hacia el jubileo, pero también de vuelta. De vuelta al respeto por el sudor del campo, por los frutos del trabajo y la cosecha. ¿No es esta otra forma de redención? Feliz Año Santo Jacobeo 2021. Santiago de los Caballeros de Gáldar.
Welcome back, everybody. Bienvenidos otra vez aquí al Gran Canaria Frontón King 2021. Gran Canaria Frontón King 2021, que es presentado por Cerveza Corona y NMD Bodyboards. En el agua tenemos el último hit del día de la ronda número 2, la categoría Open masculino. En rojo está Genesio Ludovisi desde Italia, Pedro de Sousa desde Venezuela y el localazo Kevin Orihuela en amarillo. Last hit of the day, people. And it's an Italian, a local, and a Venezuelan. The lone Venezuelan rider that is competing in this event, we missed Angelo Freda, who is he's frequent to this event, but he couldn't make it this time. So sad. We saw some ways road during the break. Then it's Genesio in the first place, and here he comes. Genesio, nothing there for him. Holding a total of 2.17, which is just the start of the campaign. Let's see what the other guys can do. This is just the starting, just beginning, and anything can happen. And if you are home, this is your last chance to say hi. Esta es la última oportunidad que tienen para mandar sus saludos, porque este es el último hit del día. Manny.
This is the last heat of the day, and we are into minute 16 of 20, so plenty of time for these riders. This is an elimination round, which means one of the three riders will call it the end of the road, and the other two riders will advance on into round number 3, where patiently the rest of the field will be waiting.
So Genesio Ludovisi coming from Anzio. It's close to Rome, and he's the local of Alcesti. It's a wave that it's kind of like wedgie wave. Started doing bodyboarding when he was 7 years old, and because his father used to live in Tenerife.
Oh wow!
And it was really rare. He was telling me everyone does stand-up surfing back in Italia, and so by the time he started, it was a little strange for the people to watch a bodyboarder. So thank you, Genesio, for bringing bodyboarding to Italy, and he's 8 times Italian champion.
What? That's amazing. It's we got a pretty strong international field here at this event, and it looks like we do got some waves forming. Look at that set. You can see that on your screen. It looks like it is going to wedge around. Will anybody be in position? Look at them scratching, as we were talking about earlier. You do not want to be caught inside red. Turn it around. The Italian taking a look. But, yeah, in Italy, the swells that roll in, you're lucky to have it for 3 days max, because most of them are wind swells. So if you are able to get in a car and get to a spot where there are waves, you are on it. And I'm guessing all the riders here are those types of Italians who see a swell coming and need to go where they need to be to get the solid waves. But Pedro de Sousa and Kevin Orihuela are still in contention with tons of time, 14 minutes remaining in this 20-minute heat. Bego.
Okay, I'm reading here. Alba, just to inform you guys that in Peru we have equal reef and sand breaks. Are you sure of that, Alba? I'm not Peruvian, but all the time that I've been there, it's all about sand breaks. But yeah, I would love to meet those reef breaks.
White dropping in on this one, coming around the section. Not much there for Pedro de Sousa, but it looks like we got some jams going in just outside of the booth. We got the flag going, skull and crossbones. What is happening down there? Oh my goodness. So we'll get somebody out there to hold off for the next 13 minutes. Or if you guys like it, let us know in the comments, and we'll keep the music going. No, we won't. It's actually really loud. Oh my God, this guy's jumping over the fence. It's like, I feel like we got one of those people who jump into the field during a soccer match and run around naked, streaking across the field. Although this guy has all his clothes on. He's just blasting some music right outside of the commentating booth. Welcome to the Canary Islands. Everybody's having a good time.
Bueno, I don't know if you guys can listen to that. And here comes Kevin Orihuela.
Nice.
Of course, doing a great job.
Yeah, that was a clean maneuver. Definitely is going to be his first wave, first solid wave, and he will jump into first place with that that ride. That was a perfect cylindrical roll on the right. And Bego is actually going to go down.
Oye, brother.
Here's the red.
Tell them they can't do it.
The Italian, nice clean reverse. Quick little replay. Heading back out to the lineup. Kevin Orihuela.
Oh my
So
God.
everybody has a pretty good wave so far for their first wave, but it sticks with their second waves. Here's another. Nope, just pedaling out. There we go. I was looking at the wrong screen. But now everybody has a wave better than a 1. As you can see, the scores have yet to drop for Kevin Orihuela's nice clean roll. 11 minutes, 42 seconds remaining in a full day of action. Tomorrow's call will be made, I'm guessing, around 8 a.m. But we don't know that for sure. Bego, do we have an idea when the call will be made for tomorrow morning?
I think, Manny, it's going to be, it's like what we have been doing. We have been getting here early around 8 and 8:30 to check on the conditions and decide among everyone. Oh.
There it is. There's the skills and the local knowledge from Kevin Orihuela. Barrel into a roll. Wow, he's got a clean haircut. He's looking solid, and he's been busy. He's been busy pretty much, man, all year. He's working at a surf school. I don't know if it's his surf school or not, but he's been very busy. Kevin, nice clean pocket ride. Comes out through the doggy door, clean spin, and then finds a roll. Pretty solid combination of moves for Kevin Orihuela. He's going to definitely go into that first place spot with 2 solid scores. Now he can wait. He can wait for as long as he wants to get the wave. One that'll get him into the 6 to 8 point range, which is totally possible. There it is, a 4 and a 3 for Kevin Orihuela. Now it is the other 2 riders battling out for second. Here's another look at that wave from Red. Goes for a roll for himself, but he gets caught on the top part of the wave and just cannot come out in front of the whitewash. You can see a little bit of the reef on the foreground at the bottom of your screen. That is part of the reef that just starts right there, but then it goes out in pretty much the shape of a perfect table, a round table that sticks out like a finger. It's pretty perfect, and that's why Fronton is what it is. Kevin Orihuela, 9 minutes, 45 seconds remaining in yellow, looking very solid. You can see a lot of the riders, when they get that wave and come to the inside, they have the option to either paddle to the right or paddle to the left. The more riders I've seen, actually the last few heats, they've been paddling to the right to get into that channel.
Yeah, definitely Kevin Orihuela mostrándole al mundo por qué él es un localazo de acá, ya ha logrado impresionar por mucho tiempo con su material surfeando aquí, también en el Confi. Así que buen dominio para Kevin Orihuela. Ustedes pueden decir en casa, los scores están bajos. Sí, los scores están bajos porque las olas están difíciles. Sin embargo, estos chicos están demostrando cómo un buen bodyboarder, un buen atleta puede surfear todo tipo de condiciones y marcar los puntos que se necesitan. Y yo creo que eso también lo están valorando los jueces. Saben que sí, que por más de que sí salen olas buenas, está un poco difícil, hay tamaño y hay viento, es la verdad, y ahí está la marea bastante alta. Sin embargo, la acción siempre garantizada aquí en el Frontón King, y muchísimas gracias a todas las personas que están sintonizando Gran Canaria Frontón King 2021, un evento único en su especie, un evento muy especial que todos estamos esperando durante todo el año. Muchísimas gracias a quienes lo han hecho posible, por supuesto, a Cerveza Corona, el Cabildo de Gran Canaria, el Instituto Insular de Deportes, el Patronato de Turismo de Gran Canaria, el Ayuntamiento de Gáldar, NMD Bodyboard Company. También colaboran con nosotros Asio House, Hydro Flask, gracias por todas esas botellas increíbles. Camper Canarias, Agua Bruma, si no fuera por ustedes no estaríamos hidratados, bueno, mentira, porque también tenemos Red Bull, pero gracias a ambos. Y Soncom Audiovisuales y por supuesto Link Store, su bodyboard shop aquí en Gran Canaria. Muchísimas gracias a todos por su apoyo.
Yes, without those sponsors, we wouldn't be here right now being able to stream this event, this incredible event here at El Frontón. There was actually a name given to this place by the locals and fishermen before it was changed to El Frontón. I got the whole history the other day when I talked to a couple of the legendary bodyboarders from the town just to the north of us at Caleta. I just need to review this video. I'd love to review it with you guys so we can watch it together and get a history of this wave, where it's actually closer to Caleta than it is to Agujeros. So we're going to give you the full story in the coming days. But, man, it is a pretty awesome story to hear.
I want to know that.
One of the locals that told me the story, his first session out here, he ended up paddling out, turning around for a wave, and getting bucked up into the sky and came down with the wedge and was able to escape, only to have the next wave land perfectly on him that ripped his leash off, his fins off, and his clothes off. He came out of the water completely naked in his first session out at this wave. So more on that later in the event. But, man, that wave just imploded on the reef here at, gosh, I want to call it tablero or la tabla. The table is what they called this wave before it was changed to El Frontón. But, again, 2 riders are going to be able to advance on. 1 rider, we'll call it the end of the heat. Bego, how are we looking?
It's looking pretty good for Kevin Orihuela so far. Muy bien para Kevin hasta ahora, pero Genesio le está pisando los talones. Atención. Genesio Ludovisi only needing a 5, completely possible for Genesio. And Pedro de Sousa, the Venezuelan, it's only needing a 1.84 to advance to the second position. So these riders have to be careful because situation can change at any second that any of these guys get the chance.
Look at this, with priority red over white. And yes, it is the Italian dropping in on this one. And quick in and out for the Italian. Or actually, yes, the Italian dropping in, but out of there. Pedro de Sousa had to pull back on that one.
Pedro de Sousa, sí, se tuvo que salir ahí el venezolano que no tenía la prioridad y Genesio la usó, pero la verdad es que no pudo conseguir nada. Ya quedan los últimos 5 minutos de este día, señoras y señores. Muchísimas gracias por habernos acompañado. Este es el tercer día de competencia, pero es el primero que tuvimos la oportunidad de llevarles el streaming. Estamos contentísimos. Para nosotros que somos tan fanáticos y tan amantes del bodyboard como ustedes en casa, es un verdadero placer estar otra vez en Gran Canaria, estar en este evento tan importante, tan reconfortante para el bodyboard, que hemos pasado estos años difíciles como todo el mundo, pero ya estamos de vuelta y si Dios quiere el año que viene la IBC nos tiene preparado un calendario bien suculento, bien completo, que se va a publicar oficialmente el 30 de noviembre, va a estar el calendario de la IBC, así que nada, tienen que seguir a la IBC y si quieren saber más acerca de lo que es la IBC World Tour, asegúrense de visitar la página ibcworldtour.com. Atención, viene Red, viene eso Ludovisi, disculpa.
Big reverse right there for the Italian. Nice clean and a forward spin that's super clean. So the Italian throwing it down. He wants to get it, stay in that second place spot behind Kevin Orihuela. So now Pedro de Sousa and Genesio are battling it out for that second place spot.
Okay, Manny, the interview is ready with Willie at the beach, so take it away.
All right, guys, I'm with the last heat winner, Willie. Willie's a local, he's from here. Massive fan club there. Willie's put wild out there. Take us through the motions of being in this quite gnarly ocean today.
Conditions today are pretty tough. It's like really mixed, and the swell is not like direct. But we were only 2 in our heat, so it wasn't that difficult. We were going to make it anyway, but it was a fun time. Couple of lefts, and that's it.
Oh, well, the win is a win. I mean, moving now into the next round, maybe tomorrow. What's your take on tomorrow's conditions? Apparently, it's going to be a bit wild.
Yeah, I reckon tomorrow could be like really big and windy, and the swell direction is still not the best one. But I reckon there are going to be some wild waves and they're weeping.
Nice. So you excited for tomorrow?
Sure.
Are you excited for the cervezas?
For everything. I'm excited for everything of this event.
Well, buddy, good luck. Really great chatting to you, man. We'll see you tomorrow. Manny, Bego, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, guys, for that amazing interview. Once again, Willy Lujan showing the world some skills and some dominance here at his home break, his house, El Frontón. And it's also Kevin Orihuela showing some dominance after that last wave.
Uh-oh. They're all paddling out for some reason. Somebody must have given the word saying, you better get outside. There's a set coming. And you do not want to be caught inside because of that reef right there. Here they go over this one wave. Is there a wave behind it is the question. Time is running out for Pedro de Sosa. He only needs a 3.17 to advance on into that second place spot. But with time running out, oof. And the Italian cannot let his guard down. Kevin Orihuela looking strong too. Actually, look at that. 4.50 is what the Italian needs to get in that. There's total potential for all these riders to either get knocked out or continue on. But the priority, it's open priority at the moment.
Yeah, no priority marked so far. They have to, actually, I think they're announcing it. The beach announcer, thank you very much to all the technical team that has been holding it down for this event.
There it is. Kevin Orihuela with the first priority, and he's in that first place spot. Second is second priority. Genesio, and in third priority, Pedro.
And he got his third score. We were waiting for that score, and yes, it's Kevin getting a 4.83 after that wave he rode while the interview, and now he's creating more distance between Genesio and Pedro. Now Genesio is needing a 6.16 to advance to the first position, and Pedro is needing a 3.17 to take the second position and qualify for the next round. So let's see.
It doesn't look good for Pedro because he has that third priority. So if Kevin and Genesio are on point, then they will make sure that Pedro does not catch a wave, because it's still possible for these guys to get those big scores and knock each other out of those first and second place positions.
And I'm hearing Manny the countdown from the beach announcer, and it's official. There's no change of situation. In the last heat of the day, people, we've seen Kevin Orihuela, the local, coming directly from El Confital, but also surfing here a lot, advancing to the next round along with Genesio Ludovisi from Italy. And congratulations to Pedro de Sousa for his performance as well here at Gran Canaria Frontón King 2021. Today was a third day of competition, but it's our first day here at here in the booth and with you guys. So we're pretty happy to be here, and here we are. Thank you very much for tuning in. Muchísimas gracias. Este fue el tercer día de competencia. Vamos a hacer la entrevista de Kevin Orihuela para despedirnos, pero de esta parte del manillo de aquí del booth. Y vamos a tener un resumen de obviamente. Recuerden, tenemos un pequeño campeonato dentro de este campeonato que se llama el Red Bull Banana Challenge. Está buenísimo. Es un premio de $1000 para la mejor maniobra de todo el evento, de cualquiera de las categorías. Así que cada día vamos a tirar un resumen de las maniobras que calificaron en ese día para el Red Bull Banana Challenge. Y al final del evento, los jueces van a definir cuál es la que gana. You want to say that in English?
Wow, okay, yeah. There's the Red Bull Banana Challenge, and it is the best maneuver of the event. And the guys upstairs have been recording those maneuvers, and we do have a compilation of those waves that we're going to show to you. So just a quick recap, as you can see on your screen, Kevin Orihuela and the Italian will advance on into the next round. But, man, it was an exciting show today, and we did not see the golden boom go down, but still, we got a ton of days still to go down. Here's a quick recap of some of the big moves that went down this today's action. So, yeah, I mean, middle of the day, we saw some big scores from the local Groms, because it was mostly all the juniors that went out today. And, yes, that was some of the action that we saw. As the tide was coming up, he can't believe he pulled it off either. So there's a couple of the waves. I think that was one of his 2 big high-scoring waves today. But, again, it was that mid-tide, the tide coming up, where we saw the most opportunity for these guys to get those high scores. So the Red Bull Banana Challenge for the biggest wave of the event. And I believe there's a big money attached to that, too.
It is $1,000, man. Who doesn't want to get ththose $1,000 in your pocket?
Yeah, I would be happy to have $1,000, but I'm not going to go out there and challenge these guys for it. So, Bego, are we going to see the interview of the rider Kevin Orihuela?
Yeah, I think so. Yes, we're gonna be seeing that, but I think we have to wait for him to get out of the water, and it's a little bit tricky at the moment. The channel, it's not so easy to get out of there. So I think we could see the highlights from the 2 previous day that we saw competition. Maybe we can see. What do you think? ¿Qué tal si vamos a los highlights de los 2 días primeros de competencia, que tenemos 2 highlights buenísimos, mientras esperamos a que salga Kevin del agua? Pues está un poco difícil salir del agua ahora. No está gigante, pero hay bastante agua, entonces como que llegar al canal y poder subir, además que hay que hacer toda la subidita, pues toma un poco de tiempo, ¿no?
We didn't see the 10-point ride, but we will hopefully get the golden boom before the end of the day's action. On the last day, we got like 4 or 5 more days of pure action, so the 10-point golden boom is still up for grabs, and I believe it could happen at this event more than once.
What are your highlights of the day?
My highlights of the day? Oh, gosh, okay. Got it. I mean, the juniors took control all day long, and like I said, that mid-tide going to the high tide was the most opportunity for these juniors to find those perfect waves with those ramps, and we saw, a couple of the Groms throwing it down, and it was pretty impressive.
Okay, let's just go straight to the highlights, guys. We do this. It's taking a little long for Kevin to get out of the water, but if we don't stream it, at least we're gonna do an interview for him at the social media, for the Frontón King social media. So if it's not gonna be, if the highlights ends and you don't see the interview, make sure to check the social media for the Frontón King. So for all of us, Mumbles, Dave, Manny, and myself, thank you very much for tuning in, and make sure to follow the social media. Remember, we have been hacked. IBC World Tour Instagram has been hacked today. We are working on that, and we're going to get it back for sure. So make sure to follow the Frontón King and in Instagram, and we're going to be posting everything there. And we count on you for the rest of the competition. You want to say goodbye? Thank you very much, and we'll see you tomorrow.
The local athletes in this beautiful place on the cliffs at El Frontón. Mars up and riding, looking at this section. There it goes, hits a good clean invert right in the flats, exactly what the judges want. Rider in white, Showman Lopez going on smooth with your right-hander, bangs out a beautiful backflip, and he will be happy with that one. Tristan Roberts upper riding on the left-hander, look at that section, massive backflip all the way to the flats. Oh my goodness, those ribs will be hurting. Bigger, nice looking wave, hits a section, big projection. Oh, what a landing into the flats. This athlete clearly knows his wave, showcasing his local knowledge. Nice smooth barrel in the section. Oh, comes out with the spin. What a ride.
¿Alguna vez te has preguntado por qué siempre quieres más? Más lunes sin alarmas. Más primeras veces. Más saltos al vacío. Más desayunos en la cama. Más olor a mar y a campo. Más sonrisas a cámara. Más latidos por minuto. Más disfrutar del camino. Más sueños casi cumplidos. Más amigos de repente. Más carreras a cualquier parte. Más sabores por descubrir. Más quedarse sin palabras. Más tiempo. Tiempo para perderse y volver a encontrarse. En definitiva, más momentos como este. Y este. Y este. ¿Y si la respuesta nunca ha estado en el qué, sino en el dónde? Gran Canaria, mucho por vivir.
There's a place our legs could wander to, and I suspect you long like I long for a cool creek ankle deep to press your face against the wind. Let's go. You lead, I'll follow. There's nowhere we can't wander. I know you hear it call to you. Let's go.